the silver-haired hero. Chapter 15, Coming of Age. 3 more years had passed since Akai, his mother Kid and Lacy had come back from their trip to the city. No word had reached the village regarding Lacy's family yet. Lacy still living with the Ryneveld household, having not grown much over the years. The other 3 kids, though. That was a different story. Kid and Akai had shot up like weeds. Akai about 5 feet 5 inches and still growing. Kid was now 5 feet 6 inches and still growing. Both putting on a healthy amount of muscle for their age. Lamorie was the tallest of the group at 5 feet 8 inches and had well-defined muscles and a very strong athletic build. All 3 in the throes of puberty. Lamorie was shaping into a beautiful woman, Kid looked poised to grow into a master swordsman, and Akai looked like a gentle boy ready to don the armor of a knight. Akai even had a little hair growing on the end of his chin by this point, much to Kid's frustration. They had just received word, addressed from the office of Lord Soray's estate, that come the first day of fall they will be gathered and transported to the capital city of Thedaphell to be admitted to the Ligonian Military Awakened Academy. The 3 of them will be given 3 years of a comprehensive formal education, physical and awakened training, and military experience before being conscripted for up to 8 years. Afterwards, they are free, but will have to respond to summons should a war break and additional manpower is needed. Gathered at Akai's home, Kid and Lamorie set their own letters down, which said the same thing. The 3 sat at a table outside, while Akai's mother, Lacy, and Lamorie's father, of all people, worked to prepare food. The rest of the adults inside were discussing how life would be without the 3 kids. Lamorie handled the necklace with the piece of the pendant, fidgeting a little. Akai and Kid easily picked up that she was nervous. Kid nudged Akai's leg under the table to get him to speak up about it. He said, "Yeah, I'm a bit worried too. But don't worry, we're not being split up." As he flicked his finger, sending forth a little spark of regular fire to land on her pendant. It did no damage and fizzled out after a moment. The gesture did elicit a small smile from Lamorie, though. She smiled warmly and said, "Thanks." Still scary, leaving the village. Then going all the way to the capital city. Kid said, "The city isn't that scary. But do keep an eye out for thieves. They like to rummage through your pockets, and most of the time you can't feel it." "Yeah, the last thief that tried certainly got a close-up view of the road," Akai commented, eliciting a chuckle from the other 2. "We have a couple of weeks before they come to get us. Before it's time to head out, let's go for another trip in the forest." Lamorie suggested. Akai smiled and said, "Yeah, the 3 of us haven't gone in a while." Lamorie had her smile wane a little bit. Akai was oblivious, but Kid did catch on. He coughed and then said, "Yeah, that sounds fun, but I think I'd rather spend the time packing and preparing. You 2 can go without me." "Are you sure?" Akai asked, and Kid gave him a bit of a flat look before shaking his head. "Yeah, I'm sure." Kid discreetly shot Lamorie a small thumbs up, and her smile brightened a lot. "Let's head out this evening, Akai," she suggested. Akai gently rubbed the back of his head and said, "My mother probably wants me to start packing things." Before they all heard Akai's mother, Jennifer, shout from the kitchen window, "Go on and have your fun, Akai. You can start packing tomorrow." With no excuses, the silver-haired teen shrugged and said, "Well, it sounds like tonight works just fine. We can head to that lake we found again. It should look really pretty under moonlight." Lamorie got a little giddy at the thought. Leaning onto the table some, she said, "Yeah, let's do that." The conversation soon changed topics, and the 3 chatted for a while until the food was ready. After eating dinner, Kid stayed back to help clean up. Lamorie almost dragging Akai to the forest, eager to spend time with him. Kid watched Lamorie grab Akai's hand and lead him quickly to the forest, still surprised that Akai was oblivious to her obvious attraction. He sighed and grabbed their dishes and went inside. "You were right, Mrs. Ryneveld. Your son just doesn't seem to get that Lamorie likes him," he called out, small laughs rising from the rest of the adults. Drake said, "Just like his old man. When we were kids, Jennifer was head over heels for Ray here," while pointing with his thumb at Ray sitting on a couch. Jennifer baked him all sorts of sweets, brought food over almost daily, always talking about wanting a family. Ray didn't catch a hint until the evening before we were scheduled to ship out to the Lord's army. I think that's enough of that story, Ray said, cheeks flushing red and Drake only laughing more. What was it you told him in the morning again? He said jovially, much to Ray's embarrassment. Jennifer stepped behind her sitting husband and draped her arms around him. I made a man out of you, so come back and make an honest woman out of me, she said before kissing his cheek. Everyone started laughing at the story, and Ray slumped his shoulders and let out a defeated sigh. Kid brought the dishes to a wash basin, cleaning the dishes. Once the group calmed down a little, Drake said, Now keep this between you and me. Looking over at Ray. But if your boy ever decides to ask for my blessing, he's got it. Kid's mother spoke up. Christy said, That would be a sight to see. Lamorie would probably be asking for Ray's blessing at this rate. Before she turned and looked around, seeing Lacy had stepped outside before saying, Kid, are you ever going to put the moves on Lacy? She seems like a sweet girl you can settle down with after your soldering is over. Kid blushed deeply at the thought. Lacy was a good bit older than him, so he wasn't sure about any of this. He rubbed the back of his head embarrassed and said, Maybe. Lacy is very pretty. Quietly. I'll be sure to let her know you said that, then. Christy said. The face Kid made as he looked up to stare at her was priceless. Christy and Liam giggled and chuckled at the innocent teasing of their son. Theatrically, Kid put a hand on his chest and said, I shan't believe it. Mine own mother would be so cruel as to do such a thing. In an over-the-top voice. Believe it so, dearie, Christy spoke back in a similarly exaggerated manner of speech. For your mother does indeed intend to raise grandchildren before she grows old and wrinkly. Just then, Lacy walked in, catching only the tail end of the back and forth between Kid and his mom. She was holding one of the pots used for dinner and had just washed it out outside. She looked confused as everyone turned to her. Kid quickly and quietly got back to washing their dishes, and all the adults relaxing and holding back small fits of laughter. Lacy was invited to sit down and relax on the couch as they spoke, and enjoyed one another's company. Christy showed restraint and decided not to tease her son further or bring up what he said while Lacy had stepped out. Though the topic if she found any boys yet she likes did come up. Lacy was a little cagey about the subject, not wanting to give a direct answer other than, I don't think I want to be in a relationship right now. Ray, the keen-eyed amongst them, did notice she very briefly glanced back at Kid after saying that. No one else seemed to notice, so Ray decided to keep his mouth shut lest Drake or HSI wife share more embarrassing stories from his youth. Outside, the sun was starting to hang lower in the sky, filling the horizon with yellow and orange hues as time began to drag on. A good distance away, Lamorie was walking by Akai's side, humming a tune. Akai knew the tune, so he was humming along. They were walking between the edge of the forest and the edge of a crop field. The wheat was starting to yellow, but still had a while before it was time to actually harvest. Still it looked pretty, especially with the sunset ahead of them. Lamorie looked down at Akai's hand as they walked casually. She wanted to hold on to it, but felt embarrassed at the idea of doing so. For now she was content walking close by his side. She thought ahead, wondering about seeing the lake in the woods under the moon and starlight. The thought of watching it with Akai felt very romantic. Wait, would this count as an actual date between them? They had gone on late strolls like this before, but it was never just the two of them by themselves. The thought of this being their first real date together made her face flush a little red, and she turned to look to the side so Akai wouldn't see. Akai noticed she stopped humming. As her mind wandered, he saw she was a bit lost in thought. Seeing her turn her head away, he got the wrong impression and assumed she was upset about the whole leaving for the academy thing again. He gently patted her back and said, We can make tonight a night worth remembering when we're away. Lamorie's ears turned a little red as she thought inwardly to herself, Damn it, I know he doesn't mean it the way that sounded. But come on, Akai. As the light began to grow dimmer in the shade of the forest, Akai held out a hand and brought forth a wisp of flickering orange candlelight. Illuminating the area around them, they deviated their path from along the side of the wheat field to into the forest, following the path they both knew by heart at this point. The warm colors in the sky faded to the somber navy and soon black sky. a crescent moon hanging in the sky above them and millions of little specks of light illuminating the rest of the sky, slowly revealing itself in the absence of light. Akai led them as he held out his palm, the candle flame still flickering above his hand. He grew it in size some to help light up around them a little better. Lamorie used the darkness as an excuse to stand closer to him and gently hold on to the sleeve of his tunic. After a while longer, they soon came to a break in the trees, and the lake sat still ahead of them, glimmering in the starlight as a faint fog rolled over the surface of the calm waters. A choir of frogs sang on the distant shore as the faint plops of nocturnal fish catching food from the surface of the water occasionally sounded. Lamorie's eyes widened as Akai slowly extinguished the candlelight and let the natural beauty of the scene show itself without any artificial light. The two of them sat down by a tree at the bank of the lake. Lamorie sat with stiff posture, hesitant to relax too much now that they're both alone in such a secluded place. But she did scoot a little closer than normal. The both stared at the surface of the water for a while. Akai was captivated by the sight of it, but Lamorie was shifting her attention from the sight and with her silver-haired friend. His hair also caught the light in a way she felt was stunning. Vibrant blue eyes twinkling in the reflection of the lake. Akai rested a hand on top of hers unintentionally. She didn't move it away and felt her heart start to race as her mind wandered to many places, soon settling on the idea that this felt like the perfect place to share their first kiss. The dim light hid the redness of her face well enough Akai didn't seem to notice when he turned to look back at her. Butterflies danced in her stomach as thoughts of a kiss was all that could cross her mind. Unfortunately, that was yet to come. Akai gently patted her back and pointed. Lamorie's eyes moved to follow, and she saw a deer with a cute fawn both approaching the lake to drink from it. "Isn't that cool?" Akai whispered, and Lamorie realized that Akai really didn't see this as a romantic date between them. She felt heat rising, and she about blew up to yell at him, but when she saw the genuine innocent look in his eyes, she couldn't bring herself to actually be upset at him. There will be a better time later," she thought to herself and just leaned against him. Akai looked and Lamorie muttered the word cold softly. Her ploy worked, and Akai did wrap an arm around her, and a few embers began to glow around them, warming her up and giving Lamorie an excuse to lean more into this silver-haired dunce. It was a little past midnight when the pair made it back to the village, most of the lights in the windows already extinguished as everyone was asleep. Akai walked Lamorie back to her house and she smiled. The urge to lean in and plant a kiss on his cheek was strong, but Lamorie hesitated a little too long. "That was fun. Have a nice night," Akai said, gently patting Lamorie's shoulder before turning and walking away. The teenager sighed deeply before turning to head inside and go to bed. Akai took the next few minutes walking back to his house, where he saw there was still a light coming from the downstairs room. He trudged up the path to his moderately isolated home and saw his father sitting inside, a lit smoking pipe in his mouth. When Ray asked how everything went, Akai spoke truthfully. This made Ray shake his head slightly and say, "You still have a lot of things to learn, Akai. It's late, so head to bed." Akai was confused why his father said that and why similar things had kept getting mentioned to him occasionally. Unaware of why, Akai nodded and said, "Yes, sir," softly before going upstairs and to bed. Akai thought about his future at the academy as he laid in bed. He was supposed to receive a formal education while there, something he had not had the luxury of living in a small farming village. Maybe he'll need to learn what he need to there. Hopefully. Akai slowly drifted to sleep, but this time things were different. He did not find himself having a normal dream, nor was he awakening to find himself in the body of the Phoenix King. Akai found himself sitting on the steps of a grand marble palace built into an impossibly large mountain. He was wearing the same clothes he fell asleep in, just a pair of soft, long pants. It was uncomfortably cold here as Akai got to his feet. He brought forth a few wisps of flame to warm himself as he looked around. The entire place was covered in a thick fog, too dense to see even the base of these steps he was on. Barely able to see the outline of the mountain through it, and couldn't see too far into the marble palace, but the fog was noticeably thinner inside. As the wind began to pick up and push his silver hair into his face, he hurriedly walked inside, moving hair out of his eyes when he was finally shielded from the wind. Inside there were black marble pillars every 100 feet, contrasting the white tiled floor. The fog parted and showed a path deeper in. Following, Akai soon found himself standing before a throne room with 7 empty thrones, 3 on each side and a larger one in the center. Standing on the floor between them was the figure of a person. Akai approached and saw it was a fairly androgynous being that seemed to weirdly shift out of focus every time Akai tried to take in detail. All he could see was a humanoid being that was made out of infinitely fine and innumerable threads of gold and white light without taking a singular solid form. Soon, a voice Akai could not tell if it belonged to a man, a woman, a human, or a beast, or even if it was a single voice or multiple spoke calmly. "Prepare yourself, young phoenix. There are things in motion that have escaped my control." Just as those words finished sounding in his ears, Akai noticed the fog rapidly approaching him and growing denser. Akai tried to call out a question, but just as the air left his lips, Akai found himself sitting up in his bed. "Who are you?" he yelled, only to realize he was back in his bedroom. Birds chirped outside his window as the sun was creeping over the horizon in the distance. Akai was left more confused now than when he fell asleep. "Who was that?" he muttered. Chapter 16. Road to Thedaphell. Just under a month later, Akai, Lamorie, and Kid were all at a table set up in the village center. Quick decor set up around them as music filled the air. The 3 currently eating from a feast of breads, cheese, pastries, grilled meats, fruits, and a few dozen other dishes the people of Rowan village had prepared. They were throwing their festival a few days early so the 3 famous kids could enjoy it. Today was the day the group was scheduled to leave for Thedaphell. Currently, a caravan with the royal army was on its way to pick them up, and any other awakened on the route through the land south of the capital city. "Here you go. I say you're old enough to give these a proper try," Lamorie's father Drake said, setting down 3 large tankards of still bubbling booze. "That goes for the whole lot of you." Akai, Lamorie, and Kid looked at the tankards with a bit of a start. Kid swallowing his food first to say, "You're letting us try the strong stuff," and Drake nodded. "Of course you won't be back for a while, so now's as good of a time as any." Akai said, "But we've had ale before," and Drake said, "You've had the watered-down shite on special occasions. Growing kids don't need none of this, but right now you 3 are over halfway grown. A tankard ain't going to hurt. Besides, this batch came out stronger than usual. The Browan family who made it wanted you to give it a taste first." Akai saw the tankard get pushed towards him. He was being volunteered first to try it. With a bit of hesitation, he said something he heard his father sometimes say, "Don't leave room for cowards," before starting to drink it. After a few gulps, he pulled away and was coughing. Drake started laughing up a storm as he said, "Not used to the burn, are you, boy?" and walked around patting Akai's back. "This batch came out to over 20%. Normally it's around 10, and you usually drink the stuff less than 4. Kid was curious about it now and gave his tankard a swig. He got about just as far drinking it as Akai did before also breaking into a coughing fit. Lamorie just gave a shrug and tilted hers back as well. Before long, she was coughing and hitting her chest. Drake just ruffled Lamorie's hair a little and said, "You don't have to finish it, but what do you think about it?" Akai said it was too strong. Kid said he liked it, but agreed it was strong. Lamorie said it was a little too bitter. "You hear that?" Drake called out to one of the other villagers, likely the brewer. He began walking off and repeating what the kid said. Akai decided to drink more, but when he started to feel a little tipsy, he stopped. He didn't like the slightly dizzy feeling. Kid had a little more, just to prove a point he could, and Lamorie didn't touch it after her first try. The celebrations continued for a good hour longer before the music began to stop. Someone on the far end of the village shouting, "Caravan!" Getting up and leaving, Akai, Kid, and Lamorie walked over to the southern end of the village. There they saw 8 nice-looking carriages drawn by burly-looking horses. Around the carriages was a company of soldiers on horseback and more on foot behind, all wearing the royal insignia proudly on their chest as members of the royal army. Stepping from the lead carriage was a rather scrawny-looking man with short blonde hair. He was wearing a nice set of dress clothes. He soon approached the gathering villagers alongside the clearly marked commander of the mounted soldiers. "We are here to receive 3 young awakened, 2 boys and a girl," the well-dressed man said. The villagers then began ushering Akai and his friends to the front of the crowd, gently pushing them to step forwards. "Yes, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Esquire Codsworth," he said, speaking formally and giving a bow. "Am I right to assume you are Akai Ryneveld, Lamorie Holt, and Kid Fuller?" Akai said, "Yes, that's us," as he looked past the esquire and peered at the carriages. He had never ridden in one before, so he had to ask, "Are we going to be riding in those?" Codsworth stood up and turned around before saying, "Of course, but before we can leave, I just need a little demonstration, just to prove you have received blessings." Without much hesitation, Kid enveloped himself in a maelstrom of crackling electricity, rising from his feet before he raised a hand and the bolt shot upwards into the sky. There was, however, no thunder, only a brief buzzing sound. Lamorie coated a leg in shimmering green energy and stomped her foot on a moderately sized rock, pulverizing it into dust, which shot outwards from the sudden force. Akai was the last one, bringing forth a brief aura of fire, both mundane orange and empowered yellow fire mixed together. He only maintained it for a few moments before it was dispelled and wisps of smoke rose from under his feet. The grass had been burnt. "Excellent. No hesitation. Come, we'll get you situated in a carriage," Codsworth said. But before the kids moved forwards to go, they looked back and saw the crowd of villagers made way for their parents to stand at the front. Drake and Emmy Holt, Christy and Liam Fuller, and lastly Ray and Jennifer Ryneveld stood expectantly. In unison, the kids ran to their parents and embraced them in tight hugs. Christy was struggling not to break into tears, sniffling as she wrapped her arms around Kid. Emmy and Drake tightly hugged Lamorie. Ray and Jennifer held Akai closely. Ray said, "Do well, son, but promise you'll come back to visit when you can," causing Akai to nod. Their goodbye dragged on for another minute before the mounted commander coughed to get attention. He said, "I apologize, but we are in a little bit of a hurry. Take 5 minutes for your goodbyes, but be ready to board a carriage by then." The commander then steered his horse away from the village to get back to the front of the escort for the caravan to do his duties. Akai and his friends took advantage of the 5-minute window given. He made sure to give his goodbyes to some of the other villagers. The old herbalist did give him a small gift. He had been given an extra potent tub of burn cream she made. Akai thanked the old woman and soon rejoined the group south of the village. Lamorie had been doing the same, but Kid found himself caught up talking with Lacy about things. They had yet to rejoin with the group. Kid looked up at Lacy, who had pulled him aside for a moment. Lacy had grown into a lovely young woman, Kid remembered when she had first arrived. Akai and Lamorie are talking about a new girl just showing up to his house one day. He was told greatly exaggerated things about Lacy's lingering injuries and scars. He didn't care much about the scars and still thought he was beautiful, especially now that he was a teenager. "You are going to come back, right?" Lacy asked. "Of course I am," Kid said in return. Lacy gently grabbed Kid's hand and placed a folded note on his palm. He looked a bit confused. "What's this?" he asked, looking at it. Lacy looked uncertain about something as she said, "Don't read it until you stop for the night, okay?" Kid nodded, and he soon saw Lacy's look of uncertainty resolve itself into sureness. He nearly fell backwards when Lacy leaned in and planted her lips on his own for a moment. Kid's face turned as red as his eyes and hair. Lacy looked into his eyes and said, "Promise me you'll come back soon." Kid was completely flustered, not expecting what just happened. He had a little crush on Lacy, but never in a million years expected their first kiss to be this sudden. He stammered, unable to speak clearly for a moment before shaking his head to collect his thoughts. Kid steeled himself and said firmly, "I promise I'll be back as soon as I can." The smile that formed on Lacy's face was enough to melt Kid's younger heart before she straightened her posture and said, "You have to go now." Kid reluctantly decided to leave. He didn't have much of a choice. His participation in the academy and then the military was mandatory because of his powers. But he swore inwardly to himself and to Anko that he would be back before too long. Kid struggled to get the redness from his face to go away, but managed to have enough composure when he met back up with Akai and Lamorie. Then the esquire greeted them again and ushered them to carriages. He didn't split up Akai and Kid, but did make Lamorie take a different carriage that had another girl around their age from a different village already sitting inside. Within minutes, the carriages were moving and the soldiers walked ahead. Many of the villagers waved goodbye to the group as they headed further south. Following a road, the caravan trucked along without much issue. If there were any bands of brigands in the area, the large gathering of Royal Army soldiers was a pretty good deterrent. If not, the feeling of intense power in the air from the carriages filled with awakened. Akai relaxed on the bench seat inside and asked, "Are all carriages like this? This is really over the top." Akai said. Kid lounged in his seat and said, "No idea, but you're not wrong." It was a few hours later, and Akai looked out the window. He saw some of the other carriages riding by them and looked through them, trying to see if he could see Lamorie. By now, both Akai and Kid were bored out of their minds. He peered out, and when he thought he saw Lamorie and took a deep breath, Akai summoned some of his fire and blew it forwards. The wisp of flame shot forward and took the form of a bird, flapping its wings to look like it was flying. Soon it went far enough away, Akai struggled to maintain its form, dissolving into flames. After a second, a girl Akai had never seen before poked her head out of the window. She had the same hairstyle that Lamorie had, but otherwise looked nothing alike. She gave Akai a confused look, then probably got the wrong idea because she gave a weird look at him and quickly sat back down normally. From behind, Akai felt something hit the back of his head. He turned and Lamorie was in the carriage behind him, not in front of him. He gave a sheepish smile and Lamorie just rolled her eyes. She did have to shout a little to be heard over the clopping of hooves and the sounds of the carriage rolling over the road. "What are you doing?" "I was trying to get your attention." "I thought that was you in that carriage," Akai admitted, which only awarded him with an indignant look from Lamorie. "She looks nothing like me," she shouted louder than necessary. Akai pointed at his hair and said, "You have similar hair." His answer only seemed to annoy Lamorie further. She puffed her cheeks in a pout before sitting back down in her carriage, no longer leaning her head out of the window to talk. Kid erupted into laughter behind Akai. "What's so funny?" Akai asked, but Kid only laughed more. Soon managing to speak through his laughter, "You always say either the smoothest thing or the dumbest thing when it comes to girls." Frustrated, Akai sat down and tried to ignore Kid. He closed his eyes and just started meditating, practicing drawing forth his golden yellow fire without hurting himself to kill the rest of the time. That evening, the caravan did stop to make camp for the night. Soldiers came through and gave out blankets to the awakened that didn't bring their own. Akai, Kid, and Lamorie had actually forgotten their packs, thinking more about saying their farewells instead of grabbing them from their homes. But thankfully, someone brought the packs for them. Akai and Kid set up to sleep just outside the carriage as the horses were unhooked and led away to be fed and watered. Akai was still being given weird looks by the girl on the front carriage, but Lamorie must have gotten over the mix-up. She set up a bedroll between Akai and Kid's. It may have been seen as improper by some of the others, but none of the three really cared. Their village wasn't super prudish about things. Not like some of the stories Christy told about the city she lived in, at least among the affluent people. The three chatted, joked around, but eventually went to bed. Kid, though, stayed up a little longer. He pulled the folded note from a pocket in his clothes and opened it to read it. It was a handwritten letter from Lacy. The girl went through the trouble to make it seem super nice, writing in careful, clean handwriting. She even made the note smell faintly like a flower. He read through it and realized it was a heartfelt love note. Kid's face flushed as he realized and read it. Lacy poured her heart out into the note, detailing how she first started to catch feelings for her during the first festival they danced together. She knew she was too old to enter a normal relationship with him, but that wouldn't be a problem when he comes back, either during or after his time as a soldier once he graduates the academy. Kid smiled when he finished reading it, Lacy promising to be there for him when he comes back. He folded the note and carefully tucked it away in his belongings. He decided to hold on to the note until he had seen this thing through. The group slept, but their sleep was more restless than usual. Come morning, it seems most of the other awakened being transported were having the same issue. The teens were handed out breakfast by some of the soldiers in charge of caring for them during the trip. They didn't speak much, not because of them being rude or anything, just tired from either marching or riding horseback the entire way. Akai still made sure to tell them thanks when he could. The food wasn't anything special, bowls of stews made out of beans, meat, root vegetables and bread, but it was warm and filling. This would be their routine for another 2 days. They were told the boys and girls had to ride separately, so Lamorie was stuck along with strangers. Akai and Kid at least had each other, even when they stopped at a different small village and picked up another. They did overhear that they were already picking up more than expected so far. Either some people hadn't reported their awakening until now, or they had awakened between summer and now. The next stop had another boy they had no record of with a blessing. He was sat in the same carriage Akai and Kid was in. He was a scrawny kid with short dusty brown hair. 14 as well, but they didn't quite look it yet. Akai and Kid tried to ask a few questions to make small talk, but he seemed reluctant to speak with strangers. The ride was boring as they eventually reached the southernmost town on the coast. Not as big as Elmswick city, but was much larger than the villages they had been stopping at so far. The caravan came to a stop, and they were told they had a few hours to themselves, as the caravan was going to stock up on supplies and pick up the last people before heading north to Thedaphell. Akai, Kid and Lamorie finally got to get up and stretch their legs. The scrawny Kid decided to stay in the carriage for now. Kid and Akai met back up with Lamorie, who seemed excited. She immediately grabbed their arms and said, "I want to see the beach," as she began dragging them in the direction of the ocean, not exactly letting them have a choice in the matter. Seeing Lamorie do this, some of the other teenagers decided to go along as well. Most of them had never seen the ocean in person before. Soon they were stepping onto a sandy beach just up from where the town had some docks built. Lamorie let go of her silver and red-headed friends and took a deep breath. "The air really does feel salty," she muttered. "You're right, I read about it in a book, but it's cool it really is like that," Kid added, still rubbing his arm where Lamorie had been holding it a little too tight for comfort. He stepped onto the sand and looked out into the water. He saw little fish, a little smaller than his fingers, swimming in one direction. There were a few crabs in the distance as well. Soon a lot of the other awakened teens arrived and were having similar reactions to Lamorie. Akai looked out at the water. They were facing south, and far in the distance were a number of islands right around where the horizon was. He thought he saw a bit of movement just on the edge of where he could see, but after trying to focus in on it, he couldn't see it anymore. "You know, they probably sell seafood in the town. Don't you want to try and eat something like that?" Kid asked, catching Akai and Lamorie's attention. Lamorie's face lit up with excitement and said, "Yes, that sounds amazing." She was very giddy at the idea of being next to the ocean, apparently, Akai thought to himself. He nodded and decided to tag along. Kid would lead the way as they left the beach and headed towards the town, set on finding someone selling food. Heading to the town and finding a market set up around the docks, they did find a stall selling fresh cooked food. The stall was selling a delicacy among education professionals, steamed clams that weren't steamed nor actual clams. Lamorie found it first by following her nose, and soon she, Kid and Akai were standing in front of it. The shop was ran by a very skinny man with one heck of a mustache, one that would put the esquire escorting their caravan to shame. "Ah, I don't think I've seen you lot before," he said, stirring a pot of heavily seasoned broth. "We're here with the caravan for the Awakened Academy," Kid said. Lamorie was already pulling out a coin purse and asking, "How much for this? I don't know what it is, but I want some." The stall owner gave a little chuckle and said, 8 copper a bowl. Get 6 back when you return the bowl." Lamorie happily paid for a bowl and saw the man scoop out contents of the broth into it. There were these things in black shells and strange pieces of meat that kind of looked like crayfish meat but were much more curled. The guy said, "If you've never eaten a mussel before, here's a little piece of advice. Don't crack your teeth on the shells, just use the spoon to pick out the meat." Lamorie nodded quickly and grabbed the wooden bowl of steaming food. The broth smelled kinda like cooked fish, but very different. Plus it had a bunch of local spices in it that turned it reddish in color. She used a spoon to carefully taste it. After a few moments, she looked at her friends and said, "It's really, really good. I've never tasted anything like this before. It even makes my mouth feel really hot after." Curious, Akai and Kid, having never tasted anything spicy before, paid for a bowl as well and stood around. Each of their faces lit up, the flavors were entirely new to them, and they each loved it. Akai especially loved the spiciness and learned that there are local fruits that create the heat sensation. By the time the three had finished their bowls, the food stand took the bowls back and dumped the empty mussel shells into a bin before cleaning the bowls off. As he was doing this, the group heard from other people in the town. "What is that? Is that a boat? Hey, I think there's someone in it." Turning from around one of the distant islands was someone in a narrow boat with something off to the side attached to it. The person was standing and using a paddle. The three watched in confusion as they and everyone else saw someone with red hair, just as colorful as Kids, slowly bring themselves closer to the beach. Soon more detail came into play. They were wearing an oriental black sleeveless dress with golden embroidery of a water dragon on it. And the most shocking part for the three kids was that this person looked human, but had definitive wolf ears on their head and a red tail the same shade as their hair behind them. And this seeming half-beastkin woman was around Akai and his friend's age. When the canoe dug itself onto the sand, she grabbed and slung a pack over her shoulder and held the scabbard to an oriental sword, reminiscent of the style the Great Isles use. If this girl was from the Great Isles, she must have been on that canoe for over a week. The Great Isles was a nation of various clans that resided at least a week's sailing south of Lagonia, the southernmost point of land on this half of the world. The girl shouted, "I am Lang Yao, heiress to the Lang clan. I greet the people of Lagonia. I demand to be taken to your awakened academy." She spoke with an accent, having a difficult time pronouncing some of the common sounds of the language Akai spoke. Now that Akai took a moment to think, he hadn't heard anyone speak a different language or had learned what his language was even called. Hopefully that's something they'll teach him at the academy. When Lang Yao's stark blue eyes moved over Akai and their gazes met, she stopped to look at him. Akai felt the heat in his chest react to this girl. His power sought out a connection with it, not too dissimilar to what he felt when he was presented with the relic of the immortal hero. Did she have the same blessing? She glared at him and held out her hand, pointing the handle of the sword at Akai and said, You're blessed," before squinting and gesturing at Akai and Lamorie. All three are blessed. Akai felt like he was put on the spot being singled out by this girl first, but none of the locals seemed to be interested in getting involved. He said, "Yeah, we are. We're actually here because of the academy." This girl, who looked like a red wolf in human form, stomped through the sand to get onto paved ground and stood in front of him. "You will take me there," she demanded. Chapter 17. Return to the Church. Akai, Kid and Lamorie stared at this newcomer for a moment before Akai shrugged and said, "I'll see if I can find Codsworth, who's in charge right now for the caravan." He turned and began heading back to where the carriages were. While walking, Lamorie stayed closer to Akai's side than before. After a few minutes of searching, Akai found Codsworth. The fancily dressed esquire turned and noticed the new person. It was hard to miss Lang Yao's ears. Codsworth looked at the group and asked, "Yes, who is this?" As Akai was about to speak, Lang Yao stepped forwards. She smiled cockily and said, "I am Lang Yao, heiress of the Lang clan and blessed by the gods. I am here to join Lagonia's academy." Lang Yao crossed her arms. Codsworth seemed a bit shocked and asked, "The Lang clan? You're from the Great Isles?" And the red-haired wolf girl said, "Yes, I am heiress of the Lang clan, formerly dominant clan of the Water Dragon Isle." Lang Yao looked to the side as her ears folded down when she had to say formally. Codsworth was about to say something again, but Lang Yao cut him off by drawing forth her power. Streaks of purple fire began to encircle her. The feeling of immense power radiated from her as she said, "I have been blessed by the gods. Is it not your purview to bring me to your academy?" Codsworth looked deep in thought before hesitantly saying, "We'll bring you to Elmswick City. There, it will be in the Margrave's hands, but I can't think of a good reason to deny you." "Good," Lang Yao barked, looking at the carriages and walking to one. Deciding for herself which one to sit in, tossing her pack inside before climbing in and shutting the door behind her. That was something, Kid said, nudging Lamorie. She seemed interested in Akai, don't you think? And this caused Lamorie to give an offended look. Absolutely not. She could probably just tell Akai has the stronger power out of us. You can feel the others' powers too. Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night, Kid said before letting out a pained yelp when Lamorie smacked him. The caravan had also found and brought one more awakened, stocked up on food and water, then finally set out, the carriages taking the road north, heading to Elmswick city. It would be their final stop in the Southern Territory before heading to the capital city Thedaphell. Akai was set in the same carriage as Kid, and that scrawny kid again. This time, the kid spoke up some. He brushed his shaggy brown hair to the side and said timidly, "I'm Candell," while looking up with pale eyes that had a shimmer of light behind them. Kid stared at Candell's eyes, but Akai smiled and held out his hand. He said, "It's great to meet you, Candell. In case you forgot, I'm Akai and this is Kid." Candell did reach out and grab Akai's hand. Unlike Akai's or Kid's hands, Candell's was smooth and gentle. He had never trained with a sword or worked with his hands, so he lacked any and all calluses. "What's your blessing?" Akai asked, making Candell fidget a little, clearly not used to talking to other people. After a moment of awkward silence, Akai answered first. "My blessing is from the immortal hero and is deeply tied with my affinity to fire," which got a slight shocked response from Candell. Really? Are you sure?" Candell asked, and Akai nodded proudly. "I had the church check it out and everything." Candell stared for a moment at Akai, but when his gaze lingered to Kid, the red-headed teen said, "Mine is from Anku, and my element is electricity." Candell was less shocked at Kid's answer. That was until Kid smugly smiled and said, "And unlike Akai here, Anku himself told me to inherit his abilities to fight by his side someday." Candell almost broke into a coughing fit. He looked at Akai and Kid like they were some kind of monsters. He quietly murmured, just loud enough they could both hear, "That's insane. You are both. I've never heard of something like that before." After a moment of stammering, Akai coughed and asked, "And yours?" Candell shook his head and said, "I'm not special like you two. I don't have the rarest kind of blessing, nor some crazy invitation from a god." The scrawny teen looked down in a bit of self-pity. "I was blessed with purity by Lady Now, and was given the element of light." "Wait, light? Can you show us?" Akai asked, intrigued. Candell held up a hand, and above his palm formed a radiant orb of luminescent white light. There was a nice feeling that came from it, but little else happened. Just now, Kid groaned. He leaned back and put a hand on his face. After receiving confused looks from both of the other people in the carriage, Kid said, "Lamorie is going to say something about this when she learns." Who's Lamorie, and why?" Candell asked softly. Our friend from our village who is riding in a different carriage," Akai answered. "And she's going to say something about your name and power, reminding her of a candle, I bet. I still remember her calling me Kid the Kid when I moved in." A soft bit of laughter escaped Candell's lips at the mention of that last bit. It did bring a smile to his face for a moment. But with a brief glare from Kid, he quickly turned and looked away, scooting back in his seat. For many more days, the group traveled north. Every time they stopped to sleep at night, Lamorie tried to stay close to Akai and Kid. But after the second night, she was told off by the military commander about it being improper. She needs to section herself to the side with the girls. This first time was just a warning, but it was explained to both Lamorie and Akai that if they were caught fraternizing further, a word neither Akai nor Lamorie knew the meaning of, that the behavior would be reported to the academy upon arrival. They couldn't ask for clarification on anything, because the moment the commander was done speaking, he turned and walked away. Lamorie was left pouting as she was by herself on the other side of camp with the rest of the girls. Akai confused why it seemed like they were in trouble over it, and Kid just watched from the side, amused. Unlike Kid and Akai, who preferred the open air, Candell slept on the bench in the carriage, and come morning or dinner, they all could hear that new wolf-eared girl complaining loudly about the food, about how it was insulting to feed prodigal awakened such low-quality food. She did get into a few arguments with the commander, but every time Codsworth stepped in to try and placate things and to have the commander at least agree to take Lang Yao to Elmswick City to see if Margrave Sorey was willing to sponsor her for the academy. Soon enough, after more days of travel, they arrived at Elmswick City. The caravan posted itself by one of the gates, and the news was spread that they would be staying put for 2 days. The predominantly teenage awakened were told that they were explicitly disallowed entry into the city without permission and escort. The last thing the commander wanted was to get any of the teens in trouble with the law or lost and left behind. But otherwise they were free to relax until it was time to leave. Within the first 2 hours of them posting at the walls, they had gathered the attention of the members of the local Church of the Divine. Many of the members seen walking through the caravan camp had recognized Akai and Kid. They had brought relics with them and set up a tent and encouraged the many dozens of awakened to come and attempt to connect with their patron gods. Most turned down the offer, explaining they were going to have to do it anyways in Thedaphell, so they didn't see a point in doing it early with no extra benefit. The church members were disheartened every time they were told no, but when the occasional blessed awakened did accept, they seemed overjoyed about seeing the divine powers in action. Candell was one of the few who agreed. Kid, Akai, and Lamorie had also joined along. A handful of others, including the girl Akai accidentally bothered on the first day. A handful of others had decided to do so as well, including this Lang Yao girl. Akai was the first to enter, followed by Kid, and they decided to step aside, letting others head in. There were 2 of the church members working at a time to guide them between the relics to see who had a connection with who. Lamorie was among the first, and she told them about what she had heard when first blessed and what happened. It was fairly clear it was Mio who had given her a blessing, so she was taken to his relic. When Lamorie closed her eyes and held out her hand, something completely unprecedented happened. Without her control, the green liquid energy of her might flowed from her hand down into the nail, soaking into it. After a minute of this, the nail would glow bright, then shifting to a deep verdant color. The new energy was deep and powerful, and soon coalesced into the form of a large muscular man's upper body. It trailed into the ether the further down it went, but this person's face was clear to see. It remained a green hue, but a man with a square jaw and very short hair smiled down. Crossing his arms, he looked around. The church members and the other awakened were all stunned silent. Then the priests all lowered themselves into prostration once they regained their bearing. "So many of the extraordinary are here," he mumbled as he crossed his arms, his upper arms thicker than most of the teenagers' torsos. His voice was gentle, while undoubtedly holding significant power. He sounded like a kind man. His gaze landed on Akai for a moment as he said, "And the Phoenix is here too." Before anyone could linger on the comment, he looked down at Lamorie and landed a large hand on her shoulder. He said, "You have grown well, little Lamorie. I knew I chose you well." This was a manifestation of Mio himself, appearing personally. He said, "Priests of the divine, raise to your feet. You will want to hear this," he said, and all of the priests did not hesitate to rush to their feet and gaze with reverence and awe at the form of Mio. "Lamorie here," he said, gently shaking Lamorie's shoulder to emphasize her, as the priests were having tunnel vision on the literal god. "She will be my champion." "Well, what?" Lamorie exclaimed, looking up at the manifestation of Mio. "For what is to come, I was told directly by the churner." All of the priests, in unison, interrupted Miog with a shout. "The churner?" as they all seemed on the verge of passing out from this info. With how much they revered the gods, the Cerner must have been even more important. All of the kids except for Candell seemed confused. Candell also seemed on the verge of fainting. "Yes," Miog drawled. "For what is to come, there needs to be people with unyielding hearts and unbending will. These are the exact words that had been spoken by the Cerner." One of the priests hurriedly pulled out a small booklet and a pencil and began quickly writing down what he had just heard. "Lamorie is going to be my champion," he repeated, looking down at the shocked girl. "You are pure of heart and uniquely fit to inherit my might." Miog moved his hand from Lamorie's shoulder and gently rustled her hair before the energy slowly returned to the relic, reverting to its original lighter color, then returned back to Lamorie's hand. The priests wrote everything down and crowded around Lamorie, who was just as shocked as the rest. They began asking her questions, but she raised her hands and said, "I don't know anything more. I swear." It took a few minutes for things to calm down, but they urged one of the priests to go back to the church and get one of the scribes. After it finally calmed, they resumed taking care of the other awakened. Nobody else had a similar reaction, only eliciting responses with their power to the different gods. Candell was confirmed to be blessed by now. A few others had been blessed by Svendar, Andata, and even one teen had been blessed by Neolength. When Lang Yao's turn came, she stood in the middle and closed her eyes, ignoring the priest's urging to step closer to the relics. Then, at the end of the hall in a glass case, she marched towards the ancient crown. The priests panicked for a moment before she held out a hand and brought forth her own violet fire. Nothing happened at first until the crown became enveloped in a similar but distinctly different fire of a deeper purple color. She stood there, expecting more to happen. But after a minute, nothing did. "You still refuse to speak to me again." She scoffed, but the word again had immediately caught the priest's attention. They all ran closer, and the one with the booklet loudly said, "Please share what the immortal hero had said to you," as he prepared to write thing down. Lang Yao crossed her arms and sighed, saying with a slight attitude, "If you must insist." "He spoke to me when he gave me his blessing. My clan was under siege, and he guided me to defend what was mine, then told me to sail north and go to Ligonia's academy." How long was he speaking with you?" a different priest asked, and Lang Yao answered with a dismissive, "Around an hour." The priests stayed around Lang Yao, asking her questions and speaking with awe in their voice. They stayed around her until the scribe from the church finally arrived. Until then, everyone else was made to wait. The handful of other people were guided to the relics, and finally everyone was done. Lang Yao was annoyed at the church members by now and said, "This is enough," before storming off. Unwilling to put up with this any further, she was not a fan of being asked so many questions and surrounded by these priests for something that wasn't her own achievement. Lang Yao was proud she was blessed by one of the gods, but felt she should be praised for what she does with this power, not because she got lucky to gain the power in the first place. Afterwards, everyone was settled down some. The scribe was writing a report in the corner and was just about to leave before Kid approached the relic for Anko. What proceeded wasn't as impressive as Lamorie having the manifestation of a god appear before her, but Kid's actions were very notable as well. His lightning connected with the relic, and then the voice familiar to him, but foreign to the rest, boomed through the tent. Fuller, the deep voice of Anku growled out. His voice always sounded aggressive, even when perfectly calm. "You heard Miog's words. You need an unbending will. I expect you to train your ass off when you get to that little school of yours, because we are doubling what you do in the dreamscape." The connection between Kid and Anku was abruptly cut, and it seemed nobody knew what the god of war meant when he said the dreamscape. But the fact Kid managed to commune with the god effortlessly, and while not explicitly said by Anku like Miog had for Lamorie, it was clear Kid was chosen as Anko's champion. All the attention from what happened with Lamorie and Kid, it drew in a few of the other people, but not many. And eventually the tent set up by the church is left alone. After time had passed and people settled into staying here for the next 2 days, a messenger approached the camp and spoke with the commander in charge. This was after Codsworth had returned to the keep and gave a report to Margrave Sorey. The messenger was bringing summons for 4 people. Lang Yao, regarding whether or not they will be sponsored for the academy since she is a foreigner. Then the iconic trio, Lamorie, Kid and Akai. Chapter 18, Nobles and Ne'er-do-wells. After preparing, the 4 were being escorted through the city. They were brought up the main road, through the inner wall to the wealthier district, and finally to the keep's gate, where they were received by servants and guards. Lang Yao had seemed a bit shocked at the state of the city and was looking around the whole time they were being led to the keep. Finally, when they were brought inside, they were led to a main room reminiscent of a throne room. A large, comfortable seat made of wood was sat against the back wall, slightly elevated. Beside it was a lounge chair. Sitting in the wooden throne was Margrave Sorey. He was reading through some documents before his dark eyes lifted and looked into the groups. Standing by his side was Codsworth, and sitting on the lounge chair was his wife and young son, around 5 years old at this time, but Akai and his group wasn't sure of any exact age. Unlike last time, the group wasn't receiving and weird or off-putting feelings around the Margrave right now. He seemed normal, if not looking tired. He handed the papers off to Codsworth and stood up, approaching the four as their escort of servants had backed off and bowed their heads. Margrave Sorey walked before the group and stood in front of Lang Yao. He rested his hands on his cane, and for the first time, Lang Yao seemed sheepish, if only the faintest bit. "Your name is Lang Yao. You claim to be the heiress to the Lang clan, the Scarlet Wolves of the northernmost island. I believe you named it the Water Dragon Island." Lang Yao regained her fortitude and nodded. She spoke still with a distinct accent. "Yes, I am the second daughter of the chief, and next in line after my eldest sister had been crippled," she said, staring up at Margrave Sorey's eyes. "Explain why you came to Lagonia. Why should I pay for your admittance?" Lang Yao stood quiet for a moment, not exactly realizing that someone would have to pay. After she thought of this, Margrave Sorey added, "You are not a citizen of this country. You are not entitled to any of the same rights as they are. That includes your enrollment in the academy in Thedaphell." Lang Yao's ears twitched, and she looked up with fierceness. "My family no longer has the resources to support my growth after a siege. Heading to any of the other families guarantees I will only be taken to give children, not to be trained to use my powers. The god who blessed me agreed, and it was his explicit instruction for me to sail north to these lands." The Margrave furrowed his brows a bit before Lang Yao continued further. "I will fight in your armies to repay my cost. I only ask that at the end of service I will be returned to my clan to regain our lost standing." Margrave Sorey hummed and leaned on his silver-headed cane. He looked to be in deep thought for a moment before nodding. "You will succeed with high marks when the first year is up, in all regards. Do that and I'll pay for your entire enrollment." Finally, Lang Yao relaxed her shoulders and nodded with determination. The Margrave stepped closer to the trio of Akai, Kid, and Lamorie. He leaned forwards onto his cane and looked down at them. The local lord said, "I entrust you three will be doing your best at the academy." And the three nodded, saying, "Yes, sir," in unison. A small smile crept onto Sorey's face, and he said, "Good. You three are from the village closest to my city, so your performance most strongly reflects on me. Your appearance also reflects on my prosperity. On your way out, one of the servants will give you each money to buy yourselves proper clothes." He looked up, and one of the servants understood the message and quickly left to go fetch the money. "From what I hear, this year is a very important year for the academy, so I expect many great things from you three. When you graduate, I will see about having you stationed under my command." "Under your command?" Akai asked before he could stop himself. He knew it was rude to talk out of turn when addressing nobility. This had been taught to him by some of the older villagers. But Sorey didn't seem to be offended by it. He simply gave a small nod. "We are unlikely to war with either the Ryneveld dynasty to our west or our neighbor kingdom in the Northern Empire any time soon. So it is likely the royal army will not object to having you under my banner, where the primary job will be ensuring peace and quelling both local bandits and surges of beasts." Akai nodded, Kid and Lamorie listening to their possible future prospects. When the servant that had went to grab the money returned, Sorey returned to his seat. He said, "You four are dismissed." The rest turned to leave. Akai began to feel a strange feeling, so he lingered for a moment, though he soon did turn to leave. When he did, he felt a sudden and extreme hostility gazing upon him. He flinched and looked back, but as he did, the feeling immediately suppressed itself. The Margrave Sorey had turned and was speaking with his wife as Codsworth was preparing some documents. It was the Lord's son that was staring at Akai with a calm face and polite smile. As their eyes properly met, Akai felt a deep wrongness envelop him. But when the kid broke their stare and looked up to say something to his mother, the feeling vanished. Akai quickly left, taking the small pouch of coins he was given and leaving the keep. Then asking for their escort to take them to a tailor's shop on the way back to the caravan. "Is something the matter?" Lamorie asked, noticing the slight change in Akai's demeanor. "Yeah, well, it's nothing. I can tell you later." Akai said, rubbing the back of his head and trying to get that feeling out of his mind. He wasn't sure if it was the kid or something else, but it was not a pleasant experience. The group made it to a tailor's shop, and after spending most of the money that had been given to them, they had swapped from their normal clothes they wore at the village and bought a couple sets of much finer clothes. They went to one of the more affluent shops, and the tailor had helped pick outfits for them. He even discounted the clothes when he learned they were attending the academy and that Lord Sorry had given them the money to buy the clothes. Akai found himself wearing a white buttoned shirt with a dark-coloured vest, tucked into trousers of a matching colour, and boots made from polished leather. One set had a dark blue hue to the clothes, the other had a more washed-out grey look. Kid was given black pants and boots with a nice red button shirt similar in colour to his hair, and a light grey shirt with a yellow trim to it. Lamorie had been given a lovely green dress with brown leather to reinforce the more delicate cotton thread, as well as a sturdier brown linen dress with green cloth as highlights. Both dresses inverse to one another in colour. Understanding they would receive jackets as part of their uniform at the academy, the tailor had forgone giving them any. They would have these clothes, plus a more formal uniform, to pair with the academy jacket when they get there. Finally, with that settled, the group made it back to the caravan. Some of the other teens were a bit envious of seeing Akai and his friends in nicer clothes, probably getting the wrong impression that they had bought them with their own money. Others tried to approach Lang Yao, who dismissively said to those who tried, "I have greeted the lord of this land, and he had sponsored me for the academy." Lang Yao seemed uninterested in anyone else and was focused on getting to the academy. After a handful of boring days stuck at the caravan camp, it was finally time for them all to set off. So they didn't dirty or damage the nicer clothes. Akai and his friends decided to wear their usual clothes until they were supposed to arrive at Thedaphell, which was a thankful idea. The next night they were set up at camp. Akai was woken up by a sound. It was dark around them, illuminated only by starlight and a half moon. Akai heard the crunch of a fallen leaf near his head and opened his eyes. That was when he saw someone he had never seen before trying to open the door to the carriage. They were obviously not with this caravan because even in the low light level, Akai could see the rough armor they wore, leather and padding, and a drawn short sword at their side. Akai hadn't been seen awake yet. He looked around and noticed over a dozen people like this trying to sneak through camp, and the posted night watch guards had been either knocked out or killed because they were nowhere to be seen. Before Akai could get up, he heard a horn blow, and from further down where the soldiers slept, began to hear shouting. The man trying to get into their carriage stopped and was about to run away when Akai took this moment to subdue them. He rose to his feet and, with a careful amount of strength, he kicked the side of their leg, causing them to shout in pain as they fell to the ground with a bruised but thankfully not broken knee. This shout woke up Kid and Lamorie, but also drew attention from some of the others around them. There was no point in not doing his best to subdue as many as he could. They could heal minor injuries anyways. The area around them became brightly illuminated as orange flame erupted from Akai. With better lighting, he could see these men were all wearing masks as well, and that most of them weren't even men. Akai burst forth towards a bandit woman and managed to get a solid punch into her core. He struck where the liver would have been exposed under her ribs. Despite the padding, his substantial strength was enough to have her on the ground reeling in pain. "Run away, we're caught," someone shouted, and most of these people began running, but Akai saw the person who gave the order. Also a woman, she was wearing similar armor to the rest, but with thicker leather and had no weapon on her. Akai tried running to them as the rest of the teenagers were getting up, but had to stop when he saw a bolt of bright blue shoot forth from this woman's hand. Akai brought his fire to his hands and barely blocked an arcane arrow with it. He looked and saw they were already running away. He memorized the features of this woman he could, though. She had chestnut brown hair and distinct eyes that blended a bright green and dark brown within her iris. Soon some of the soldiers came running and asking, "Is everyone okay?" Akai answered by pointing at the woman he left, who was dry heaving on the ground while holding her stomach. Then over at where Kid and Lamorie were, Lamorie holding the man down. "I subdued 2 of them." After a bit more of a commotion, the soldiers made it to the camp and helped ensure that all of the awakened are safe. Akai wasn't the only person who were woken up by these people. After checking everyone, 3 further people had been subdued, though only the 2 Akai took down weren't seriously injured. One had broken leg and jaw, another had broken ribs, and Candell was asked to heal them to cure a punctured lung, which was very difficult for him to do so. Lastly, Lang Yao had sliced one's arm off at the elbow when they were trying to grab her bag. They had their arm wrapped tightly with bandages now, while bound and gagged with ropes. After the other thief was healed enough, he was stable. Candell was brought over to try and stop the man's bleeding so they could keep him for questioning. Candell had held an orb of glowing white light over the bound thief's arm, but he wasn't able to stop the bleeding. This wound was beyond what he could successfully deal with. The wound tried to scab over, but he couldn't heal it enough to take off the tourniquet without the man proceeding to bleed out. Even though this was a criminal, Candell was disappointed in his abilities. He knew he could heal it, but he didn't have a firm enough grasp on his powers. Akai noticed the dour look on Candell. Akai felt the heat within his chest, urging him for a moment, and Akai listened to it. He had figured out that his fire, while very destructive, can also help in cases. It wasn't proper healing, but over the past years of practice, he had grown fairly competent in using it. Akai stood next to Candell in front of this bound thief and formed a ball of fire in his hand. Some of the accompanying soldiers said, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Stop," thinking Akai was doing something aggressive. But he ignored them and quickly shifted the mundane fire in his hands with the yellow phoenix fire that was his special power. Heat quickly built up in him, so he acted fast, bringing it to the bandaged stub. Yellow fire enveloped it and burnt away the bandages and tourniquet. But blood didn't flow out. The wound wasn't cauterized either, which was the most surprising part for Candell, who had been watching. But the man's severed limb refused to bleed any further. The soldier grabbed Akai's hand and moved it away as the fire diminished, but was also a bit surprised to see the thief's arm. Akai said, "I stopped the bleeding with my power, give it a try now," softly to Candell as he didn't fight against the soldier, understanding it probably didn't look like he was doing a good thing. Candell nodded and returned his hands to hovering over the stunned thief's arm, who stopped trying to struggle in his bindings but was still gagged and couldn't be understood. After Akai's fire touched the arm, Candell's healing had a greater effect than before. The wound scabbed over without issue, and even new skin covered it by the time Candell had stopped using his power. Though Candell looked absolutely exhausted after doing so. The soldier finally let go of Akai's arm and said a soft sorry before patting the silver-haired teen's shoulder. "We'll be reporting to the commander soon. He'll probably want to talk with anyone who fought with these thieves," another soldier said, lifting the one-armed man to his feet and guiding them to where they had the rest of the captured criminals. Over the next hour, Akai, Kid, Lamorie, a few other teens including Lang Yao, were being lectured about how they dealt with the criminals. They were scolded for getting involved in the first place. Akai was commended for not using excessive force like the rest, but was chastised for going out of his way to try and charge the leader. Saying it was pure luck, he could block an arcane arrow that otherwise would have killed him. Akai didn't believe that, but he understood he needlessly put himself in harm's way trying to stop someone. He was told to leave it to the soldiers, who were both trained and paid to do so. The 2 teens that broke the thieves' bones were scolded for almost killing them. Regular people would have a hard time dealing with direct attacks from awakened with combat-oriented abilities like them. Lastly, Lang Yao was chewed out by the commander for severing the man's arm, and that if they didn't come in time, she would have killed him. Lang Yao did try and argue back, saying it was her right to defend her stuff, but the commander put a stop to that by reminding her right now she was not a warrior. She was not a princess or whatever she was in the Great Isles. She was a guest being graciously given an opportunity to serve the nation of Lagonia and one of its nobles by joining their academy. And if she continued to argue back, he'd be sure to give the academy a reason to refuse her. Lang Yao was fuming at the threat of her being denied entry, but she managed to hold her tongue and only had a scowl on her face as she was made to listen. Finally, with everything resolved and no real punishments being given out to them, everyone returned to sleep, but the night watch had been doubled. Akai felt the heat in his chest stirring as he tried to fall asleep. It was restless despite his attempt to relax. Eventually, his consciousness was pulled into another dream of the Phoenix King. Chapter 19. Dream of the Phoenix King, First Siege. The Phoenix King had been awoken by his most trusted servant. The squire, Itsu, had been promoted with Ken's own raise in status. Now he was Ken's personal assistant and protégé. Now a young man, the tanned boy said, "Sire, there are beasts marching on the castle. The queen is already preparing to help." Itsu was cut off by Ken, raising to his feet and said, "Like hell she is," as he didn't take the time to grab more than a simple robe before he began marching out of his quarters. Itsu followed behind quietly. They marched out of the castle. Alea looked up with fire in her eyes and said, "An army of the beasts march on our land, and you expect me to do nothing?" As she tried to tear his arms off of her, but he brought her into a hug instead. "I expect for you to care for yourself, not be reckless." The white-haired woman sighed deeply and slowly returned the hug. Itsu and their commander looked at each other silently for a moment. Alea said, "I will still ready myself, but I won't step out unless necessary." And Ken nodded. He said to the commander, "Wake the garrison. I will dress and be ready to meet them and see what the beasts want." Ken and Alea both headed to the armory. Soon a number of other maids and servants joined them. Alea had to forego her armored dress, but instead wore enchanted robes that elevated her frost magic. Ken donned his iconic and trusted blue armor. It appeared to have seen many battles by this point, but still remained uncompromised. A new change versus the last time Akai had seen it in his dream was runes carved into the wrist braces. Through Ken's eyes, they were understood to mean Infernus Ignis, archaic words that Akai would not know the meaning of. Sword strapped to his side, shield held in his offhand, and helmet modified to signal his status adorned. Ken walked to the outer walls with his garrison ready. Alea held back for now and watched the incoming army. An enchanted timepiece, revealing it to be 1 a.m. at this point. As Ken stood on the wall, it began to lightly rain, a cloud moving overhead to block the moon's light. In the distance, what approached was only able to be described as beasts. Inhuman monsters of all shapes and sizes marched in unison, some armored crudely and others unable to be armored due to their shape. The rain masked the smell mostly, but not entirely, as the army was upwind of the city. Ken squinted as he saw them flying a banner. "They march under the banner of Baphomet," Ken muttered quietly to himself. "What does the great god of beasts want with our city?" Within the hour, the monsters stopped just beyond the range of bows and spellcasters. A horn sounded, and they began building and digging fortifications for a camp. While a flying messenger was sent forth, Ken flared his golden flames around him to bring attention to himself, guiding the flying messenger forwards. It landed on the wall next to him, the armored men around them very wary of it. This creature was easily 10 feet tall if it wasn't hunched over so much, taut muscles and thin bones visible with its gaunt figure. Membranous wings sprouted from its back. 3 glowing and slitted green eyes gazed down at Ken. It spoke through a hideous maw. "The great god of beasts Baphomet has declared war on the great god of humans Asmodeus." Before it suddenly lunged, Ken stepped back and narrowly avoided its adamantine claws aiming for the gaps in his armored plates. A putrid miasma of green energy followed the claw, but it was burned away as Ken flared his golden flames. He drew and slashed his sword in one movement, sending forth a blade of his golden flame forth that split this beast in 2. Horns sounded from the camp, and Ken shouted, his power pushing his voice further than he could naturally shout. "Prepare yourselves. Baphomet has declared war on Asmodeus." As he said that, certain monsters surged forth from the camp and began launching magical attacks towards the city before running back, only stepping into their maximum range before leaving, knowing that even the greatest of casters couldn't reach them from the city's walls. Ken growled as he knew what they were planning. The beasts wanted him to expose himself by either sending out troops to their death, or let them pelt his wall either until his people starved or his wall fell, and he could expect them to send out their heavy hitters the moment he had to leave to rest. Ken ordered his men to conserve their strength and to only fire back if they were confident in hitting them. Over the next day, Ken was forced to sit and watch the beasts construct engines of war, and he was unable to stop them. He was right, and when he was forced to leave the walls to rest, The beast sent forth lumbering monsters in armor. These beasts vaguely resembled reptilian gorillas, over 20 feet in height. Carrying ladders, they attempted to scale the walls. Unfortunately, Aaliyah was there and nobody could convince her not to expose herself. Despite her pregnancy, she was still a powerful combatant. Large spears of ice buried themselves in the beasts, while the spells and arrows of their soldiers seemed much less effective. Half of these beasts made it to the walls, and while they were then able to kill the rest, it took a minimum of 20 soldiers to do it. These harassments lasted for days until the army began moving forth. Magical beasts summon ethereal shields in front of their lines as they move in, the strongest ones carrying large barriers with them to shield the weaker beasts from arrows and weaker spells. A battering ram was being wheeled to the main gates of Ken and Alea's city. Others carried ladders to climb the wall. However, most of the forces concentrated on a hastily built siege tower. Ken shot forth motes of golden fire at it, but it impacted summoned ethereal shields before hitting it. He cursed, not having many strong-ranged combat abilities. Itsu stood by his side and was slinging forth ethereal violet bolts of energy from his hands at beasts he saw not protected by a shield. His bolts were deceptively powerful, piercing through multiple enemies while only looking the part of weak basic magic. But against a force of thousands, one boy wouldn't be enough. Ken said to his men, "Concentrate forces to defend the gate. Have our ranged units focus on picking off stragglers and stopping those ladders. When the tower gets close, I will handle that myself. Itsu, you will support me from the wall." His men all shouted, "Yes, Your Majesty." At the gates, his soldiers prepared countermeasures against the battering ram, lugging up heavy stones and boiling oil. Archers prepped to use a supply of enchanted arrows, while their mages huddled around murder holes at the portcullis. One of the mages lifted a large-looking staff over their shoulder as it began sparking with intense magical energy, and a sudden flash of light caused a bright white explosion to appear among the forces of beasts marching to the gate. Then, as it flashed a second time, but the overcharged magic missile was stopped by a sudden massive barrier. A massive wall of stone appeared and crumbled away from the impact. On the battlefield, an unusual creature broke away from the horse of animalistic monsters. A creature made of ethereal energy stood wearing robes made of black stone. Cyan wisps encircled it as it drew forth intense magical power. Then beams of cyan energy shot forth and battered the city wall, cracking the stone. As it drew more energy for a second volley, the mages and archers parted from outside, and Alea strode to the edge of the wall. Her eyes gazed coldly down at this beast of magic. The second volley of cyan bolts was stopped halfway by intercepting darts of ice. Alea's hair rose as she ice elemental magic within her surged as powerfully as she could. Frost covered the wall around her as she prepared to engage this elite of the beast's army. Elsewhere along the wall, the approaching siege tower and its entourage of beasts watched as a knight clad in blue metal armor dropped from the very tall wall, landing in the dirt with a cloud of dust, which cleared a moment later as golden flame enveloped their form. Glow from golden eyes gazed from behind their visor. The flame spread to the symbol of a phoenix on the shield and the blade of his sword as he began marching forwards. Various animalistic beasts stopped. The foot soldiers were intimidated by the sight, but a roar from a monster in the rear made them continue forwards. A number of them rushed forwards ahead of the tower to meet the king's advance. 2 legs, 4 legs, and 6 legs charged as their fear was replaced with fanaticism for the beast god Baphomet. Wings of flame sprouted from Ken's back, and the air around him became superheated, so much so that the grass around him was rendered to ash, and even the dirt charred, dried, and cracked. Directly beneath his boots, the dirt was left glowing red-hot. This trail followed as he broke into a sprint of superhuman speed. He ducked a claw and met it with his sword, the fire blazing as hot as the sun as he cleaved the beasts into pieces. A scaled creature was sliced into 3, but another gaunt-winged creature lunged forwards. Unfortunately for it, a wing of flame extended out as Ken turned, burning through it, making it crumble to ash as it fell. A flurry of sword strikes, blades of fire shooting out in other directions, and his flaming wings all kept these beasts at bay. Burning hair, singing flesh, and any that got too close were cremated before they could land a claw, talon, tooth, or tail on the king. When he was finished with one group, another ran forth to intercept him as well, only slowing him down for moments before he continued running for the siege tower. When he was halfway there, however, his instincts screamed to dodge. Ken leaned left just as a jagged metal lance lunged at where he was just a moment before. He narrowed his eyes and saw the perpetrator. An elite came out to play, huh? He chuckled, taking a stance with his shield forwards as what marched towards him sent a shiver through not only the beast's army, but down his own spine. It lumbered on two massive front arms made entirely of jagged metal. Razor claws dug into the earth as it walked, equally huge hind legs trampled behind it. A long tail of metal whipped against the earth. This beast was 12 feet tall, covered in this metal from the tip of its angular head down to the tip of its sharp tail. Its eyes were made of ruby steel, its razor teeth made of mithril. Ken could tell because of the same bluish hue it shared with his own suit of armor. "This will be fun. Haven't fought one of these before," he muttered, preparing as he saw it ready to lunge and close the distance between them. In the blink of an eye, this metal monstrosity was upon Ken, leaving behind a crater and cloud of dirt and dust where it just was. Ken had to put every ounce of his flame into his body to strengthen it as his shield dented under the force of its clawed hand, striking out. Ken stood his ground, but the ground was what gave out first. He slid many feet sideways as the monster dug its claws into the dirt to change direction and chase him. Ken firmed his stance and focused as this beast lunged again. He stepped in and deflected its claws, deflecting the hit, saving his shield from a further dent. Its claws could not pierce the metal of his shield or armor, but with so much force behind it, Ken did not want to take a direct hit. Because those teeth absolutely could. His armor was an alloy of mithril and steel. The precious metal was incredibly rare. But those teeth, they were pure mithril. He smiled under his visor, wanting to keep them for himself. His flames burst forth from his sword and left a glowing red slash on the surface of this metal titan. Ken ducked and jumped back to avoid its bite, then had to jump over its tail that came swiping along the ground. The two armies watched the duel between Ken and the metal titan, and the duel between Alia and the arcane beast. Ken flared his fire as Alia brought down a maelstrom of ice. Ken's fight was furious and intense, while Alia's was cold and calculated. After many minutes of narrowly deflecting or dodging these attacks, the steel titan moved. Ken moved in, seeing that it was going to try and feint an attack to get him off balance. This fight was fun, but he couldn't spend too long embroiled in combat against this one enemy. He had to bring that siege tower down. Ken moved with incredible efficiency. His stance was firm and planted, but it did not inhibit his ability to dodge or maneuver. He ducked under a swipe, countering with a fiery slash of his own sword. He sidestepped its bite as it tried to bring its head down on him. He raised his sword and thrusted, burying the blade into its red metallic eye. Metal creaked as he breached its unnatural defense, then he forced his fire into the sword. Flames burst from its mouth as it seared the creature beneath its metal elemental armor, destroying many vital parts of the inside of its head, but he could not keep it up enough to kill it. Ken saw purple bolts of energy strike the metal titan as well, but they failed to pierce its armor. The steel titan swung its head to the side, launching Ken away and leaving the sword stuck into one of its eyes. Ken cursed as he began running to get back to the titan, but had to roll to the side as jagged metal rose from its back like the quills of a porcupine. It spun and flung its tail, launching more metal lances at him at near supersonic speeds. Ken dodged most, but one struck his armored leg and bounced off, denting the plate. One struck the pauldron of his armored shoulder, the force too much to bear for the leather straps holding it in place. The pauldron flew off with a large dent in it. Ken saw the steel titan preparing to shoot more metal lances, and he had to quickly think of a plan to get closer. He realized what he needed to do and began sprinting. He was not sprinting directly at it, but perpendicular to it. Steel lances missing him and embedding into the city wall instead, which Ken then used the moment after these lances shot to move in, before moving sideways to dodge more. Ken changed his speed at the last moment, avoiding its attempt to lead shots and hit him. After 3 volleys, he was close enough to kick off the ground, and his wings of fire give a powerful flap to thrust himself in, scorching the ground as he rocketed in, tackling the steel titan and knocking it off balance. Ken threw a number of empowered punches, fire bursting forth from the opposite side of the titan as he pushed his fire into and through the creature, damaging its insides far more than normal attacks could. After a barrage of punches and dodging its attempt to bat him away with its tail, he stopped and ran for his sword, sticking close to its side to stay in its blind spot until he could grab the handle and pull it free. Ken wasted no time. He saw it struggle to stand by this point and ran under it, then dropping his shield to hold his sword with both hands. He empowered his fire as much as he could. The metal armor of this titan began to glow orange just from being close to him. The dirt turned into char beneath his feet, blood ran from Ken's nose and boiled under his own visor as pain racked his body. He pushed it as high as he could without killing himself, then pushed his sword forwards, the metal of his weapon acting as a conduit for his power and not simply melting under his own heat. It cut into the metal titan's body like a hot knife through butter, piercing its heart before he drew the sword down. Slicing through its abdomen, its innards met the superheated air around them and cooked. The titan stumbled backwards and moved in for one last desperate bite. Ken was reeling from the pain of straining his phoenix fire and couldn't dodge in time. He raised his arm, stopping the steel titan from biting his head off, but instead he felt its razor teeth slice into his arm. He concentrated his fire on both arms, holding together the arm that was bit to prevent it from being torn off, and his other arm as he began laying blow after blow on the titan's snout. It tried to fling him away, but its strength was waning, and every hit made its jaws loosen just a little more until finally it let go. The steel titan stared down with its one eye at Ken before finally collapsing. Ken's arm was a mess, but his blood refused to spill. He struggled to close his fist, but he still managed to pick his shield back up with it. His grip wasn't as firm as before, but he could still brace against it to block if need be. He looked and saw the siege tower was almost close enough to begin letting enemies storm his city's wall. Ken cursed under his breath and began running for it. The beast army, after seeing their elite metal titan be killed, was met with fear at seeing this human now running straight for them. The brave amongst them began pushing the tower forwards with more might, while the cowards broke rank and tried to run away. A roar sounded out, the officer in charge issuing a command. Those who weren't overwhelmed with fear cut down the ones trying to run away, not allowing them to flee. Ken scoffed at the sight. Killing your own forces, pathetic. He soon reached the tower and began his rampage. He destroyed the supports for the structure and slaughtered any and all beasts that got close to stop him. Within a minute, just as it reached the wall to let down ramps onto the top, it began leaning to the side. The beasts within panicked as the wood at the bottom broke and burnt under this shift. Ken backed away from it in time to witness the tower collapse onto its side, crumbling into half-burning debris. He was getting tired now and could not stay down to fight the horde in front of him. He stopped their ability to storm the wall. A purple bolt of energy wisped over him and impaled a beast to his side, stopping it from rushing him. Ken gathered his energy and lifted his wings, then brought them down and jumped with all of his might. The ground beneath him cratered as fire washed over everything within 20 feet of where he was. The beasts all saw as Ken leapt all the way from the ground up to the ramparts of his own wall and disappearing from view. Ken slumped against the stone rampart and took off his helmet, panting as his hair was wet with sweat. His chest burned and thankfully his nose had stopped bleeding, dried and stuck to his face and beard now. He looked to the gate and saw his wife stressing herself to conjure shields of ice and dozens on dozens of small ice spears. "Shit," he muttered and put his helmet back on, getting back to his feet. He wouldn't let Alea push herself too hard. Within moments, he was by her side and saw the stalemate she and the elite magical beast were in, but unlike her, the beast wasn't getting tired. The battering ram was at the gates, and working as arrows, spells, boiling oil, and heavy stones crashed down onto it and the attackers. Before Alea could say something to Ken, she watched as he leapt over the wall again. Her eyes stuck onto his visibly wounded arm before he disappeared from view. Itsu, the king's assistant and protégé, appeared shortly after and began assisting by slinging purple bolts from his hands. Alia frowned deeply as she continued to hold back the enemy spellcaster as best she could. Ken landed amongst the monsters and flared his aura of golden fire, making space before he ignored the common chaff of their foot soldiers and darted towards the second elite beast. It saw him pretty easily, and Ken had to dodge left and right to avoid bursts of arcane blasts. When he got closer, he didn't have time and raised his shield, spreading his fire to it, and while it did successfully block and deflect 2 arcane projectiles, the force was more than his injured arm could support. It was knocked out of his grip, and Ken scowled under his helmet. "The hard way it is," he said, coating his sword in fire and having to cut at incoming blasts to neutralize or deflect them. He was thankful his wife was still keeping it busy, and Itsu's occasional shot pulled its attention too. Itsu's first blast shattered one of its magical shields, but was stopped by a second, and this beast had to put more of its energy into denser shields to stop the young man from punching through them. The beast began to visibly panic as Ken got closer and closer, until it raised many shields and completely ignored returning attacks to the top of the wall. It had a few seconds worth of shields, and it brought its mostly ethereal form forward to focus fire on Ken. But the king wasn't dumb enough to let it do this unchallenged. It had to divert focus to raise yet another barrier as Ken swiped his sword and sent blades of phoenix fire sailing through the air towards it. He had a much shorter range than his wife did, but when he was close, he was the heavier hitter. By the time its last-ditch effort was ready to fire, Ken was already upon it. He circled around and a flurry of slashes cut through its mostly non-physical form, but his golden fire still burned it, severing pieces and causing it to let out a shrill cry in pain. Ken slashed and slashed, cutting deep into its form again and again, until finally the last barriers it had were broken. Alea's ice spears pierced it, and while damaging it, did less damage than Ken's fire. But what ultimately killed it was a violet bolt of Itsu's magical energy. It struck the wounded magical beast and punched straight through it, dealing direct damage to its ethereal form. The whole imploded on itself, then rebounded, scattering as an amorphous form. The beast, made mostly of magical energy, had dispersed. If still alive, it was no longer able to fight back. Fear spread amongst the beast's ranks as Alea turned her ire towards the masses. Hundreds of small darts of ice formed around her and shot forth, decimating the enemy with each attack. After culling half of their forces by the 5th volley, they abandoned the ram and all began running back. Everyone would see the beast army begin issuing a full retreat. Cheers spread along the wall as they repelled the attack and dealt a devastating blow to the attacking forces of their army. Ken approached the walls, snuffing the flame around him as he leaned against the gates. He heard his men all yelling to open it for him. He didn't have the stamina left to jump back up. Minutes later, Ken was being guided to a makeshift hospital set up by the city's doctors just inside the wall. As Alea followed closely, teams of soldiers moved to the gate to drag in the metal titan and other beasts that had useful gear or body parts for them. When Ken was sat down, one of the free nurses rushed to his aid along with a doctor. But Ken said, "Finish tending to that patient first, I'm not critical," as he lifted off his helmet again. It cluttered to the ground where it was hot enough to hiss when touching the damp grass. Itsu, seemingly immune to this level of heat, began helping Ken out of his blue armor. When they got to the injured arm, everyone would see his golden fire filling the gaps of skin where his wounds were. No blood escaped, the fire holding the wound closed. This would catch the nurses' and doctors' attention, and Ken sighed. When approached, he held up his arm and said, "Phoenix fire is more than just destructive in nature. It will hold my body together until I can be healed." A minute later, he finally had the full attention of a number of nurses and doctors. In their care, he finally released the hold of the phoenix fire within his arm. He hissed in pain as the moment the golden light vanished from the wounds in his arm, his blood began to spill very rapidly. Thankfully, he was in good hands. Nurses quickly began wrapping his arm in bandages as the doctor applied what levels of magical healing they could to him. First setting a bone, one of the 2 bones in his forearm had been split by the titan's teeth. Then repaired a severed major artery and veins, and finally the flesh itself would be mended. When it was enough, he would be fine to heal naturally. Ken stopped the doctors and told them to go back to healing the injured soldiers. Ken would hate it if their attempts to fully restore his arm would be the cause of an injured soldier under his command to not receive treatment in time. Alea wrapped her arms around him and hugged tightly from behind. She scolded him as she hugged him. "That was incredibly stupid of you. Don't ever do something as ridiculous as jumping over the wall into a horde of beasts again." Ken reached back and gently patted her shoulder, soothing Alea. With the siege over, Akai began to wake up in his bed. He was out of it for a moment before realizing the dream was over and he was back in his normal body again. He looked down at his hands and pondered over what he witnessed. Thinking back to the way the Phoenix King shot out blades of fire from his sword, the feeling of selectively empowering parts of himself and equipment, how he moved and fought, and lastly, just how far his power would let him stay injuries. "I still don't know why I'm having these dreams, or if you are real in some way or another, but thank you," Akai muttered to himself. Chapter 20, The Academy. The trio had changed clothes to their much nicer clothes. Today was the day they arrived at the capital city of Thedaphell. They could see it off in the distance by this point. Akai and Kid and many of the others in other carriages were leaning out the window to look. The road they were on ran parallel to a large river, and the city was built around where many smaller creeks and flows formed together to create the calm river. They were passing by many farm fields with grain, vegetables, and livestock that had sprung up outside the city. They could see a large towering castle within its walls and a number of other large towering buildings as well in other parts of the urban sprawl. Soon the caravan met a checkpoint at the outermost border of the city. There was not a proper wall built this far out, but there was a noticeable military presence. Watchtowers and the likes to keep watch for smugglers trying to evade checkpoints. The caravan was only stopped for a moment before continuing further. The caravan rode through without issue and turned soon after, taking a side road and not heading to the city proper. Another hour and they soon came to a stop. Looking outside, they were settled outside a clearly noted campus. Large wrought iron fencing surrounds multiple hundreds of acres of property. As they stepped out of the carriages, they stood in front of the main gate with a metal sign reading Royal Ligonian Academy. Standing before the gate were many different people, supposed teachers and instructors at this academy. There were many weapons masters visible standing at attention alongside individuals wearing marvelous robes, numerous scholars, and at the forefront of the staff were an immediately notable few. There was an elven woman draped in dark blue robes with patterns of the stars embroidered into it with silver thread. She had an aloof gaze as her eyes wandered absently over the amassing arrivals. Opposite was a tall and burly man wearing armor with the royal symbol embossed on the breastplate. He had scars from many previous battles visible on his face as he stood with a smile. Short black hair moved in the breeze, as did a braided black beard. There was a short, stout man, a dwarf, trying his best not to scratch while looking visibly uncomfortable in a proper cloth suit of clothes. He still had traces of soot visible on the edges of his face, where he failed to wash it off. Along the sides was a youthful-looking elven woman wearing a vibrant green short dress and knee-high boots, long braided auburn hair swaying in the breeze as she seemed more interested in looking at the clouds than the arriving students. She didn't look much older than a teenager herself, though Akai didn't know how long elves actually lived, so her real age was a mystery. A human woman with brown hair in a bun stood by. She held her hands together in front of her staff uniform, one of the few head members of staff actually wearing the school's uniform, as she watched the arrivals through round glasses. On the tail end was a quite thin and skinny blonde man wearing a blue robe over his uniform. Well-groomed blonde hair, piercing green eyes, he gave off the vibe of a snooty noble. His robe did have a visible magical glint to it. Then at the very front was an absolutely ancient-looking man. He was leaning on a cane for support. He had long white hair and a clean-shaven face. A kind smile rested on his face, but one look at the elder, and you could feel the deep mass of power hiding within him. "Welcome, young blessed awakened. Today marks the first day of your stay with us in the Royal Academy," the elder said, his voice carrying despite no effort to speak up. as if part of the world itself bent to his will to be heard. I'm sure you have all been told this already, but our school will be your home for the next 3 years. I am the Academy Director, Triblest Magnus. I have been blessed thrice over, as the name entails, but please don't feel intimidated into excessive formalities. You can simply refer to me as Director Magnus. The elderly man gestured to the sides, and the other heads of staff began to introduce themselves. The armored man stepped forwards. My name is Sigurd Hjalsson, retired Chief Commander of the Royal Guard. I will be teaching all of you, with an interest in physical combat, the ins and outs of being a proper warrior. Sigurd stepped back, and the elven woman in arcane-looking clothes said in a very soothing voice, Camilla Yelmaris, any and all of you with an interest in the use of the arcane arts, whether or not you have been blessed by Goddess Andata, will be under my tutelage. Camilla stepped back, and the dwarven man stepped forwards. He bellowed out, the name's Grinwald Cragfall, Vice Head of the Thedaphell Chapter Artisan Guild, Forge Master, and any of you that will be working with your hands will be working with me. Grinwald stepped back, scratching where the collar of his shirt brushed his neck. The human woman with brown hair and glasses stepped forwards. She stuttered for a second before speaking with a faintly flushed face. I am Lady Morella Gloomshade, member of House Gloomshade. I am primarily a historian, but I and my staff will be working with you all during your academic studies. She then quickly stepped back into line. There was an awkward pause before Morella gently nudged the side of the youthful elven girl, who didn't step forwards but did look over the new arrivals and say cheerfully, Oh, my name is Neria Reza. I do a lot of the gardening and I'll be teaching you the ins and outs of that. Or alchemy if you want. And no, I'm not a kid either. Finally, the man at the end stepped forwards. He said with a formal tone, I am Savagras Winever, heir to House Winever, and I am the foremost enchanting master in Lagonia. I will teach you the 3 main forms of enchanting and how to do it. Runecrafting, imbuement, and artifice. After he stepped back, Director Magnus gently tapped his cane on the cobblestone and the gates to the academy grounds began to open. Boys, you will follow Sigurd Hjalsson. He will lead you to the men's dormitories. Girls, you follow Lady Morella. She will lead you to the girls' dormitories. Today, you settle in. Tomorrow, you will tour our grounds. Overmorrow, you will begin your first lessons. He then tapped his cane on the floor again, and everyone felt the world respond to his will. He was there, but the space around him shifted to fill in where he stood. Then he was gone, vanishing without so much as causing a disturbance to the air. If everyone didn't see it, they would have never noticed beyond him intentionally letting them feel his power. The groups of teenagers were separated and brought to the dormitories. Each was a collection of communal housing buildings, though the boys and girls were well over a mile apart from one another. Akai could see the grounds of this academy were very large. There was a forested section, training grounds with a lot of space, and what even looked like a small village for the staff members to live in near the actual study halls. Dedicated sections for their education, military training, martial combat, magical combat, crafting, and a very large garden that looked overgrown with various different kinds of weird plants. Akai, Kid, and most of the other boys were brought over to the dormitories. Sigurd Hjalsson stopped in front of the buildings and said, This year we had received many more of you than expected. Over 100 total new awakened this year. Because of this, to make space, some of you will have to share accommodations with the later years, until we get new buildings in. After a moment of people's confusion, Sigurd said, The few of you over 16, you get the 3rd-year building. Pointing at one building over his shoulder, then about 7 people separated out. He counted the rest and picked 12 others. When they stepped forwards, he said, You 12 get the 2nd-year building. The rest will fill out the 1st-year building. Akai took a moment and he was among the remaining 36 people moving into the currently empty dormitory building. Everyone was currently carrying the belongings they had brought with them and began to carry them to their respective buildings. Sort amongst yourselves where you're staying. There's 7 rooms per floor, 3 floors, 2 beds per room. You lot going in the other buildings, you don't pick a room that already has someone's stuff in it. After those basic instructions, everyone began to move. After everyone finally settled what room they'll be staying in, Akai and Kid getting unlucky and getting a room on the 3rd floor, Everyone came back out. Sigurd said, "Dinner will be served soon. Follow me to the dining hall. Afterwards, you are free to do as you please until sundown. Then it's to your dorms. You are not permitted to roam the grounds after dark unless you are being escorted by someone. Understood?" About half of the students gave out a lazy "yes, sir" in response, which caused him to scoff. Sigurd knew they were just kids right now, but once lessons began, he was going to knock some respect into them. After a while of walking, they ended up at a large building. Inside were many long tables for the academy students to eat at, a large kitchen in the back where they could see quite a few cooks currently working on preparing food. This building was close to an infirmary. There were many different small buildings that just held a classroom inside. They saw many of the other awakened students going through their day, moving between classrooms for education or heading to the training grounds for physical training. There was a distinct order to things while being quite different than what they imagined the academy would be like. Akai and Kid sort of envisioned a boot camp-style education, but it was more formal than that. A few minutes later, and they noticed the girls being led to the dining hall as well. But before they could get close enough to have any kind of conversation, Sigurd was leading them away. He led them to the training grounds, and when finally coming to a stop in one of the large fields, that other than scars on the ground from many empowered fights in the past, was empty. On the far end of the training ground, there were people running laps. Akai's attention was brought forwards when Sigurd spoke. "These are the training grounds. This field is the sparring field. Fighting on school grounds outside of this field is strictly prohibited. You ever get in a disagreement, you come here." He scanned his eyes over the group of teens. Sigurd was definitely a military man, the way he was treating them. He spoke to them like they were recruits and not kids. "If I ever hear about any of you getting into a brawl, even one step off this field, I will beat you black and blue before dragging you to the infirmary." As he spoke, an aura of red power radiated from him, and this time all of the students following him said, "Yes, sir," in response. Later, when dinner was being served, Akai found himself in the dining hall. The kitchen staff had laid out not quite a feast, but there was plenty of food already laid out on the tables. Bowls of stew, loaves of bread, servings of cheese, sausage, roasted fish, autumn fruits, and leafy salads laid out for people to actually eat their fill. First year, second year, and third year students all were here to eat. Eventually, Akai found Lamorie at a spot and he sat by her with Kid. "There you are," Lamorie said with a sigh. Before Akai could respond, she said, "Some of these people, I swear." She complained. Akai looked at her as Kid was already filling his plate with food. "That wolf girl, she is so pretentious. The whole time she wouldn't shut up about being the strongest person here. She wouldn't stop claiming she would become the immortal hero's champion and beat everyone else. She wouldn't leave me alone either. She kept talking about challenging me for it." Akai listened to Lamorie vent her frustrations as they began to fill their plates with food and eat. Unfortunately, their time together was cut short by a red-haired and wolf-eared girl approaching with a plate of food, sitting down by them. She gave a glare at Lamorie, then Kid and Akai. "I have learned you are also blessed by the immortal hero," she touted, pointing an accusatory finger at Akai. Before he could speak a confirmation, she said, "I will not allow you to continue to act with such arrogance." "Arrogance?" Akai asked, a bit shocked but unsure what she meant. She leaned onto the table some as she said, "Yes, you walk around with that smile like you don't care about anything. Like you are above worrying about peers growing stronger than you and taking your place." Akai stared at her. He had been a little aloof lately, but he didn't think that was arrogance. He wanted his friends to be stronger so they would be safe from danger. As he was staring in confusion, Lamorie groaned and said, "Listen, Lang, whatever." And immediately they could all see a vein bulge on Lang Yao's forehead at the remark. "I don't know what you think is going on, but Akai here is a great guy. He isn't arrogant or pretentious like you are." Lang Yao turned her head away and waved a hand dismissively. She said, "I will not acknowledge the opinion you have. It's clear to everyone it's far too biased to be reliable." Lamorie was about to get up, but Akai gently rested a hand on her shoulder. "It's okay, Lamorie, just drop it." Before either girls could speak more, Kid offered up the idea, "We're in an academy. Why not just let our performance judge who's the better one?" Lamorie turned to look at Kid as she was sitting back down, giving him a glare. But Lang Yao only gave a soft but snooty-sounding giggle before saying, "At least one among you three are respectable." Lang Yao stood up and grabbed a roast fish from their section before turning and leaving to sit elsewhere and eat. "Ugh, see what I mean?" Lamorie said, gesturing at the girl as she walked away. Kid and Akai nodded in response. Unfortunately for them, they knew this wasn't the last time some kind of trouble or issue would come up involving her. After dinner, the kids were sent back to their dorms, settling in and making their space. Akai and Kid settled to share a room. Across the hall, Candell had a room with another teen. They didn't have much to unpack. Once they were set, it was already sunset, so the two decided to relax before heading to bed. Chapter 21. First Day. Akai had woken up in the morning, right around sunrise, to the sound of bells in the city and elsewhere in the academy tolling. He didn't know what time it was exactly, but if he had to guess, it would be a bit before 6 a.m. He wasn't used to being woken up by bells, so it did startle and confuse him at first. Kid woke up a moment later with a similar reaction before just smiling and starting to get up. The two put on their shoes and head down. Unlike what they were used to, the dormitory had an inbuilt and plumbed room for toiletries and bathing, sectioned for privacy, but there were only so many spots available, so they needed to wait their turn. But it was nicer than needing to use a wash basin or outhouse, as was the norm in their village. Once they were washed and dressed properly, most of the teens were hanging around a simple common room. Sofas, lounge chairs, more proper sitting chairs, but there admittedly wasn't a lot to do in their dorm right now. After killing time, one of the students pointed out one of the staff members approaching. It was not one of the head professors, it instead was a different guy. Dressed in a simple worker's attire, an old man probably in his 60s was approaching. He was walking at a casual pace before waving at the students. When he got closer, he said, "Hello, my name is Carl, and I'm here to give you all the tour of the academy grounds." He approached and stood, resting thumbs in the pockets of his canvas trousers. He looked over the kids and said, "Well, some of y'all at least. Can't rightly take you all at once." He scratched his head, which was a greying head of light brown hair. What did he say again? He muttered to himself before speaking up. I don't reckon I can do quite that much walking anymore. We'll make it work. All of you come with me. Just don't run off, please." Carl turned and began walking, not checking to see if the kids were following. He had a gentle smile on his face and trusted them to listen. After a moment of looking and some mutters amongst themselves, all the boys were following behind. Carl led them down the road in the direction of the mess hall. Halfway there, though, he turned through the grass and started heading off. He said, "Normally I don't like people walking across the grass, but I'll make an exception for you lot this time." They then ended up by a building with an attached overgrown garden. Carl stopped in front of it and said, "This here is Miss Reese's area. That's her garden, and this is where you'll go when she holds lessons on alchemy and whatnot. Just don't get too close to that garden without supervision. Some of those plants are pretty rare, some of them are dangerous, and some are actively hostile to anyone but Miss Reese," he said. "Actively hostile?" one of the boys asked. Akai turned to look, as did about half the other boys. Their attention was brought back to Carl, who waved a hand. "One of them will try and bite you. Had a kid snooping around after hours lose a finger from it. I don't remember which one it is, so just stay away from them all, okay?" Many of the kids did gulp audibly before Carl began walking again. It didn't take long before the group of boys followed him, walking along the border of the school grounds. Wrought iron fence with most of it had a well-maintained trellis with vines growing along it, but the section around Miss Reese's garden was thoroughly overgrown. They followed and went around the rear end of the small village. There were small farms and gardens around the back, and Carl said as they walked, "There's the place where many of the folks working here live. There are two sides to this campus, you know, teaching awakened like you how to control your abilities, and a general education for the children of rich and powerful families. Staff lives here for security purposes after an incident before my time." Carl went on to tell a story that happened a little over a century ago. A family managed to make some powerful enemies, and in retaliation, the staff was compromised to get an agent inside and take revenge against the scions of the family. Since then, staff live on campus, and there are many enchanted objects around the campus to detect an intruder, even if they mimic a staff member. After quite a while of walking and more stories about previous happenings in the academy, they found themselves close to the entrance they originally walked in. Here's the front gate and admin buildings. That one right there is where you go to ask for permission for stuff, and there's an academy-sanctioned job board. Make some money if you need it, or put some things you learn to the test. That's the Adventurers Guild's way of helping you kids improve yourself, the academy's rep, and their own standing. Then they turned and started heading to the training field from the look of it. They saw a class of older kids being worked over by Sigur and a couple other people wearing staff uniforms. A number of them were being made to run laps and were doing so pretty quickly. Others were doing exercises like push-ups and sit-ups. And a group were sparring together using their powers. What caused most of the kids' eyes were the flashy uses of their powers during the sparring. Particularly someone with a lightning affinity taking a bare-knuckle boxing stance and swinging at another kid with a lightning affinity who was bobbing and weaving around the punches. Both were moving fast enough to almost be blurs as bright flashes and crackles of energy come from them. Then they saw them switch, seemingly taking turns between attacking and defending to see how fast they can push themselves in a fight. Kid stared and felt like he would have a very hard time keeping up with them, but it wouldn't be impossible. They walked past, Carl not needing to say anything to explain. But then they moved to a further area where Camilla was holding a practical test for students on the sorcerer side of things. Most were using arcane magic mixed with an element, some were pure arcane. But the impressive ones were a few using pure elemental abilities to perform the same feats as the arcane. There was a very small girl who was among the third years throwing out various spells using just fire. She summoned barriers of fire, sent out whips, threw bolts, and was keeping up with a test that seemingly was a strange game. Two teams trying to pull a boulder to their side while defending against ranged attacks of the enemy. Camilla was standing by and supervising. Carl said, rock pull, always a fun game to watch. Tricky part is not breaking the boulder, the team that does is disqualified. As he said that, one of the many games of it going on ended with the boulder suddenly bursting into rubble and Camilla raised an arm, barriers forming and ending the spells on that playfield. One side was cheering and the other was yelling at a boy who had not been careful with an arcane spell. As they continued to walk, they found themselves smelling smoke in the air. Looking forwards, they were approaching a building with various smokestacks. This is Rynneveld's workshop. Here, he teaches people how to make just about anything. He said as there was a sudden explosion, knocking open one of the doors on the side before a student covered head to toe in soot walked out and fell onto the grass. Carl sighed and said, and Rynneveld's safety measures are pretty important to follow. A few other students came out and after a moment began picking up and heading in the same direction the group was going. Heading to the buildings close to the center, near where the mess hall had been. Central building is the primary academy, the library, and many classes are held there for your actual academic studies. The exterior classroom buildings are for more niche lessons or tests. He said, then stopping by as they watched the kit covered in soot be helped into a side building. The infirmary, you'll need to be familiar with where this place is in case you get hurt. After the few hours of walking, the group was finally led back to the dorm. Carl stood over them and counted, making sure no one had wandered off and gotten lost. After a head count, he was satisfied everyone actually followed. Right, that's about all these old bones can handle. Y'all are free to do what you want as long as you don't get into trouble, Carl said, then turned and began walking away again. Kid and Akai looked at each other before they both nodded, knowing exactly what to do now that they were allowed to roam for the remainder of the day. And half an hour later, they were standing on the training field, Sigur giving them a side eye as he was conducting a fitness regimen for a different set of students. They were on the sparring field, so he felt no real need to intervene. They just better not make a mess of things. New students always had a hard time with control. Sigur would be in for a pleasant surprise a moment later as Akai and Kid launched at each other. They agreed ahead of time to do what they saw the others doing, pushing their speed as fast as they could handle and try to up it with a spar. Wisps of flame tightly swirled around Akai as cracks of electricity did the same for Kid. Most of Akai's wisps were a mundane orange, but anew were an oddly bright yellow as he carefully channeled enough of it to not hurt himself and match his friend. The two began sparring, dodging, blocking, and countering strikes to one another. Each one of their attacks did not cause any excess power to escape and tear up their surroundings. They had been sparring like this for years at this point and knew how to control themselves during it now. Kid surged his energy and pushed to move faster, and Akai had to do the same to keep up. They struggled to keep up with the fight as they went as fast as they could handle. Unlike the spar they saw before, neither were taking turns practicing defending or attacking. They were going by their usual rules until one of them either gives up, can't continue, or a clear winner is obvious. Akai and Kid felt exhilarated being able to spar again like this after spending so long in the caravan and being introduced to their new surroundings. They both had smiles on their faces as this was great fun. Though the intensity they were fighting was catching attention of most of the students under Sigurd's care right now. A lot of them stopped their exercises to watch. One took a moment to realize before saying, "Those are first years." A number of them were surprised because Akai and Kid were fighting with years of experience under them. Kid's occasional dreamscapes where he trained with Anku brought his skill level far above what would be normal, and Akai had improved in kind by having to deal with it. About 4 minutes later, Kid was sitting on his butt and panting. Both Akai and Kid were sweating bullets. Kid managed to push Akai to the point he started to feel a twinge of pain from using more of the Phoenix Fire and was getting hits through Akai's defense as he wouldn't push any further than that. Akai was going to have a few bruises now, but Kid was rubbing his hand. "Geez, you're too tough," Kid muttered in complaint. The fight ended with Kid landing a solid punch to Akai's stomach, then tried to kick him away. But instead of blocking it, Akai planted his feet and took the kick, catching Kid's ankle after it hit him and brought him to the ground. They stopped because both knew if it was a real fight, Kid would have been struck from above and unable to get away or properly block. "You barely even flinched from that gut punch I snuck in." Akai gave a shrug and said, "It did hurt, I just didn't let it distract me. But you were getting too fast for me to handle at the end, so I had to do something to stop it." Akai and Kid turned to look as they heard a shout come from a short distance. They saw Sigurd Hjalsson approaching. "Oi!" Kid quickly got back to his feet and the two stood straight. "What was that?" Sigurd barked out as he stopped a few feet away from them. His eyes narrowed as he intently studied both Akai and Kid. "We were sparring, sir. We were told we were free for the rest of the day," Akai said. The way Sigurd was looking at them, Kid was getting a similar feeling as he got in his dreamscapes. "Who taught you?" he asked bluntly. But the vagueness of the question confused Kid and Akai for a bit. Sigurd growled out, "Who taught you that level of control over your power when fighting?" with a bit of visible impatience. Akai and Kid realized, and Kid answered first. "We had been sparring with our powers at home for over 4 years now, sir. We had both awakened when we were 10. Both Akai and Kid noticed the subtle shift of weight from Sigurd before he moved forwards, both stepping back as his fist would have hit Kid in the stomach. They felt the power behind it and the control over it. It would have hurt but not actually inured either of them. Though Kid has been hit by a similar move enough times to notice it easily, and Akai had fallen victim to Kid imitating it enough to recognize it. Sigurd stood up straight and said, "Lessons begin tomorrow. I expect you here first thing in the morning. I will put both of you to the test to see exactly where you are," with a still stern tone, but one that held a modicum of respect for the both of them. Sigurd looked up from them as Akai and Kid heard some footsteps approaching from behind. Then a familiar voice said, "How did I know I was going to find the two of you here?" Lamorie stood there, finally free for the day herself, and looked a little annoyed at them, but her expression softened and smiled. As Lamorie approached, Sigurd spoke first. Seeing them all three act friendly, he lumped Lamorie in with them mentally. "You are joining as well. First thing tomorrow morning, you will be coming here to the training fields." After speaking, he turned around and went back to his students, yelling, "And who told any of you to stop? Get back to work. Everyone, even the most devastating mages, need a strong body." Lamorie blinked and looked at Akai and Kid. She pouted as she said, "What the hell did you two get me into? I already have plans with Mr. Cragfall to head to his forge in the morning." Kid chuckled and Akai rubbed the back of his head. He said, I'm sure they'll work something out. After a few minutes, a bell began chiming from the central buildings, specifically the mess hall, signaling that lunch was ready for everyone. The three and most of the other students didn't hesitate to go and get some. Today there were loaves of sweet bread with nuts baked into them, savory tarts with eggs and vegetables, smoked meats, and a half-dozen other dishes. Chapter 22, Sparring and School. After relaxing and spending time together for the evening, the lot went to bed after dinner. Thankfully, there wasn't an unwanted intrusion this time. Come the next morning, they were actually awoken early morning by a knock on the door and then 2 envelopes being pushed under the door. As Akai and Kid slowly got up, they heard the same thing happen next door. Going one by one through the dorm. Akai was the first out of bed, so he grabbed both and tossed Kid's onto his bed. They were marked with their names, and Akai opened his. It was a bundle of papers related to the academy. The first page would be their set schedule. When not on any special business or direction from a member of the staff heads, they would default to this. Akai and Kid compared schedules, and they were relatively lined up. Though a few things Akai had in the morning, Kid had in the evening, but they both had the early mornings dedicated to fitness training with Sigur, then back again after lunch for physical combat training. Different classes in between and after combat training. Depending on the day, Akai would be alternating between herbalist classes, craft classes, enchanting classes, magic classes, and academic lectures. Weekends were free from most classes, but the specialized studies were free to join. Each day had free time between classes, as well as a free period after fitness in the morning. This schedule was not set in stone. Depending on how they perform, the academy would be willing to make changes to help encourage someone into furthering a specialty they develop. Akai and Kid got dressed before reading ahead, reading that the mess halls serve breakfast in the mornings from sunrise to 2 hours after, before they clear the tables to get prepared for lunch. Lunch is served from noon to 2 hours after, before clearing the tables for dinner, and dinner is served from evening until bedtime. Akai looked out the window and realized it had been sunrise when they had been woken up. So they got ready and headed out to the mess hall first, meeting up with Lamorie, who was being trailed by Lang Yao. Lang Yao gave them a small glare but ignored them entirely, though she was heard muttering under her breath, "The choices of food are strange," as they were given meal choices of bread rolls, fried eggs, something made from potatoes, porridge, fried sausages, cold cuts of meat, and hard cheeses. After breakfast, they noticed it was a total of 6 of them heading straight to Sigurd's training field. The first fitness class starts at 7, and from the timepieces in the mess hall, it was around 6 now. Kid, Akai, Lamorie, that girl Akai had accidentally annoyed during the trip here, Lang Yao, and another boy who was the tallest of the group and looked quite strong, looking bulky despite their uniform doing its best to make them look normal. They began idly chatting as they walked, Lang Yao pointedly ignoring them all. Today was the 3rd day here, and she already had a reputation spreading among the girls about being fairly rude and haughty. Reaching the training field, they saw Sigur himself finishing his own exercises. He was shirtless, and they could see the various scars on his body from his time and why he is the former head of the Royal Guard. On his side was a nasty scar that looked like he had suffered a wound he was lucky to survive. Akai had the image of a sword or large axe cleaving into him, luckily being stopped before it could sever his spine and cripple the older man. Sigur has a sturdy body of impressive muscles, though it was quickly covered when he stood up straight and grabbed a shirt from where it was sitting on a rack of sparring gear. He put it back on and said, "Good, I didn't have to hunt any of you down," as he eyed over the 6 of them. His eyes landed on the tall boy. "Your first name, your affinity, and your patron. I do not care about your last name. Noble titles mean nothing to me, even if it's a member of the Legon royal family." The tall boy said, "Jees, soul affinity, blessed by Neolength, god of death." "Soul, huh? Very rare, always unique. I'm eager to see how you use it," Sigur said before turning to Lang Yao, repeating himself and receiving. "Lang Yao, sir, fire affinity, blessed by the immortal hero," she said, speaking formally to Sigur. "Interesting," he said, giving a nod, then turning to the other girl. "Anna, earth affinity, blessed by Anko, god of war." Seeing as Sigurd was going down the line, the trio didn't need to wait for him to speak. They spoke when he turned to them. Lamorie, water affinity, blessed by Mior, god of strength. Kid, lightning affinity, blessed by Anko. Akai, fire affinity, blessed by the immortal hero. Sigurd stood before them, and after taking a moment to acknowledge them, he split them into pairs. Sigurd was above petty squabbles, so the fast he paired Lamorie with Lang Yao must have been a coincidence. And there was no way to know of the embarrassing moment in the caravan where Akai mistook Anna for Lamorie just because they both had the same hair. Lang Yao and Lamorie were going to spar under his supervision, then it would be Kid and Jees, and then Akai and Anna, who still seemed to give him odd looks out of the corner of her eye. You will spar until I tell you to stop. And Lang Yao only smiled, walking to an open place on the field and turning, waiting for Lamorie. Lamorie hesitated and asked, "Why are we sparring before class begins?" To which Sigurd simply responded, "To test you." Lamorie didn't like the look Lang Yao had on her face, but reluctantly walked out. Stopping at a distance, she knows Akai and Kid normally started their spars at. Suddenly, Sigurd shouted, "Begin!" Lamorie didn't spar much at all, so she wasn't really prepared. But she had a few times over the years. Though Lang Yao was quick, almost as quick as Kid was. Wisps of violet fire enveloped Lang Yao as she launched forwards, and Lamorie barely had time to bring her own power to bear and try to dodge. But when she moved to the side, Lang Yao adapted easily, visibly having much more experience than Lamorie did, but the other four probably did as well. It was Akai's and Kid's fault she was being roped into this mess. Lamorie brought up her arms to block a kick that was going right for her head, and was knocked off her feet from the force. She rolled to the ground and was scared that aggressive wolf was going to be on her, but Lang Yao didn't pursue. She waited for Lamorie to get back on her feet before rushing in again. The hit was hard, very hard. Lamorie was going to have bruises on her arms as a result. But she thought she could take at least one hit like that head-on, and she knew she could hit Lang Yao as hard as a runaway freight wagon. Resolving her plan, Lamorie planted her feet and reeled back a fist to strike when Lang Yao got in range, prepared to feel the pain of another strike. But when Lang Yao moved in, Lamorie swung. She did not feel the pain she expected. Lang Yao was overestimating Lamorie and tried to dodge early to the side, then move in to grapple the outstretched arm. But Lamorie was a bit slow on her punch and threw a poorly structured haymaker instead of a proper punch like it looked like she would. When Lamorie finally took the moment to actually take in what happened, Lang Yao was a good 30 feet away and slumped over. Lamorie's knuckles bruised as she ended up hitting the wolf girl right in the ribs. She had gotten lucky and Lang Yao didn't. "That's enough," he said as he walked over to check on Lang Yao, who rolled over onto her stomach and began coughing and wheezing. Lamorie saw blood come out from her mouth and suddenly felt guilty about actually injuring her. As rude as Lang Yao had been, Lamorie didn't want to end up actually injuring her. Sigurd was gently patting the area she was hit and checking over the teen, then saying, "You stopped your attack at the last minute and devoted your powers to reinforcing your body. Your ribs aren't broken, but they would have been if you were any slower." As both a bit of praise and admonishment to Lang Yao, he helped her to her feet, and Lang Yao was now glaring daggers at Lamorie. Before her temper could begin building, Sigurd began walking Lang Yao off the field and said, "Head to the infirmary. You are well enough to walk. Slow, deep breaths." Reluctantly, Lang Yao actually listened. She was holding her side and wincing with every other deep breath as she began walking away. Lamorie had a gut feeling this was not going to end well later with her. "As for you," Sigurd shouted, giving Lamorie a strong disapproving glare, "you were slow. It was pure luck you landed a hit and didn't get taken down again. Your form was sloppy. Your control was awful." Lamorie lowered her head and Sigurd asked, "You apprentice as a blacksmith, don't you?" Lamorie nodded, saying, "Yes, both my parents are." "You move just like Grinwald does. He has immaculate control with a hammer, but awful control with an empty fist." Lamorie felt like sulking a little. She didn't deserve to win that spar. She sighed and Sigurd said, "I will fix those problems through combat training," as he put a hand on her shoulder, then saying, "Now I expect you to run laps around the field. Your fitness class begins early." Next, Jace and Kid walked onto the field, taking a measured distance and simple stances. Sigurd shouted, "Begin!" and in a flash Kid was upon Jace. But after a moment Kid had to jump back as a knee almost caught his stomach in response. A white, powerful aura surrounded Jace as Kid and Akai watched how his soul affinity worked. The white aura around Jace flared and seemed to flow upwards around him while he squared his stance, then rocketed forwards with speed similar to Kid's own. Jace was taller, larger, and similarly skilled to Kid's usual training partner. His affinity was harnessing power from his own being to empower his body. Kid smirked as he dodged a strike and knew how to handle this. Though his thoughts of Jace being similar to Akai was broken when he tried to block a follow-up punch by batting away the strike and failing to make Jace budge. Kid turned with the hit so it didn't rattle him, but it felt like his fist was unstoppable. When Kid backstepped to make a little distance, he saw that white aura form roughly into a ball in Jace's hand, and when he threw it, Kid was unable to block or dodge it. Too fast even for him, and even with lightning coursing through him at almost full power. Kid tried to block it, concentrating his lightning in his hands, but the ball completely ignored his power's attempt to interfere. Kid was knocked backwards onto his back, and Jace rushed over, wanting to go ahead and put an end to this duel. Kid wasn't sure how this soul affinity worked and was a bit scared about how the spar had been going so far. Kid quickly kicked out, trying to trip Jace's leg as he approached, but just like before, it felt like he was kicking immovable steel. Kid let out a curse in pain as Jace took a stance that looked like he was going to strike, but intentionally hesitated. Jace wanted Sigur to call it, which a moment later he did. "Enough!" Jace took a step back and extended a hand to help Kid get up, which he did take. Jace said, "You're strong," he complimented. Kid gave a small smile of respect, definitely wanting to ask for a rematch later. Sigurd approached and said, "Kid, you are fast and your form is good, but you expected an equal fight despite not knowing your opponent." Sigurd turned to Jace and said, "You relied on your rare affinity to catch Kid off guard. You had no way of knowing he was unprepared. Too risky. Both of you did good. I expect nothing less of an early awakened and the son of a champion," he said finally, praising them as he nodded his head. "Start running." Both Kid and Jace smiled and nodded. Kid knew he awakened early, but now he was curious what he meant by calling Jace the son of a champion. He would have to learn directly from the taller boy. Next, Akai and Anna were standing apart from one another. She was facing him, but her gaze was averted. They were waiting for Sigur to tell them to start, but before that could happen, Anna said, "I'm not going to be your girlfriend too." That startled Akai, causing a faint flush to appear on his face. He asked, "Well, what?" as he couldn't think of where this was coming from. He quickly thought back to the one and only time they interacted. He sent forwards little birds of fire to get her attention, but thought she was Lamorie because he couldn't get a good look besides the hair. Also, what the heck did she mean by two? He didn't have a... "Begin!" Sigurd shouted suddenly, pulling Akai's mind away from the confusion. He didn't know her skill level, so he didn't want to end up hurting her by overestimating her. A few motes of flame swirled around him as he saw Anna's skin turn to a greyish colour and a matte texture. Her earth affinity making her skin similar to stone. They stood for a moment, both hesitating to take offence first. But Akai ultimately stepped first. He moved forwards and threw a few testing strikes to probe her defence. Anna threw an arm to knock away Akai's fist and tried to counter it, but she was slow in his eyes. Akai shifted to the side to dodge and continued pressing, not trying to overwhelm her at first, though Anna seemed to notice and got an upset and angry look on her face. Akai blocked as she went on the offense and deflected or dodged a few strikes before he noticed she was about to trick him with a feint. It looked like she was going to go for another punch, but he saw her weight shift away from her rear leg as she readied a sneaky kick. He ignored the feint and planted his feet, raising an arm and blocking the kick directly. It hurt. Anna was much stronger than she appeared, and Akai slid a few inches as the kick hit his forearm and shoulder. It also felt like he was hit with a weapon and not a leg. Her stone skin made her own body a weapon. But he wasn't going to waste this opportunity he gave himself. Pain could be ignored. He stepped in and threw a well-structured punch to her stomach that she couldn't effectively dodge while still on one leg. But Akai's fist felt like he just punched a solid boulder. Anna did stumble backwards, but damn did that hurt. Anna seemed to not be in any pain from the hit either. She regained her footing and looked a little heated now. The two continued for a few minutes. Akai was scared to hit harder, and despite being much slower than Kid, she was still a very skilled fighter and growing frustrated with every blocked or dodged attack she threw out. Eventually Sigurd said, "Enough," and they stopped. Akai breathing steady, but Anna was breathing harder because she was putting in too much effort at the end. "Anna, control your temper. You are losing focus on what you're doing and overexerting yourself," Sigurd shouted, but he was approaching Akai. He glared and said, "And you, Akai, take the spar seriously. You hesitate with every strike, and you hold back what I had seen you capable of against Kid. You will not be able to seriously injure Anna here, and even if you do, that is why we have a very highly trained healer in our infirmary." Sigurd placed a solid hand on Akai's head, which startled him, and said, "Apologize to Anna immediately for showing her such disrespect." As he made Akai turn his head back towards the girl, her stone skin was fading away, and she looked genuinely upset over this. He began to say, "I'm sorry, but was cut off by her shouting, "Lang Yao was right about you," before she began to stomp off, then starting to run, joining the others. "There is no greater disrespect you can show another fighter than by not taking them seriously," Sigurd said, then not so gently shoving Akai and saying, "Run," in a stern tone. The five of them had been running until the first fitness class started, which they were made to join as well. Lang Yao had returned in time for the second half of the class, looking much better. And ever since Anna and Lang Yao had spoken, she gave dirty glares to both Akai and Lamorie. Kid and Jees seemed to be getting along as they exercised, running laps, push-ups, sit-ups, then were made to do sword drills until their time for the class was over. All of them were left as a sweaty mess afterwards. Sigurd shouted at everyone to take 10 minutes to rest, then head to their dorm buildings to clean themselves before their next class, which nobody complained about. Half an hour later, Akai, Kid and Jees were sitting in the common room, clean, hair still damp, and relaxing on a lush sofa before it was time to leave. "So what did Sigurd mean by calling you the son of a champion?" Kid eventually asked. Jees looked over at them and said, "Right, you two aren't from around here, are you?" before continuing. "My father is the current arena champion for Thedaphell. He became an arena fighter when he retired from adventure work." "Arena fighter?" Akai asked, interested. Kid was perked up by the information as well. "The city arena, they host tournaments a few times a year for mundane fighters. My father has been the champion for the past 3 years." "Mundane?" Akai asked before he could really think about it. Then he realized what he meant, but it was too late to take back his question. "I'm the only member of my family to be blessed." Jace deadpanned. Akai rubbed the back of his head for a bit before asking a question that actually had a little merit to it. "Why couldn't Kid block your attacks?" And Jace shrugged. He didn't see a real reason to deny them the information, so he said, facing Kid, "You lacked the willpower." This confused them both, but Kid spouted, "What? What do you mean I lack willpower?" Jace said, "My affinity makes use of my own will, combining it with my body. If your will doesn't match my own, you can't stop me or slow me. I was putting a lot of myself in that spar." Kid sat up and thought about it for a moment. He wasn't really giving it everything he had. If he was, would it have been enough? Jees then said in a joking tone, "At least you tried to put up a fight," while giving Akai a look. Akai sulked back in the seat and muttered, "I was scared I'd hurt her. I only ever sparred with Kid before." Kid then came to Akai's defense and said, "Yeah, your control is pretty good. But if you actually tried to take her seriously, you'd be hitting almost as hard as Lamorie does when she's serious. Anna would be lucky if her bones didn't break, even with that defensive thing she was doing." "Really?" Jees asked, and Kid nodded. "Akai pushes his speed to his limits when against me, but when he doesn't need to strain to keep up, he's almost as strong as Lamorie. And Lamorie wasn't putting her all into that punch that floored Lang Yao." Jace looked over Akai with an appraising look. He didn't look as strong as Kid claimed, but looks could be deceiving with their powers. Jace then said, Well, we can put that to the test later. Geese began to get up onto his feet. He nodded to the timepiece of the wall and said, "About time to head to the central building for classes." Kid and Akai both nodded and got up. They grabbed their uniform jackets and headed out. A bit later, they separated into different classrooms, and Akai was introduced to the wonderful world of schoolwork. His teacher wasn't Lady Morella, instead one of the teachers under Lady Morella. Akai was put through a while of being tested on how well he could read, write, and do math. He was better than expected coming from a small countryside village, but not on a level the teacher was seemingly happy with. For the next hour and a half, Akai was putting pencil to paper as he and a handful of other first years were going through a workbook of different questions and problems. Akai hadn't done this much writing at once before, so his hand was cramping by the end, but he signed the collection of schoolwork with his name and was finally excused from the class. He was rubbing his hand, and a few of the other kids were too, when they were let free, getting a few light-hearted chuckles from the others who were more accustomed to writing and schooling. Akai didn't care about that, though. He wanted to know why someone was buying over 40 bushels of apples in that one section. That's too many apples for one person to buy. Elsewhere, Lamorie was finishing her first project, working with Mr. Cragfall. She was still tired from having to exercise so much this morning, but despite the strain to her aching body, working in a smithy always brought her comfort. It just felt natural for her. She was among other students also working here, either due to proficiency in this line or work, their blessing catering them to this kind of work, or both like herself. Her task was very simple. She told him she already knew how to forge, so he did not make her go through a simple test to get used to the practice of forming hot metal. She pulled the well-defined knife blank from the tempering oven in the back of the workshop. She set it on a rack to finish air cooling, and Ryneveld stepped over to look at it. As if the metal wasn't hot enough to sear a steak on still, Ryneveld simply grabbed it without issue and began inspecting it with his bare hands, completely unbothered by the temperature of the metal. He said, "Good shape, well formed, but it's still blunt." He said before casually saying, "You got good talent, but you got too many bad habits from your home forge." Lamorie was caught off guard and said, "Of course it's still blunt. I haven't taken it to the grinding wheel yet," as if the idea of her able to forge the blade fully sharp was ridiculous. Which it was. But Ryneveld gave a cheeky smirk and said, "Girl," as he patted her back, "you're a smith blessed by Miog. You only have a water affinity instead of an earth affinity, sure, but you have the ability to go far beyond what any mundane smith would be able to." Lamorie stared at him before asking, "And how would I keep the edge in a straight line if I hammer it that way while it's still hot?" "I'll make sure you learn how, girl, but a grindstone is a way to smooth out the imperfections of your forging. Any half-decent blessed smith wouldn't be caught dead using a grindstone. It's admitting their forging is shit." Ryneveld did look over the knife again, this time just visually, and said, "Prove to me you have the gumption to pursue greatness, girl, and I'll make sure you are able to reach it." Before turning and shouting, "No, what the hell are you doing?" Before rushing over to a different part of the workshop, away from the forge and to where a second-year student was. Next thing they knew, a loud boom shook the ground and black smoke was rising from where a student was trying to cut some kind of gem to shape, but said gem was now missing. Ryneveld was shouting about how unbelievably stupid it was to try and use an infernus crystal for their work, chastising the kid as he said, "You just got out of the infirmary and now look at you." Two other students let out a loud sigh and got up and began to help walk the freshly injured kid back to the infirmary. The infirmary where a red-headed wolf girl was finally being allowed to leave. She was helped up from a bed and winced as her side still ached, but the healer that had helped her said, "Now that will be quite tender for a while, but everything is back to normal." Lang Yao got to her feet and brought her hands together in front of her and bowed deeply. "Thank you very much, healer," she said formally, addressing the healer with a title in her native language that the healer did not know. They said, it's fine. Just be more careful about things in the future. Now go, you don't want to miss too much of your new classes." Lang Yao held the bow for a few moments longer before standing straight and leaving. She frowned deeply when she was alone and thinking back on what happened. How could she lose that spar? That girl was lucky, sure, lucky enough to be chosen by the god of strength. But Lang Yao was chosen by the immortal hero. She should be the stronger fighter. She needed to be the stronger fighter. The immortal hero had told her to grow in strength and be the strongest. She scowled indignantly at her own failure. Lang Yao remembered what she was supposed to do here, why she was here in the first place, and what happened to send her to this academy. It was still a fresh wound in her mind. Chapter 23, Remembrance 1. Lang Yao had just turned 14 the day prior and was being groomed by an attendant as she was scheduled to begin meeting potential suitors from the neighboring clans. She was to choose one to become her betrothed, who will join the Lang clan as her husband and become a vice head when she ascends to become the next clan head. Her clan was currently the most powerful clan on the Northern Isle, and as such were part of the Council for the Great Isles. They governed their own isle, and while did not directly control the other clans, they set the laws that the others must uphold and are the ones responsible for their enforcement. The day carried on as expected. Her appearance was refined without a single hair out of place. She wore the traditional dress of the Lang clan's firstborn heir. A long sleeveless black dress, cut on the sides to not restrict the movement of her legs in any way. Golden embroidery of a dragon snaked around the dress. She walked out of her home, walking out into the upper grounds of her clan's compound. She could see the mid and lower grounds over the walls. Her home was built partly up one of the spires of the mountain they hold. Her father's private home lay at the peak, up a long set of steep stairs. From the house on the peak, they could see not only their own clan's compound, but most of the northern island as well. Lang Yao was heading down to the lower grounds where their set of docks were on the shore with a number of their ships and smaller boats were docked. As she walked, everyone she passed would stop what they were doing and greet her with a deep bow. They were going to be her people, so she gave a respectful smile in return to each one. Her father had been growing ill, and she had to do her part and allow him to rest when she comes of age, so she had to think of the members of their clan not as other members, but her people she was responsible for. As she reached the mid-grounds, slowly descending the mountain, she saw something off. There weren't any scheduled meetings with the Hung clan. Why were their ships coming to their port? She squinted and saw what looked like a glint, before suddenly she heard a strong voice in her head. It spoke urgently and with authority. It said duck, and Lang Yao listened. Suddenly she saw a flash of color, and something black had whizzed over where she was just a moment ago. It crashed into the second floor of the building behind her, due to the angle, and a chilling noise filled her ears as everything shook violently. She turned and saw a large portion of the building had, within less than a second, rotted and decayed to dust. Her eyes widened, and she saw more flashes as a sorcerer on the Hung ship began assaulting their mid-grounds, and scores of soldiers jumped off to lay siege to their lower grounds. Their docked ships being set on fire, and the Hung clan's soldiers cutting down anyone they could reach. She scowled with anger. The Hung clan were their close allies and second strongest clan on the Northern Isle. The voice she heard in her head returned, speaking just as urgently. It said roll left, and she did so without hesitation, rolling left onto her back as she saw the shine of metal swinging down. A glaive embedded itself in the dirt where she was just a second ago, and she saw a Hung clan assassin staring down at her. It was unmistakable from this close. They wore a hood that made it look like they had wolf ears like most of her clan did, but she clearly saw his face, and he had the shorter nose and round ears of a bear-type beastkin. Kick their hand is what she heard the voice say, and now she knew it was there to help her, whatever the hell it was. She kicked the Hung assassin's hand as hard as she could, finding herself hitting significantly harder than she remembered herself able to do before. The handle of the glaive broke along with every bone in the assassin's hand as he backed up and cursed in pain. On your feet. And Lang Yao rose up. She slid a foot forward and held her hands up with flat hands. She watched as this bearkin drew a dagger with his good hand and rushed in. Lang Yao focused and backpedaled to avoid the bear's aggressive swipes before the voice spoke again. Move in, elbow the stomach. And she was worried about getting closer, but listened. She saw why. The bear committed to a lunge as he tried to catch her off step with her back steps. She drove her elbow into the bear's gut, aiming for the solar plexus. She heard a crack happen as her elbow sunk deeper than expected and felt a hard object give way. She realized she broke off the tip of his sternum as the assassin's eyes rolled back and collapsed, struggling to breathe on the ground. "Run back to the upper grounds. You will need your sword." She heard and listened. She spoke in her native tongue. "I know not who you are, but thank you for the assistance." She did not hear the voice respond, but she did run back up to the upper grounds of the compound. After a couple minutes, "You are out of range of their mage," rang through her head. She relaxed a little, but did not slow down. Quickly ascending the steps and yelling at everyone she passed to go find somewhere to hide, "They are under attack from the Hung clan." Lang Yao ran into her private home and grabbed the sword on her mantle, tying the sheath to her waist, since this dress had nothing to hold it with by itself. Her sword was a long single-edged blade with a slight curve and angular point. A gold-plated oval guard protected her hand, and the fabric wrapping the handle tied off at the end, leaving 2 red strings hanging loosely. "Speak with your father. Today is the last day you can." The voice spoke in her head, and Lang Yao felt a deep pit form in her stomach. She ran out and asked, "What do you mean? Why would today be my last to speak with father?" and received no response. She scowled and ran, finding herself running faster than she remembered being able to. When she looked around her, she noticed trials of violet fire circling her. She was about to worry, but the voice said, "The fire is my power manifesting through you. You command it. Do not fear it." Lang Yao reached the house on the summit of this mountain and ran inside. She was met with the sound of fighting, and she saw her parents. Her father, a human with short orange hair, was just pushed onto the floor by her mother, a vibrant red wolfkin woman. She pushed him away from a hung assassin, wielding a dagger as her mother was dealing with another assassin on her own. Her father looked thin and pale. Gone was the strong vitality he used to have before falling ill. Lang Yao drew her sword as an indignant rage boiled from within. The air around her igniting in rapidly encircling wisps of violet flame. This fire even moved along her sword. Her sudden inclusion had gotten everyone's attention for a moment. The assassins looked back, and her parents stared at her as well. But her mother did little more than glance as she brought her claws down upon the assassin's throat as he was distracted, then brought him to the ground, taking his dagger from his hand. Lang Yao rushed the other assassin, but yelled no when she saw him throw his own dagger and seeing it pierce her father's stomach. A roar of rage came from beside Lang Yao, and her mother had pounced the assassin, tackling him to the ground, and began to mutilate the man. Striking down, ripping open the flesh of his neck and tearing it away before repeating. The red fur of her hands and forearms was soaked in blood by the time the anger subsided, and she could realize the Bearkin assassin was dead. Lang Yao knelt beside her father, who was holding his stomach, and she began carefully trying to pull the robes off of him to be able to tend to his wound. The wisps of fire still encircled her, but not to the same extent. Her sword was on the floor beside them. I'll go get bandages," Lang Yao's mother said, as she quickly ran out of the main room of their home. "My precious gem." "You look beautiful," Lang Yao heard her father say weakly. The weakness in his voice felt like it opened a pit in her chest, and she said, "You will live through this, father. Please relax." Lang Yao quickly set aside his outer robe and shirt, able to see the wound clearly now. She knew it was a bad idea to remove the knife right away, but Lang Yao's face paled as she saw a blackness spreading through the veins from the dagger still in her father's lower abdomen. "No, no, no. It was poisoned." "No," Lang Yao said as a panic began to set in, just as her mother came back in, looking like she hurriedly cleaned off the blood as her arms were dripping wet with water now. She ran to her husband's side and said, "The healers should have an antidote." "This will hurt, my beloved, but bear with us," the older wolf woman said, carefully pulling the knife from the human's stomach and pushing bundles of cotton onto the wound. "Lang Yao, hold this down firmly while I wrap the bandage." And Lang Yao looked up and nodded, putting her hands on the cotton, quickly turning red. Lang Yao was having trouble focusing, but a gentle but unnervingly cold hand resting on her cheek caught her attention. She looked up and saw her father as he gently rubbed a thumb over her cheek. He had a smile beaming with pride on his face. "Look at you, my precious gem. You've become blessed by one of the gods." He turned to his wife and said calmly, "Lang Kim, our daughter. Today is a day for celebration. Yes, we will celebrate Lang Yao's blessing, but please, we need to get you to a healer first, Lang Kim said as she tightly wrapped the bandages. Lang Yao only moving her hands to let the bandages under and keep pressure. No, that won't happen, her father said with a solemn tone to his voice, making both his wife and daughter flinch. I can see Neo-Length. He stands before me. I can feel his chains weighing down my body. Lang Yao looked up and around. She couldn't see him, but she did feel a presence among them. My beloved, her father said, letting go of Lang Yao to instead gently rub the wolfkin woman's chin. Be strong for me. Your life is not yet over. We can come back from this. And Lang Yao saw the tears begin to fill her mother's eyes. He planted a gentle kiss upon her snout before turning his gaze back to Lang Yao. My precious gem, you have a great destiny ahead of you. Be strong, live well. I know you will be an amazing leader. He gently pulled Lang Yao in for a hug, and Lang Yao couldn't stop herself from breaking out into cries as she wrapped her own arms around her father's frail form. We will celebrate when this is over. Lang Yao was being closely held by her mother, openly weeping into her soft robes as they had just spent her father's final moments together. He only remained alive for a few minutes after she arrived, but despite the wound and the poison, he had been beaming with pride and joy at seeing the violet fire and aura of power that Lang Yao had not been hiding. The sound of battle continued below, so Lang Yao and her mother could not take the time to grieve for more than just a moment. Her mother shook her and said, Lang Yao, please, you may cry, but we have to fight first. We need to head down to the lower grounds. Lang Yao gathered herself and tried to stem the tide of tears, but it was not easy. She nodded as she turned to look. As they descended the steps, the deep pit of sorrow she felt had become ablaze with outrage towards the Hung clan. Thoughts of vengeance began to roar through her mind, but before they could truly take root, the voice spoke again. 3 enemies approach. One bears a blessing of wrath, and Lang Yao stopped her mother from rounding the corner around a building. She relayed the info and didn't explain how she knew, but her mother nodded. Together they stepped out prepared. Lang Yao had drawn her sword, and her mother held the 2 daggers taken from the assassins. Just ascending the stairs, 3 Hung soldiers in full battle armor had spotted them and readied their own weapons, each wielding a glaive in their hands and a straight sword on their hips. Lang Yao could feel a source of power she had never felt before radiating from the one in the lead. Lang Yao scowled, baring her own fangs as her wolf ears pinned forwards and her tail had spiked. Her mother growled fiercely beside her. Lang Yao then, with the guidance of the voice in her head, said, You flank to the left. I will deal with their leader. And before her mother could try to protest, Lang Yao became engulfed in violet fire as she felt battle instincts she had never experienced before. The voice said, I will aid your movements the little I can. Her mother was a highly trained martial artist and recognized her daughter's movements seemed unusually more skilled than normal as Lang Yao ran forth. But she did as suggested and flanked to the side to take at least one of them. Lang Yao parried the glaive of the enemy, blessed by wrath, and felt her fire begin to coat her blade. She stepped into range of them, dodging the thrust of the supporting soldier. The voice said to duck, then strike, so she did. As if she knew what the enemy was doing before he moved, she ducked, and found the scales of an armored fist brushing between her ears above her head before putting everything she had into a thrust. She saw the awakened Hung soldier erupt into a scarlet aura, and while she did push her sword forwards, he backed fast enough that she only cut a shallow wound into him through thick leather on part of his armor where there were no metal scales. Block up. Lang Yao raised her sword above her head and sparks flew as she stopped the enemy's glaive dead in its tracks. Circle left. Lang Yao moved and kept the glaive's blade away from her, making it collide with the other soldiers, throwing off his attack. Backstep twice. Lang Yao threw herself back, then kicked for a second step. The first step she had the enemy disengage his glaive from her sword and avoiding being struck with the weighted end as he spun it around. Then the second step let her see the black bolt of energy narrowly miss her as the mage from down below spotted her and made to assist from the far distance. 3 steps in, jump. Lang Yao kicked off the ground, and after 3 footfalls she leapt, tucking her legs to her chest as the enemy awakened narrowly missed, bisecting her with his glaive. Step to the left, then slash from the right. Lang Yao did just that. Stepping to the left saved her from a face full of elbow as she landed on the flank of the awakened. She grabbed her sword with both hands and cut as best she could, a strictly horizontal slash. She felt a slash would have been a bad idea because the man was wearing armor, but Lang Yao's eyes widened as she washed her sword, bathed in violet fire, cut through steel scales as if it were made of bamboo instead. As she cut through, she found her sword already in position to block the last effort of this awakened bear. His glaive spun around, but her blade cut through the haft and sent the bladed head flying into the dirt behind her, and she watched as his upper body fell away from his legs, falling in different directions. The man had a realization on his face as he hit the dirt and struggled to right himself, then started screaming as he saw his waist face the other direction. Lang Yao had just killed him. She was not a stranger to combat, but she had never killed anyone before. She felt a tightness in her own chest and stomach, but the voice that had been guiding her said, "Focus, Lang Yao," before getting her attention back to the remaining enemy and seeing her mother driving a dagger into the neck of the soldier she had been fighting. "Jump back," Lang Yao shouted. She felt it coming before the voice could warn her. Lang Yao's mother trusted her daughter and leapt back, narrowly avoiding a black bolt of energy that was aimed directly at her. She didn't know how she knew it was coming, but she could feel the energy spiking from the mage down by the docks, then felt the killing intent behind it, aimed at her mother. "You learn fast," the voice spoke as her attention returned to the last guy. The bear was visibly scared now, alone, outnumbered, outclassed. He dropped his glaive and raised his hands to surrender, but he wasn't given the chance. Lang Yao was shocked to hear the level of hatred in her mother's voice as she roared and ran forward. "Hung scum," and her daggers flashed. Then the bear beastkin collapsed as his head was sent flying back onto the dirt, cleanly separated from his body. Lang Yao reflexively stepped back at the display of brutality. Her attention was returned to the sight of 3 men dead, one of them at her hands. She tightened the grip on her sword and tried to push the thoughts away. She could deal with them later. The young half-human beastkin shouted, "Mother, with me," and reached the gate and descended the stairs. The lower area had more Hung clan soldiers. They were pillaging. Lang Yao felt her anger stir the well of power she could feel within herself at the sight. She and her mother, who had dropped the daggers and now held a single straight sword, made it their mission to cut down any Hung clan member they found within their own clan's grounds. The next level down, they found most of their own Lang clan men fighting back. Most unarmored, but now after some time had passed, some did properly arm and armor themselves to repel the force. There were more of them than the Hung, but the surprise attack and that damned mage had gotten rid of most of their best warriors, and even their own mages. Lang Yao figured he could sense and target their clans blessed with that spell. Lang Yao could feel different sources of power around her, and almost none of them were of her own people. Lang Yao and her mother joined the fight, though Lang Yao was hesitant to kill. Despite wielding a sword, she was wielding it defensively to parry the enemy's weapons and were taking them down with kicks. Kicks that were very effective, she could see. It seemed they had superhuman levels of physical strength now. And judging how she managed to completely overpower another awakened enemy with little effort, knocking his own sword away as if he were a mere child and not a grown man more than 3 times her size, with a blessing of the warrior as the voice in her head called it, it was a lot more strength than most other awakened. With the addition of Lang Yao and her mother, one of the best swordswomen of their entire clan, they pushed back the Hung soldiers back down to the lower grounds. But every minute that damned mage, standing on the bow of that ship, was launching those black bolts at her or others. She saw it hit a group of her own soldiers and nearly fainted at the horrid sight. When struck, their bodies decayed and rotted. Those not killed instantly screamed wails of agony that still sometimes haunt her to the present day. Lang Yao couldn't bear herself to do it, but other soldiers and her mother put them out of their misery. No one deserved to have most of their body rot away around them. The smell of decay still lingers in her memory. Lang Yao cut down a Hung soldier with a blessing of might. The voice in her head guided her through the fights and instructed her which way to break through to. It seemed to be leading her to the docks, but distinctly not the dock with the mage on it. A mage she could see clearly now. It was only 200 yards away. Lang Yao stood on a high part of the second lowest level of ground their clan held. Able to see the deck of the ship just over the exterior walls of their compound, and she stared at the mage. They wore robes so dark she could see no texture within it, as if it was a hole in the world and not simple cloth. Patterns of silver and scarlet decorated the robe, and a hood over the mage's head. He held a staff made of blackened burled wood. The staff was thin and appeared to have been preserved half-rotted and half-burned wood with twists and knots everywhere. What put a sense of fear within Lang Yao at this close of a distance was the mask the mage wore and the horrid sense of wrongness about the power behind their magic. A single solid iron mask hid their face. A simple oval of matte grey metal with a faint swirling pattern around an open hand carved into the metal. There were no holes for eyes, no holes anywhere on it. Yet she could feel the mage's gaze on her. The power he called on as he charged yet another bolt made her feel revulsion all the way down to her soul, being this close to it. That did not belong in this world. That power should not exist. It was wrong, having direct line of sight of the awakened, focusing on his power and being so close. Lang Yao even heard the voice in her head mutter, "That's not right," as if she wasn't meant to be told that. It had presumably one of the gods themselves stumped. Watching the mage turn and point his staff directly at her, Lang Yao felt every instinct she had scream she was in danger. She dove down and ran as fast as she could, the tip of her tail barely being caught by that black bolt, and thankfully nothing more than less than a fistful of hair would fall out and wither on the ground, color draining from it. Lang Yao needed to get rid of that mage. But just as she thought that, the voice in her head, with as much authority as it could muster, said, "You will stay as far away from that as possible." "But my mother, my people," she shouted back to herself. "You must reach safety. When you are safe, I will do what I can." It responded, "Who the hell even are you? I'm not going to let whatever the hell that mage is destroy my clan." Lang Yao shouted again, thoroughly confusing the hung soldier she ran across, one that stopped caring when Lang Yao broke his leg with a kick. "I am the strongest of all the divine, and I am telling you, you cannot fight that thing. You will die if you do. The churner commands you to survive. That is its will." Chapter 24, Remembrance 2. Lang Yao froze at the mention. She knew who this voice in her head was now. Only one being could claim itself to be the strongest of the gods. The immortal hero who ended the First Age and brought peace back to the world. The only mortal to ever ascend into divinity. The one who rose the first person in the Interage period to power and brought life back into a First Age city to the far north that survived despite the time and turmoil past, bringing forth the Second Age of civilization, the churner. Lang Yao had to think about where she had heard that term before. Then it hit her. From her religious tutor. The churner was the word the gods used to refer to the world itself. All things that exist within the Cerner. It has only ever been referenced sparingly by the gods, but the divine revere it the same way that mortals revere the divine. Lang Yao had a serious chill run down her spine. She looked back at the wall where she could feel the sheer wrongness of the mage on the other side. The idea that whatever power it called upon was not of the Kerner filled her mind. "Promise me you will keep my mother safe from that thing," Lang Yao muttered, and the immortal hero responded, "I am currently convincing Svendar to give your mother a blessing of vengeance. With it, she will be able to escape to fight another day. Then I will ensure the mage is dealt with." Lang Yao looked back in the direction she was originally instructed and began running, heading to the northern port where they only kept their fishing vessels. Vessels she had no clue how to actually sail. She was concerned about her mother and also concerned how this god was going to ensure that. She laid eyes on a rowboat and felt it would have to do. Hopefully, if it's the actual world's will for her to survive this, there will be calm seas. She ran to one of the fisheries warehouses and carried stocks of fresh water, smoked fish, and hard bread to the boat. It should be enough to get her to the neighboring isle. Double what you had grabbed, you are heading north to the mainland. As Lang Yao heard the god's voice, She then felt a massive power spike on the southern docks and saw spouts of water rise from the sea, tinted scarlet red by an aura of rage. The power, she could feel it instinctually. It belonged to her mother, who was just blessed herself. That mage threw a black bolt, but it failed to penetrate the rising scarlet aura. Lankim lay on the ground, coughing out teeth as she was knocked to the ground a third time by the teenage heir to the Hung clan. Hunkan, a bearkin, specifically of the moonbear type. Despite only being 16, he was taller than Lankim by a good foot and had 200 pounds of muscle on her, on top of a potent blessing from Anku, the god of war. He growled as Lankim rose to her feet and said, "Stay down, you human-loving bitch. I was directly ordered by my grandfather to spare your life." Lankim raised her fists defiantly in an open claw stance, but was too slow to avoid Hunkan's rush. He swept her legs out from under her as he moved faster in heavy layered armor than she had seen anyone move before. Before she even hit the ground, his large foot struck her stomach and sent her rolling back on the ground, hitting the dead warriors she had brought with her to the docks. That damned mage had stopped firing at them at least, but she couldn't touch him. "Are you going to stay down this time?" he asked. The bored tone to his voice lit a fire under her as she stared with bloodshot eyes and growled deep in her throat. But her body was getting slow and harder to command. "Why?" she growled with hatred in her voice. "Why does your grandfather provoke war with the Lang clan?" Hunkan stood there, and the most annoying smile appeared on his face. Then he began howling in laughter, setting the butt of his glaive on the ground as he bent over with a hand on his belly. He laughed for another full minute, each millisecond making the blood in Lankim boil even hotter and hotter. His laughing was cut by a loud crack of the mage's black bolt, heading towards where Lang Yao had run to. Despair mixed in with her feelings of hatred and anger as she watched the mage only stare for a moment before turning its gaze behind that fucking creepy mask back to her and lower its cursed-looking staff. "You idiot, it wasn't my grandfather who wanted this to happen, it was me." He slammed the butt of his glaive on the ground, and it cracked the stone below just as an extra show of force as he began to enjoy getting to taunt Lankim more before forcing her to surrender. "I was told I was to be a suitor for that disgusting mutt you call a daughter," he said. And Lankim immediately rushed back to her feet and ran at him, almost foaming at the mouth in anger now. But he kicked up the butt of his glaive and thrust it into her stomach, making Lankim drop back to her hands and knees and struggle to breathe as she coughed up residual blood from her lost teeth. The Lang clan had abandoned tradition centuries ago, but the Hung clan remained pure of blood and of mind. "We breed for strength, for fortitude, and for beastkin pride." Hunkan pushed Lankim onto her side as the red wolf clutched her stomach in pain. Her body fought hard to resist her commands, but the hatred in her eyes actually surprised Hunkan a little. He smiled a toothy grin down and crouched down mockingly before her, sitting on his heels as if she wasn't a threat at all. "You tried to hide your husband's illness, and you did a good job fooling everyone just how sickly he had become. But you slipped up. One of our spies could see the walking corpse on your pretty little mountaintop home. He used to be as big as I am and twice as strong, but we saw how thin he was and how he struggled to even carry a pail of water." Lankim tried to spit on Hunkan, but had her face shoved into the dirt when he noticed her about to try. "I convinced my grandfather and my father both to perform this raid. Your guards were too busy preparing their ceremonial wardrobes to be prepared for a proper assault. You were too preoccupied dressing up that mutt like a doll so you can try and muddy another's bloodline." Hunkan released Lankim's head, and as much as she hated him and hated this situation, she was struggling to remain conscious now. The pain and exhaustion were too great, her heart was beating too fast to be healthy, and the only thing she could hear besides this bear was her own elevated pulse in her ears. "Why the fuck should we bother marrying into your clan to strengthen our own when we could just walk in and kill the filthy human, your disgusting daughter, and seat myself as the new head and grow the Hung clan immensely?" Lankim felt her vision darkening, her pulse became erratic, and she could hear the chains of death begin to rattle around her. Hunkan continued to speak, but she couldn't hear him anymore. She laid her on her back, and she saw a man standing above her that Hunkan ignored for some reason. He was very tall, wearing a cloak as dark as the shadows and skin as white as parchment. Chains slipped from his hands and began to gently hold her body still. She felt her muscles relax, and the man, she now could recognize as Neo-Length, gave a sorrowful smile. In the gentlest of voices he said, "Worry not, your daughter is safe. The Shurna has willed her survival." Lankim felt the weight holding her become free as she seemed to be able to sit up just fine. All the anger she was boiling in had subsided for peaceful calm. Though she felt a tether pulling her back down, she looked down at herself and saw her body still laying there, her eyes rolling back, and Hunkan stopped his speech to begin tapping her cheek and trying to shake her awake. Each nudge he gave made the tether pull her back a little into her own body. Neo-Length pulled a small sickle from his robes and knelt down by her, but before he could move to sever the tether, a flash of crimson fell from the heavens beside him, genuinely startling the man draped in darkness. A new man was here. Another human, short blonde hair and eyes just as scarlet red as the northern-styled robes he wore. A spear of gold and crimson held in his hands. Still, no one else was reacting to their presence, she could see when looking around. "She is not to die today, brother," the blonde man said. Lankim remembered seeing a painting of him somewhere. It was in their temple. He looked a lot like Svendar, the god of wrath. Why was he here? Lankim looked at him and felt in the deepest pit of her soul the boiling rage begin to spike again. Neo-Length looked back in the direction her daughter had ran, and Svendar said, "Yes, that is why." Neo-Length nodded, rose, then left Lankim's vision. The blonde man knelt down, staring into the wolfkin's eyes with his own, both of their eyes a similar red to one another. He said, "Do you hate him?" as he pointed at Hunkan, who was forcing a red liquid into her body's mouth now. The tether tightened even further, pulling Lankim back down into her hatred. She could no longer sit straight, she was only propped up on her elbows now. She growled deeply as the feelings began to come back to her and said, "Yes," firmly up at the god. "Do you want to kill him?" Svendar asked. "Yes, him. Him and his entire clan. They will pay for what they've done to us," Lankim roared. She then saw and felt Svendar put a hand on her forehead, and he pushed her spirit back down into her body. "Then take your hatred, take your anger, bathe in it, and reap your vengeance with both of our wills pushing you forwards." Lankim's eyes rolled back to glare at the bear in a mild panic above her. He was saying, "Shit, shit, shit, I wasn't supposed to kill you," before Lankim let out a blood-curdling roar as her pupils dilated into pinpricks. Hunkan was pushed back a good 20 feet, and that mage on the boat fired a bolt that did nothing but fizzle out before it could reach her. Lankim had received a blessing direct from the god she could no longer see, but she felt power unknown to her coursing through her veins. Her body was battered, but no longer resisted her orders. The pain was gone as she saw genuine fear wash over Hunkan's face, water rising from the ocean as Lankim jumped back onto her feet in one movement. The veins beneath her red fur were glowing as she tightened her muscles and took a proper stance of the wolf-fang style. The scarlet aura of rage flared even higher, higher than the spouts of water that began rocking the boat the mage was on. Lankim rushed forwards faster than she could comprehend, but her body moved as if it was natural to do so. Hunkan raised his glaive, but she shattered its blade with a single strike. She stood over the scared teenager, still more than 3 times her size, but no longer more than 3 times her strength. "You and your entire bloodline will end by my hand." The soon-to-be infamous Scarlet Wolf roared as her claws swiped, trailing red behind them. Lang Yao finished packing the boat as the sounds of fighting continued to erupt from the southern docks. She heard her mother's shouts but couldn't tell what they were saying. She could feel the fight between her mother and another awakened. Her mother held the lesser of the two's depth of power, but she was fighting with such ferocity the other was consistently on the defense and taking wounds that further weakened them. Her mother was winning. Lang Yao pushed the rowboat out after untying it and hopped in it, grabbing the oar and paddling her way away. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she was being forced to leave her home, but she couldn't fight that mage. Damn, Lang Yao turned as she saw the mage staring at her again. He raised his staff at her, and she felt the energy building again. She couldn't dodge, and even if she did dive into the water to do so, the rowboat and supplies would all be gone. Just as panic set in, the unexpected happened. The sky was clear, but violet energy began accumulating in the air above the island. The mage was still accumulating power, but as the energy descended, Lang Yao watched as the spell he was forming failed. She then saw the power this mage command violently burst out as it was denied forming into another one of those bolts of energy. The color, it was indescribable. It was not black, it was merely emptiness. The complete absence of what things in this world should be. Suddenly, Lang Yao saw the violet energy begin coalescing into a form, and it took the shape of a man wearing a cloak that hid his features. But the power within herself resonated deeply with this new presence. The crimson aura of her mother dimmed as Lang Yao soon felt the other blessed person she was fighting have their life snuff out. But her eyes were stuck on the scene on the largest of the Hung clan boats. Black tendrils spread out from beneath the mage's robes to assault the new presence, but merely disintegrated itself upon contact. The mage began backing up, and with an apparent desperation, throwing whatever attacks it could, all of them failing to do anything more than waste his own energy. The presence reached out and grabbed the iron mask this mage wore and pulled it off, revealing the mutilated face beneath. The mage was an old man, absolutely ancient, barely more than skin and bones, and resembled a skull even more with their nose cut off and eyes gouged out. Lang Yao had no reason to think this, but she was given the distinct impression the wounds were self-inflicted. It looked disgusting, but an idea wormed into her mind that it instead looked beautiful, and she should strive to be like the mage, to join him and do the same. Violet fire erupted around her and around everyone else she could see around the southern port as the thought was violently burned away. The immaterial form of the immortal hero spoke. Lang Yao could see his mouth move under the misty cloud of violet energy, obscuring his face beneath the cloak, and heard in her head, and also vaguely from a distance, with her actual ears. That was a very potent curse, one you didn't cast yourself. Something I need to know more about. Next, Lang Yao saw the purple energy that previously took the form of the god burst forth and envelop the mage, and just as quickly as he came, he left. There was no sign the mage had ever been there. The violet color around them faded back to normality, and the entire battlefield stood silent. Lang Yao was not the only one watching that. Then her people began to cheer. Lang Yao heard roars and howls of wolves erupt from the compound as their morale had skyrocketed to immeasurable levels. Their soldiers tripled their efforts to fight off the Hung clan and managed to push them back to their ships and then light them ablaze as they attempted to flee. Lang Yao knew her mother was safe, but her clan had been crippled. Her father was murdered, and she was being forced to leave as well, to head north. War would break out, and her clan no longer had the strength to remain even in the top 3 on the island. Too many warriors had either been cut down or rotted away. Lang Yao paddled further and further north. She spent over a week just paddling north. The seas were calm for her trip, and by the end she was exhausted, but she knew her mission. She needed to head to Lagonia, join their academy, grow strong among their youth, and become the immortal hero's champion. Lang Yao made landfall in a port town of humans. She spent the whole time gathering courage and trying to remember how to speak their language. She had been taught it, but did not use it often outside of lessons from a human tutor from this country. She rose from her rowboat. This style was called a canoe in this land's tongue. And she shouted, "I am Lang Yao, heiress to the Lang clan. I greet the people of Lagonia. I demand to be taken to your awakened academy." As best she could, not knowing who to approach, she stood awkwardly for a moment, looking around. Then she met the blue eyes of an admittedly handsome boy around her age. She felt an odd connection. She felt the people around him also held blessings, but without the immortal hero guiding her personally anymore, she didn't know what kind. But the silver-haired boy's power felt just as deep as her own did. He must be the same. She tried to cool herself after such a long and difficult journey. Grabbing her stuff, then strutted over to him. He must know where the academy is. Chapter 25. History. Akai, Kid, and Lang Yao discovered they shared a lecture today. All three found themselves approaching the same lecture hall after their morning fitness. All three freshly showered. Lang Yao looked away, having a dislike of Akai by now because she and everyone else felt how he held back. The day prior, they had combat lessons together. Akai was made to spar with Lang Yao, who couldn't really push herself due to remaining pain from the healing, but she felt Akai only partially touched the well of power she could sense within him. This annoyed Sigur as well again, and Akai was made to do extra weapon drills by himself. Akai, of course, was willing to accept the punishment. He tried to explain that he was genuinely worried because his power was very potent. He also tried to explain that drawing on it more actually hurts, but Sigur didn't seem to care too much. Though he told Akai to meditate more, drawing on one's power shouldn't cause any pain, it should feel the opposite and lessen pain. Lang Yao made sure to sit away from the two boys as other first years filed in. It was a mix of all years, around 50 people in total. By the time it was for the lesson to start, Lady Morella had entered carrying a thick stack of papers. She set them down on the lecturer's desk and said, "I hope you all had a good morning," as she began flipping through it. "Today we are going over how the First Age ruins function. I am sure some of you have heard stories about them appearing, vanishing and reappearing elsewhere, or new ruins in the places of old ruins. To start, who can tell me what I mean by a First Age ruin?" And a number of other students' hands shot up. She pointed at one girl and said, "Yes, you. Tell me what you know." The other girl, seemingly a second-year student by her appearance, stood up and began to speak. What is commonly referred to as a First Age ruin isn't as simple as structures remaining from the First Age, but instead are structures that, through the cataclysm, have various affects around them, such as being able to appear, disappear, or move at seemingly random intervals. "Mostly correct," Lady Morella chirped with a smile. She asked, "Can anyone else tell me a more accurate version?" and selected a third-year student. The ruins are places of importance that existed within the First Age. The connection it has to the world we live in has been destabilized and, as such, aren't able to permanently exist within our world. Lady Morella nodded, though she corrected, "Yes, but it is not a place of import, merely anywhere afflicted by the cataclysm." Akai had raised his hand, and Lady Morella looked over at him. She stared for a brief moment, then said, "Right, some of you are new now. Your question is about what the cataclysm is." And Akai said, "Yes, ma'am, I haven't heard of that before. I will explain it in detail next week for the new students. But in short, here is the simplified version. The cataclysm is what we call the chaotic ending of the First Age, and is a large part of why the Inter-Age period is so unknown, brought on by the death of the elder gods." Lady Morella then decided to get back into her intended lecture. But back to the ruins. Morella went to the board behind her, and Akai noticed it was a large piece of slate. She was writing on it with a stick of chalk and began to write out different examples with rough drawings. In general, there are 4 classes on ruins, classified by size. She drew a small house and said, "A Class 1 ruin is just a simple structure. The smallest we have recorded being seen is little more than a farmhouse and shed." She then drew a collection of small houses and said, "A Class 2 ruin is normally a collection of small, simple structures. It can be part of a village, a small section of a city, or the old wagons of a caravan. But it also could be a separate structure, or not even a structure at all, such as graveyards or old battlefields with engines of war still around." She then drew a large building resembling a church and said, "Class 3 ruins are the structures of import. It is always something with historical significance. Old cathedrals to the elder gods, castle keeps, and sometimes even catacombs." Lastly, Lady Morella drew multiple large buildings surrounded by a wall. She said, "We have only ever recorded 2 instances of Class 4 ruins, both of which before anyone here in this room was born, including myself." She turned to the room and said, "The first Class 4 ruin found was the entirety of a non-human city. It was too infested with revenants to be explored before it vanished. The second Class 4 ruin found was mistakenly labelled a Class 3 because it was an expansive catacomb, but these catacombs were multiple levels deep and expanding almost the entire size of the previous Class 4's ruin. Like before, it was infested with revenants. but these catacombs had not vanished until a century after they appeared. She then pointed at the drawings and said, "One commonality between all ruins from the First Age is that there are revenants of the ruins' denizens. Sometimes they are peaceful, other times they are maddened. This is because there was no god of the dead in the First Age, and no other world for them to pass on to. The spirits lingered, and even now, when parts of the First Age are brought forth to our era, the spirits still linger from their time. Neohlenth has no command over souls born before he came about. He cannot free them from this world and bring them to the afterlife." Akai listened closely, the lecture catching his attention quite well. Lady Morella continued on about other examples of First Age ruins, explaining that the biggest job of the Adventuring Guild is to search for and explore new ruins. Study old ruins, and their awakened members are to help deal with revenants. She then explained that revenants cannot be permanently slain, but only disrupted and dispersed. But they will reform within a week as if nothing had happened. Though very rarely there is a revenant that an awakened cannot fight off, it can wound the awakened, but the awakened cannot in turn hurt the revenant spirit. It ignores their blessing, and in cases with revenants like this, the ruin is cordoned off due to being too dangerous to explore or study. Lady Morella also went onto a tangent about the Adventuring Guild. The guild has 3 main branches: explorers, scholars, and mercenaries. While their primary job is to deal with First Age ruins, their second job is to deal with paid requests from locals. Odd jobs, and no matter what part of the branch you are in, you have to do so many of these odd jobs a month, or else your membership is terminated and you have to start back at the bottom, most rank. Unless you are a high-rank warrior, which is exclusive to awakened members, which she seemed fairly bitter about. Akai then learned that Lady Morella does not have a blessing from any god, and is the only member of the heads of staff that is completely mundane. Meanwhile, Lamorie was in Grinwald's forge with a number of other students. She was currently working on a project and was wearing thick monster hide gloves, wearing goggles, and channeling her blessing to aid in forging as hammer-struck metal. She pursed her lips as she felt like something wasn't right. She had been stuck on thinking on what Grinwald had been speaking about when lecturing a few other students on stuff they were creating. Something that applied to her as well. To become a more advanced smith, she needs to learn to be able to shape the metal in a different way. Grinwald said to be considered proficient with smithing as an awakened smith, they needed to be able to make nearly flawless equipment with just her hammer. And now she was remembering her awakening moment. She had been doing something, but it was difficult to dredge up the old memory, but she remembered seeing the final product. That maul head she had forged did not see a grindstone. It was not painstakingly shaped by hand. No. She hit it and she willed it to take shape. The power of her blessing had flowed through her, and metal like water. Water. She had the water affinity. Lamorie's eyes widened, and she repeated the hammer strike she had just done. She was pulling strength from the well of power within herself, and she did strike the metal with significant force. The metal yielded to her blessing and deformed more than a normal smith would be able to make it, and the metal did not suffer damage. But it remained static outside of that. She was drawing on power from her water affinity, but was not combining the two. She was merely brute forcing both together at once, but never let them meld. She did it again and realized she called on the blessing first, then pushed her affinity with it after. But that felt wrong. Lamorie calmed her mind, and her mind wandered to Akai. This time she wasn't daydreaming about him, but remembering his moments of explosive power. He brought his fire to bear first, then it went golden. Unlike when he had been sparring and was doing things similar to how she was now, in those moments his fire affinity and blessing were the same power. Lamorie drew on her affinity to water. She felt the element around her and power begin to flow through and over her. Then she drew on the blessing from Miog. The strength coursed through her muscles, and she felt her pride as a smith swell within her. As she was doing this, she was focusing hard on how to meld the two together. She looked strange. She was standing there and staring at the glowing metal she held with a pair of tongs and was surging her powers but not hitting it. It did catch a few other students' attention and Grinwald's own. Lamorie felt on instinct what to do with her power. She surged her water element, then let her blessing not stack on top of it or push into it, but properly disperse itself through her. It felt as if the strength from Mioch began to invade her soul, and it caused quite a bit of discomfort, but this was worth a little discomfort to try. She raised her hammer and brought her will to bear down on the metal. From her core she felt green energy move from her chest, into her arm, then into the hammer before it made a harsh impact, forcing it into the metal she had been working on. The metal rippled, as if it was a fluid in response to the energy, before rapidly changing shape. She watched as was a bar of iron she had been drawing out soon took a rough shape of a utility knife. It was not complete, far from it, but it was almost half an hour's worth of work done in one strike. But this wasn't a simple thing to do. Lamorie felt tightness suddenly build in her chest as her hands and feet began to feel numb. She didn't realize she had been swaying until she fell down onto her butt on the workshop floor. Her nose was bleeding now, and the pain she felt spreading through her body was nothing she had experienced before. It reminded her of how Akai had always seemed to hurt himself in those moments as well. She felt like she was onto something and needed to figure this out. Lamorie felt her body start going weak, and she noticed the teacher, Mr. Cragfall, was yelling something at her. She couldn't understand him, though. It sounded like he was on the other end of a long tunnel. The next thing Lamorie felt was feeling weightless as she fell back and was caught by the teacher. After being brought to the infirmary, the healer was going over with a spell to find the issue. He grimaced a little, and Ryneveld asked, "How bad is it?" "Not as bad as you'd think for a girl her age doing that." Ryneveld sighed and ran a hand through his beard. "How the hell did a kid learn to meld her blessing and her affinity like that?" he muttered. "Don't learn that until your third year, and even then, told not to do it until you're at least 20. She should recover in a day of rest. She frayed the edges of her soul with that level of strain, but it could have been a lot worse if she wasn't as careful," the healer said before getting up. "We'll hold her until she can walk, and she'll have tomorrow off of schoolwork to rest." Back at the training field, Akai was being put through the ringer by Sigur during combat training. He held a training sword and shield as he was sparring against Jace, who equipped himself with the same. Jace was told to push Akai as hard as he could. Sigurd could feel untapped power Akai would not bring to bear and was set on pulling that potential out of this kid, though his idea didn't seem to go to plan. 5 minutes had passed, and Jace was starting to feel the edges of exhaustion creep in. He flared the white aura around him as he brought every ounce of power he could command at once to bear to slash at Akai. But Akai, who had only raised his fire to be about 30% golden, was the one that had Jace on the back foot. His sword was batted away by the shield, and Jace had to abandon offense entirely to not be hurt by the thrust. Jace barely managed to deflect the tip of the blunt sword away and make some distance, having to jump back as Akai followed up the parried thrust with a roundhouse kick. Akai's boot only managed to barely graze Jace's shirt, but the wind and heat he felt from it was honestly scary to the larger teen. Akai was breathing hard. He had just been put through exercises until failure this morning and still recovering from the strain. Push-ups, sit-ups, and other calisthenics. It was very hard, but from his perspective, Jace was strong but not fast. Unlike Kid, Akai was able to push through that trick with his soul affinity, and Jace was good, but not as skilled as Kid was with a sword. He readied for Jace to continue, but Sigurd said, "That's enough," as he crossed his arms. Jace let his own training sword and shield fall as he had to hold his knees to stay standing. Sweat dripped from him as he said, "You're a freaking monster, you know that," as he looked up. Akai rubbed the back of his head and said, "You are really strong too," but was a bit stunned to see Sigurd approaching again. Sigurd grabbed the training sword and shield off the ground, and a lot of the other students stopped to watch, including the handful of second and third years sharing the time with them. "You pushed harder, but I can feel there's more in you that you're holding back," Sigurd said. Jace caught on to what was happening and quickly made way for their instructor. Akai felt him channeling power. Sigurd was calling on an earth affinity to strengthen and reinforce himself as he took a readied stance. Akai realized what was going on and wanted to share. "Sir, please, it's not like that. Please just let me explain." As he knew Sigurd had taken particular offense to feeling Akai hold back. "I have to limit how much I use because using too much hurts. It's not because..." and Akai was cut off by Sigurd appearing before him in a moment. Despite lacking a lightning affinity that aided Kid in increasing his speed, Sigurd was much faster. Akai had to surge his power to the point it hurt, now close to 40% of what he could do. Akai was barely able to raise his shield in time to block, but the hit sent him skidding back on the ground. Sigurd, for the first time, was seen actually putting some of his own power behind his movements. He began to reinforce his body, similar to how Anna had, his skin taking the appearance more like rock than regular skin. Akai was knocked away as Kid tried to shout, "He's telling the truth, he can't push it too hard." But Sigurd didn't believe it for what it meant. A minute of Akai being made to block heavy hits had dented the training sword and shield he had, as the pain in his chest from unconsciously using more came forth. Akai looked at Sigurd, who, moving so fast and with such strength, didn't even look to be pushing himself. Akai realized he was going to have to just do it. He was scared, remembering what he learned in his dreams of the Phoenix King. That uncontrolled, or pushed too far, his ability would burn away at his own soul as fuel for its fire. But they had healers here who should be able to help deal with issues to his body, and he felt like he would recover from any damage to his soul as long as it wasn't too severe. Akai planted his feet and shouted, "Fine," as he felt a bit of anger at this teacher not listening to him or Kid on this matter. Akai tried to ignore the pain as he drew as much power the heat in his chest as he could. All of the amber and orange flames around him vanished, erupting into violently hot golden fire. The heat washed over the training field, and some of the students even had to hold up their arms. Feeling like they were too close to a roaring bonfire, Sigurd didn't relent, however, but the stone on his skin thickened. Lang Yao watched from the side and felt an odd sensation when she tried to feel out the power Akai was displaying. She wasn't given enough time to feel it fully as she was distracted by the sudden gust of wind that almost knocked her off her feet. Akai had bashed Sigurd's sword away with the shield. Sigurd's reinforcement did not stop at his skin but went to his weapons as well. And Akai had not yet fully mastered pushing his fire into his equipment. So the shield broke with a loud crash as the force of the impact sent a large gust of wind to the side. Sigurd's sword was deviated from its path. Akai stepped in to raise his own training sword for a strike, but the pain he felt became too great to bear any longer. He lost control over the fire as his hit did connect, but with no strength behind it. Akai felt like every vein in his body was on fire and his hands and feet were starting to go numb. He fell to the ground as blood dripped from his mouth and nose. Sigurd stopped instantly upon seeing the silver-haired Kid coughing up blood. He frowned but felt something was off. Akai's full power wasn't quite what he expected. He couldn't sit and contemplate it as he watched Akai pass out. Shit, this wasn't supposed to happen. He just wanted to teach a seemingly arrogant Kid a lesson. Akai was brought to the infirmary as well. Kid and the rest of the youths instructed to just do sword drills until Sigurd returned. Akai was laid on the bed and the healer said, "Another one." But Sigurd had shown an actual hint of worry on his face, making the jovial tone from the healer drop and say, "I'll check him out right away." A minute later, the healer's face went pale as the light of his magic faded. He asked, "What the hell happened to him?" "What's wrong? He was in a spar using his own power. His body is mangled on the inside. A large number of blood vessels in his lungs had ruptured and he has burns inside his body. His soul is even worse." "His soul?" Sigurd asked, a bit surprised already at hearing about the damage done, but using one's own power shouldn't do this. Unless a healthy soul appears similar to an unblemished white cloth. Damage appears as fraying at the edges, small tears. Much more than that is almost certain death. The healer explained, then gestured at the unconscious Kid. "His soul is burnt, as if it was lit on fire, with rips all along it, like it was stretched too hard and too thin. I didn't even know a soul could feel burnt when I examine it. But his definitely is." Sigurd sighed and put a hand on his face. He probably should have listened first. He asked, "Will he live?" And the healer, who already turned and had his hands glowing in the bright white light of a blessing from now. "He should live, but I can't guarantee he will make a full recovery from this." Sigurd felt a pang of guilt at this. But Akai didn't feel like he had been melding his power this whole time. He was in for a long talk from the director after this and had to figure out how the hell Akai was even functioning using his power the way he had been. Chapter 26, Quest Board. Kid had been sent off to his next class. For him it was more regular schoolwork to help him get up to the same level as other students. Sigur completed today's training with his last set of students and knew what was awaiting him. As soon as his last batch of students he was training to become soldiers had walked off, he found a letter distorting out of space and landing in his hands in front of him. Even though it was obvious who sent it, as only one man on campus can do that, it still was sealed with the Director's Academy seal on it. Sigur opened it and it had a simple written message on it. "We need to talk. Come to my office immediately. Director Magnus." Sigur pocketed the letter and started walking, soon entering the admin building and heading to the top floor, then heading to the largest office on the top floor. Knocking on the door softly, and the elderly voice on the other side said, "Come in." Magnus was sitting at his desk, a large and ornate desk made from imported steelwood from the far west. On it was a porcelain teapot and cups. Magnus was drinking from it and gestured at Sigur to sit down, which he did without wasting any time. "Would you like a cup of tea?" Magnus asked as he set his own cup down on a little coaster on the desk. Sigur shook his head and said, "No, sir, I am not thirsty." "Are you sure? This is some of the good stuff. Bought it from Avalon a year back and just opened the jar today," Magnus said, closing his hands together in front of him. Sigur felt a little pressured and just nodded his head. Magnus waved a hand briefly and the teapot moved on its own to pour a cup which would then slide over to Magnus, still hot enough to let off a little steam. Magnus sat there, watching, so Sigur would grab the cup and take a tip of it. "That is really good," he admitted. "I'm glad you like it," Magnus said, giving a soft smile and visually appearing harmless. But Sigur knew the kind of monster that someone who holds 3 blessings could be in a fight. He had seen Magnus on the battlefield before. He had no interest in doing anything to make the old man too mad. "That boy, Akai Ryneveld, was it?" Magnus finally said. Sigur nodded softly and Magnus said, "I could tell he was a little different. But I didn't feel it until you pushed him during that little spar you made him do." Magnus then reached down and took another sip of the tea in his cup, making Sigur anxiously wait before he continued. "The boy has been melding that unique blessing he has with his fire elemental affinity the entire time. A boy that young can't handle that level of strain, but he had been doing surprisingly well." Sigur listened and was waiting for the chastising to come. But the next words shocked him. "I felt him meditating in his room at night before bed, and the records we have says he awakened 4 years ago at 10, along with the other 3 from that village. He already knows how to meditate. Doing that wrong could severely injure one's soul," Sigur blurted out. He already knew Akai, Kid and Lamorie had more experience than the others by virtue of awakening quite early. But meditation was not a simple thing to learn. He was not aware, but would be floored at how Akai managed to pick it up naturally. And by the feel of things, he had to have been meditating every night almost the whole time back at home. I know those immortal hero blessings can be quite unique, but his really is special. Were he given any other sort of blessing, I imagine with that much meditating, he'd already be able to wield his full power without much strain. But his is extremely volatile. Sigur sat thinking. He nodded and said, "Yeah, those few moments he let it all out, he felt like I was against a junior officer in the army, not a 14-year-old kid. That wolf girl has the same blessing, but I can tell it has been less than 2 months since she awakened. Her powers are still settling, and I can feel she has limited control over it." Magnus slowly stood up and said, "Then you know what you need to do next. Teach the boy control and help the girl grow to be his equal." He turned around and said, "You can leave now," before waving Sigur away and leaning to look out the window. Sigur stood and nodded, saying, "Yes, sir," before leaving himself. Magnus squinted as he was looking at the infirmary. His eyes would glow as he peered deeper at the unconscious and recovering Akai, as if the buildings were not enough to affect his sight. Muttering to himself, a unique power indeed. The following morning, Lamorie was woken up by the sound of a tray falling to the floor and glass shattering. Then a familiar voice said, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to," before the healer shouted, "How in Now's grace are you awake already?" Lamorie was curious. Why was Akai in the infirmary? Why was the healer shouting? She slowly got out of bed and winced at how uncomfortable it was to move. But she got up and pulled apart the curtains separating patient beds. There, her face became a bit rosy at the sight. Akai had been stripped down to just wearing a pair of shorts. He was looking up at the healer. Lamorie saw the burns around his chest, just like he had when he went all out against that Greylock. But it had been a long time since she had seen him like this. The sight of him wearing just shorts, the slim but well-defined muscles. Akai turned and looked at her. Before he could question, she closed the curtains and went back to her own infirmary bed. Akai tried to sit up, but the healer pushed him back down. The healer, a man around his 30s yet still had a youthful, soft look, pushed him back onto the bed. His hands became engulfed in white light as he began inspecting Akai, muttering, "Your body isn't close to healed yet. Your soul has recovered a little, but still looks very damaged. You shouldn't be conscious right now. No one can be conscious like this." "What on earth is—" He was interrupted by Akai saying, "It's okay, this isn't the first time this happened. I'll—" And Akai was interrupted in turn by the healer saying forcefully, "This isn't the first time." Their attention was taken by Lamorie stifling a cough/laugh, and the healer stood up. He opened the curtains, and Lamorie, who hadn't been dressed down like Akai had been, was sitting up on her bed. "Lamorie, what are you doing here?" Akai asked, and she pointed at him and said, "I should say the same thing. What did you do this time?" Akai tried to explain himself that he pushed himself too hard, but they were both interrupted by the healer saying, "Enough. You two know each other?" And after a pause, they both nodded. Akai said, "We grew up together." The healer turned to Lamorie and asked, "This isn't the first time he's been hurt like this?" Lamorie felt like something bad was going to happen, but soon she was forced into telling about the other times. Akai's awakening, and then when fighting a Greylock. The healer just threw up his hands after learning about it and shouted, "Unbelievable. Boy, you should be dead. I have seen dead men less injured than you when you arrived." The healer threw his hands up and said, "Lamorie, you're free to head back home to your dorm. I am ordering you to stay out of classes and rest until tomorrow. Boy, you are staying here until I say you're healthy enough to leave. Gods forbid you suddenly keel over from the burns to your own soul and I get the director bearing down on me." Over the next few minutes, Lamorie grabbed a few of her things that were brought with her, such as the apron and other safety equipment for Grinwald's workshop. Akai was sitting in bed, bored. Since he couldn't do anything, he tried to focus and meditate. It felt like it stretched a muscle he needed to stretch, but wasn't exactly physical. It felt good, but he was suddenly interrupted by the healer hitting him over the head with a pillow and shouting at him more. Saying something like that is dangerous for a kid his age, triple so for one with damage to their soul. He said something about how it should be causing debilitating pain for Akai right now, but when Akai said he felt no pain at all doing it, the healer threw their hands up again and left, leaving Akai alone in the bed until it was time to apply another round of healing magic and food. It wouldn't be another 3 days before the healer was satisfied with Akai's, quote, obscenely and absurdly fast recovery from severe soul damage, that he was finally allowed back to attend his lessons. Akai missed some of the schoolwork lessons and was going to have to play a little catch-up on it, but at least for the next few days, Akai was being put on light duty regarding his exercises and training with the old Royal Guard commander. Akai and Lamorie had sat down in a classroom beside one another. A bunch of the other first years were here, and in walked a rather exhausted-looking Vagras Ryneveld, the Academy's enchanting specialist and professor. From what he knew, Vagras was twice blessed, a very rare thing to catch the eyes of two different gods. Though what blessings he had, Akai nor did any of the other kids in this class know. "All right, first of the real lessons," the blonde noble said. He had bags under his eyes and looked to be very tired. This was explained by him saying, "Now I haven't slept in over a full day, so I don't have the energy to deal with any nonsense. If you act up, you're out." As he stretched his back, he said, "The book sitting on your desk is the basics of how enchantments work. You will take this with you and read through it, and I'll test you on what is in it next week." He then tapped his own desk at the front, and everyone's books began to light up and then vanished in a puff of smoke. They will be at your rooms waiting for you, so you have no excuse to not read them. Everyone stared for a moment before he yawned and stood up straight again. There are three main methods of enchantment. You have imbuement, inscription, and runes. Do any of you know the difference between them? He asked, and none of the kids responded. Imbuement is the weakest but easiest method. You create a simple enchantment by pushing your power into an object. Depending on how well you did it, it could last as little as a few seconds, or manage to last a couple of days at the absolute longest. Its power is limited. What you can do with it is limited. It will degrade most materials, but you can do it in as little as an hour. Akai Ryneveld would then pull a small ball out of his pocket. He said, "I made this morning before classes started. As you can see, it's clearly made out of wood," and then tossed it to one of the students who caught it. They looked up at Akai and said, "Push a little of your power into it." And the student nodded. Then suddenly the ball burst into flames and the student dropped it out of shock. It fell to the floor where it burst into a large shower of sparks. But then the magic dissipated and the ball was back to normal. Akai waved his hand and the ball flew back up to his grasp, and he showed, "You see the burn from the fire magic, but also look. The wood has begun to degrade, it is weakened, and another couple of activations will destroy it." He put the ball away and said, "Now there's inscriptions," and he reached under his coat to pull out a rather bland-looking knife. On the side were various writings engraved into the metal. Inscription is, as the name implies, inscribing your will onto an object. The application of inscriptions is very technical, and even a small mistake will cause the entire enchantment to fail. But if you do get it right, you have an object that will last upwards of a decade before needing to be mended by the original enchanter. The power of inscriptions is far greater than imbuement, and you can do much more. Inscriptions can provide passive benefits with just a mild draw on your energy, or they can be active effects that you consciously have to trigger. After he said that, the writings on the side of the knife began to glow, and the knife began to give off an odd aura. Then he swiped it at the wall, and despite holding onto the knife, transparent images of the same knife launched forwards and embedded themselves into the wall before vanishing, leaving obvious indentations where they had hit. He put the knife away and explained, "Inscriptions are the method of using the remnants of divinity left within after receiving a blessing to impart your will upon an object. And through your will, the world works with you and lets your will manifest. This is similar, but not as efficient as runes, the last method." Akai stood there and pulled out a simple scroll. On it was an intricate drawing of a complex symbol. Unlike inscription, which looked like writings, this was merely an odd image. Runes are delicate, but what they do is take the threads of reality and reweave it to fit what the rune is designed for. But with them, you can enchant items that last lifetimes. Their power is unmatched. But the only limitation on what can be done with runes is what the runes we have discovered actually do. He held out the scroll, and with a small push of his power, a wave of energy approached the wall, and the scuffs from the knife attack instantly mended, and the wall was in as good of condition as the day it was first built. Runes exist for scrolls, weapons, armor, etc. They are discoveries made from the ruins of the First Age. Lamorie's hand shot up as she was intent on asking a question. Sir Akai looked at the brown-haired girl and asked, "Yes? Do you have a question?" Lamorie asked, "Will you be teaching us how to enchant with inscriptions or runes?" And Akai stared silently for a moment. He then said, "You will eventually learn inscriptions. There is moderate risk. With failing to properly inscribe something, the backlash will cause injury. But if you stick with this class and don't change to specialize in something else, by your third year, I will make you an enchant inscriber." Lamorie asked, "And runes?" Akai sighed and replied, "Runes are delicate. They bend the world itself to do something. If you fail at rune crafting, the backlash is significant. It takes years to teach, more than the kingdom sponsors for you right now. If you have the skill, the dedication, and the right attributes, I may teach you in the future, but you will not learn it here as an academy student." Lamorie frowned. The runes looked pretty cool, and she was already dreaming of creating a sword enchanted with one. But learning how to imbue items and eventually inscribe magic effects. Vagras turned and began to give lessons regarding how imbuement works and the theory behind it. Lamorie was still interested, and the teacher had her full attention. Akai did notice just how interested she was, and it made him begin thinking what he could do to help her endeavors. Their routine was settling in for the next couple of weeks. Akai was taking things seriously, but not as seriously as he could, still appearing quite aloof as he did his studies. Besides Sigurd's training classes, Akai's favorite time was the lectures from Lady Morella. They were usually about the first age, and he found the lectures and studies very interesting. He wouldn't mind going to explore some of the ruins himself. Akai was lost in thought about the recent lecture regarding an ancient village that was in remarkable condition. They call it a village, but the living conditions weren't super clear, but they were quite well off. As the village had a library of their own, and scholars are working tirelessly to try and translate the ancient text to modern Ligonian. Akai was jolted back to reality as he felt something fairly squishy press into the back of his shoulders. The smell of flowers filled his senses as an auburn-haired elf, visibly not much older than him, was leaning to look at what he was working on. He was sat at a workstation and had just ruined the set of herbs he was supposed to be cleaning. "I don't think that's how I showed you how to clean these. You just ripped a bunch of the leaves," she said, uncaring about how close she was to him. Akai had a faint blush on his face as he said, "Sorry, I was lost in thought." Neria Reza, their elven herbalist teacher, swiped the herbs away from his station before standing up. She said, Now, you have to pay at least a little attention when cleaning the herbs. These are meant for a potion of vigor, and the leaves are very delicate. Before walking to toss them and fetch new ones, plucking them directly from a vine growing through their open-air class. The little hairs have to be rubbed off. The hairs are no good for this potion. The hairs will make it too bitter to drink. But if you rip the leaves, the juices evaporate, and the potion of vigor for nights turn into potions of vigor for at night," she said jovially. Having already explained that using ripped leaves turn the potion that helps increase the strength and focus for warriors into what is essentially a weird-tasting mild aphrodisiac. After being given a new set of leaves, he went back to gently cleaning them. The elven herbalist watched and cupped her chin in thought for a moment. After a moment, she asked, "You're one of the warrior types, aren't you?" "Yeah, my power is pretty suited for combat," Akai answered, trying to carefully not damage the herbs this time. "I heard later today the first years are being allowed to select an adventuring quest. The guild brought over a bunch of papers this morning. I'm sure the director had approved some of them by now." She leaned over Akai, and he felt the soft squish of something against his upper back again. He tried to ignore it as she said, "You should go give it a try. Warrior types like you are usually what they're looking for. You get extra credit and even some money for doing those quests." Yeah, I'll go check it out," he said, and the auburn-haired elf said, careful, as she saw him using too much pressure to rub the hairs off these herb leaves. "You got to be gentle with the leaves," she said, finally standing up and not unwittingly stressing Akai by having her chest pressing into his back as he was sitting at his workstation. Chapter 27. Rats and Bats. Akai was holding a sheet of paper as he was walking back to the dorms with the sun lowering in the distance. In his hands was a job he was approved to take, but he was required to take 2 other people with him for safety concerns. It was a job listing posted by the city. Part of their outer sewer system had fallen into disrepair, and monstrously large rats and bats had moved in to nest there. The city planned to renovate the system and needs these creatures removed so the workers can safely do their jobs. He needs to have the task done within the week to receive the reward. He wasn't sure what school credits were for, but he would receive 20 points of those, as well as 12 Ligonian silvers. He was responsible for the equipment he brought as well, so he wasn't going to be given anything special. Akai approached the dining hall where dinner was being served. As the weather was getting colder, the food in the dining hall had been changing. Tonight's dinner had less variety, but was still very high quality. A meaty stew, bread, cheese, and roasted root vegetables. Akai would sit by his friends, gathering his own dinner. Sitting with him was Lamorie, Kid, Jeese, and Candell. Candell had started hovering around. He was quiet, but the others welcomed him anyways to their little circle. Jace was a bit of a sparring junkie like Kid, and the two had quickly become friends. Akai enjoyed being around them all. He did notice a number of the other girl students were looking at him, Jace and Kid. He didn't pay it any mind, but Lamorie scooted a touch closer to him, and Jace just had a smirk grow on his face at the attention. Kid wasn't interested in these girls. He still had his heart set on one who was waiting for him back home. Despite having many scars, she was far more beautiful to him than any of these other students. Akai pulled the folded sheet of paper out of his uniform jacket and said, "I was going to take a job from the guild and was wondering if any of you would like to come." He unfolded it and showed it to Lamorie. She didn't read it, only quickly saying, "Sure, I'll come with you." He handed it to Kid and explained, "It's going to be down in the sewers. Part of them are run down and infested with giant rats and giant bats. The guild would be paying us to deal with it." Hearing it was in the sewers, Jace scrunched his nose at the thought of the smell and said, "Yeah, I think I'll pass on that one." Kid was reading it and shrugged, saying, "Well, if Jace isn't coming, I think I'll come along. I'm sure some rodents aren't going to be much more difficult than a greylock." With a growing smirk, Akai brought both Lamorie and Kid in for a side hug. Lamorie squeaked at the sudden pull as Akai laughed softly and said, "I knew I could count on you two." Come morning, Akai was heading to Grinwald's forge as Lamorie had asked them before they parted ways. Kid was trailing behind him, and the two were talking about nothing important. When they arrived, Lamorie was the only student here this early. Grinwald was nowhere to be seen, but being fairly gifted, Lamorie was given access to the forge at off hours. As long as nothing went missing and she covered the cost of the raw materials, she could make what she wanted. Lamorie was wearing a sleeveless tunic under a heavy brown leather apron. Sweat was dripping from her brow as she focused her energy on her hammer and struck the metal again. It took more shape than a single blow should have made possible. She was getting better at this, and after the incident of discovering how to meld her blessing's power and elemental affinity together, had been trying to slowly improve to a point she could do it seamlessly, though right now she was at barely 1% of them melded, and it still caused her a headache each time she did it. "What are you making?" "I'm making you two a proper weapon to take into the sewers. I don't want you to kill those things with your bare hands," she said, striking the glowing metal yet again. Wincing at the pain in her head, but she was getting work done in less than half the time. She took this chance for a quick break to point at a neighboring workstation she was currently using as just a table. On it was a one-handed arming sword with a knife style of grip. Two pieces of wood on either side of the exposed tang, riveted in place. "I had been working on this as a personal project already, and that sword is for you, Kid." Next to the sword was a moderately sized heater shield, wooden boards bound together with an iron banding and reinforcing bar across it. She said, "I only had time to make one shield, so you two will decide who gets it. I'll be finished with this sword in about an hour." Lamorie went back to shaping the sword she was making right now. They were made of a common mild steel she paid Grinwald to use. It cost her 2 silver for the materials, but if they split the reward evenly between them, she would come out 2 silver ahead. She went back and returned the sword to the forge. Akai looked at it and asked, "Do you need any help?" As he could help get things going faster with his fire, Lamorie gave him a smile. She said, "I'd love it." Kid looked at the sword and shield before asking, "Hey, Akai, do you care if I take that shield?" And Akai shook his head, saying, "I was just about to tell you to go take it." "Thanks, man," Kid said, grabbing the sword and shield. He held them in his hands and did a few simple flourishes with the sword. It was a proper sharp sword, something he doesn't have a lot of practice with. He mostly used training swords. He said, "It feels pretty nice in the hand. You did a good job." And Lamorie said, "Yeah, Grinwald taught us the most important parts of making certain weapons. Dad's shop back at home didn't really make anything bigger than stuff for the butchers." Akai had taken his jacket off, and Kid was hanging around, practicing a little with his new sword. Akai approached the forge and held out his hands. The normal fire in the forge became bolstered with heat, and Akai had a thought. Since this sword would be for him, he wondered what would happen if he imbued it a little during the forging process. The fire in the forge soon began having parts of it shine vibrant yellow from his blessing, instead of just from the heat. Akai pushed his power into the steel, and it quickly began to heat back up to temp. He moved to let Lamorie pull it out with tongs and held his hands near it, concentrating his power in it and letting it stay at proper forging temps for longer. Lamorie worked to draw out the blade and began hammering it into shape. With Akai here, the warmth of the forge became a lot more bearable, and despite still pushing her power a little further than she was used to, the headache began to relieve. She felt a mild warmth spread through her she just assumed was because her favorite person was so close and helping her. Within 20 minutes, she had the shape as close as she could get it by working the metal on the anvil. She was not yet good enough to do what Ryneveld can and make a functional blade right here with just the hammer. She took a break with the boys as she let the rough shape cool down before getting back to it with a file, shaping the blade to its final shape and knocking off a lot of the oxidized scale on the outside. Then she began the arduous process of using abrasive stones to polish the metal and bring it to a rough edge. Then she and Akai heated it back up and quenched the blade in the normal quenching oil. Lamorie knew Ryneveld had a special quenching oil, but it was reserved for high-quality and more exotic metals. He wanted it to last as long as possible, so he didn't let the students touch it and even had it locked up. After hardening the metal sufficiently, she went back to using the stones to give it a final polish and a proper edge. All in all, she was done almost exactly an hour since the boys had shown up. Shaping some wood for the handle and peening the rivets to secure them in place took very little time since she had made these previously and just needed to file them to the final shape. A quick wipe of oil and everything was done. Akai held the arming sword in his hand, and it did feel just a faint difference from the training swords. A little closer to him versus a random object. However, they weren't done. They had the swords, but not a way to carry them. Lamorie asked, "When are we going on that quest?" And Akai said, "I was hoping today, but if you're tiring out, I can wait until tomorrow." "Nonsense, just give me an hour after I finish the scabbards," she said emphatically. Lamorie would grab a couple planks of wood and bring them to the bench. Here, her inexperience working with wood was a bit more obvious. About 30 minutes in, and having to borrow the swords for fitting, she had 2 simple scabbards made, good enough to carry the swords, but it looked a little rough. She wasn't happy with it and said, "After this quest, I want to try to make better scabbards." Akai leaned in and gave her a hug and said, "Thank you a lot, this is a big help," and Lamorie froze for a moment. She then gently began trying to push Akai away and said, "Don't hug me when I'm all sweaty like this. It's gross." A while later, after Lamorie was able to clean herself back at the girls' dorm, she was dressed in a clean uniform and ready to leave. She didn't have a sword like those 2. Instead, she had kept her smithing hammer on her. This was a basic one she had made herself and was allowed to take it with her. There was nothing special about it, but knowing Lamorie's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to make it into a viable weapon. They didn't have armor, but the group didn't really feel like it would be necessary. Other than being monstrously large, they're still just vermin. Having spoken with the staff by the quest board, the 3 were written down to be doing this job. The teachers would be notified, so they'll be given exemptions in their classes, but would need to play a little catch-up when they get back. Once everything was in order, they were told how to get to where they needed to go and sent on their way. They left the campus and could see the main entry gate for the city in the distance. It would take a while to walk there, but the 3 decided to pick up the pace so it wouldn't take forever. A light jog with a hint of their power was much quicker than one would expect. It didn't take too long to reach the gate where the guards there saw kids clearly in the Royal Academy uniforms approaching. The guards stopped them, yelling, "Halt! What are you doing here?" And Akai reached into his jacket. He pulled out the folded-up paper and said, "We are doing a quest for the Adventuring Guild," as he presented it. The guard on the other side, who had been leaning against the wall, said, "What else did you think they were here for, Colton?" in a teasing tone. "It doesn't take a genius to think of something like that." The guard Akai handed the paper to groaned and shouted back, "Can you shut it, Brent? It's our job to ask." The other replied, "Sure it is, and I'll make sure to make you stop the next carriage with a noble crest on it to ask them why they're here too. Because it is your job to ask the dumb questions." The guard they were talking to gave the paper back and picked up a small pebble from the ground and threw it at the other man. Looking under their helmets, they were pretty young. Fresh recruits were around 17 or 18 for the guard positions. The other guard was laughing now, and the group of 3 stood there a bit watching. not expecting something like this from gate guards to Thedaphell. On the inside at a guard post on the other side of the rather impressively large gate, they heard someone shout, "Knock it off!" And the two guards immediately returned to attention, a sweat drop forming on one of their brows. "You can go inside," he said sheepishly to Akai, and the three did walk in. On the other side was a guard post, with more of the gate guards there, two stationed on the inside, and the others were currently searching a merchant's stuff for contraband on the side. Akai saw a pretty big guy in nicer armor heading out of the building attached to the wall and marching outside. Next came the noise of two men being drilled by their superior for not acting like proper guards. The two were definitely going to not enjoy what that lieutenant was saying they'll have to do if they start acting up one more time. Finally, after some navigating through the city streets of Thedaphell, a much larger and clearly wealthier city than Elmswick. Which made sense. Thedaphell was the capital city of their kingdom, and the very large and impressive castle in the center was what made that obvious. The king lived there, and many other nobles lived here as well, when not at their own estates. Akai, Kid, and Lamorie find themselves in one of the slum areas. The buildings were more run down, and only the poor or less than honorable live here. They walked through a nicer area to get here, and there were guard patrols, but once they passed through to this area, they hadn't seen a single guard actually on patrol. Arriving at the corner of two streets, the listing said they found a maintenance entrance for the city's sewers, a small building that led down into the underground tunnels. There were places to hang rushlights, but judging from the cobwebs, this place hasn't actually been traversed often. Thankfully, none of them had to actually deal with torches. Akai would use his power and create a small floating orb of fire to hover above them. It gave off a little heat, but more importantly, it illuminated the space. "Ugh, it stinks," Lamorie said, pinching her nose, and Kid said, "Well, obviously it is a sewer after all." "Yeah, but it's not one that works. I wouldn't think it'd stink this bad." Akai chimed in, "Rats don't smell good either, and this place is supposed to have a bunch of them," as he slowly drew his new sword. Kid did the same and unslung his shield from his back. Lamorie said, "You're not allowed to make sense," to Akai as she pulled her hammer from her belt. They walked for another 10 minutes, starting to explore the area before they were found by the first enemy. A fluttering sound began filling the tunnel, and Kid stepped forwards and raised his shield. They saw a massive bat slam into it, its clawed feet scratching the surface as it flew over and screeched. The bat was many times larger than normal. Its wingspan was wider than they were tall. It turned and tried to come around for another pass, but this time it wasn't just blocked. Kid stopped it from clawing him with the shield before thrusting, running his sword through it, and it cried out in pain. The bat tried to retreat, flapping its wings desperately, but its rhythm was broken. A large amount of blood spilled from its wound as it fell to the ground and struggled on the ground for a few moments, unable to flee. Kid felt a little bad about only wounding it, so he stepped in and this time, with a swift swipe, put the creature out of its misery. "One down, who knows how many left to go," he said, looking at the blood on his sword. This was the first time Kid had killed anything that wasn't a caber or a deer. He wasn't going to eat this bat. Its body would just lay here until the city decides to do something with it. "And hopefully we can get this over with before they start to stink," Akai said. As he said that, though, he felt like he was being watched now. He turned and saw many glowing eyes in the darkness, just past the light his little flame was giving off. Lamorie and Kid felt it too, and turned as well. That was a lot of rats, each of them bigger than a Great Dane. From a single wisp of flame, soon a swirling mass began enveloping Akai, which shed much more light. There were easily 30 rats, and down the hall another dozen bats flying towards them. Kid readied himself, and sparks of electricity began arcing around him as Lamorie held back. A twinge of fear nestled into her heart at the sight of so many monstrously large pests, each one looking like they were maddened from hunger. Like a tide, the rats were upon them. Kid raised his shield and stepped forward as Akai stuck to his side and said, "Lamorie, to the wall." As he looked back and saw she was not steady on her feet, she didn't enjoy fighting or sparring or any of that. Since the Greylock had hurt her, she was not confident in her strength in a fight. "Attack any that get around us. We'll take the brunt of it," Akai said as he thrust forwards, catching a rat jumping on his sword. its fur singed from being so close, which made the area smell even worse. Any rats that jumped at Kid found themselves in a new world of pain. They jumped back and tried to attack Akai instead, who would meet them with either his sword or burn them as he used his offhand to push them away, doing his best to avoid their teeth and claws. The fire was a good deterrent, and their initial attempt to swarm failed, and they backed off, but did not leave. Soon the bats moved in, and Kid and Akai had to split their attention to them, which emboldened the swarm of giant rats. A number did try circling around Kid since he held the outside, Akai closer to the wall and Lamorie behind to try and stop them from surrounding either Akai or Kid. Lamorie was not reserved in her strength and found that her hammer, when enough force had been applied, will not bash these creatures away and instead cleave through them in a way much more gruesome than any blade would. A downward strike, the same way she had struck an anvil many thousands of times before, found her hammer passing through the head of the rat and not simply breaking bone and pushing it down. Once 10 of the 12 bats had been cut down and a little over half the rats had been slain, they began to turn and attempt to run instead. When they broke, Akai and Kid ran forwards, taking the opportunity to cut down the fleeing rodents as Lamorie tried to keep up. She almost was left behind as she stared stunned at the dead critters, but when the darkness began to envelop her, she hurriedly jogged to catch up. Being left alone in the dark was the last thing she wanted. The bats were getting away, running faster than these giant rats could. Akai and Kid could keep up with the rats without issue. Lamorie noticed this as she was trying to catch up and knew she needed to do something to stop it. During the jog, she had hit her hammer relatively gently against the brick walls of this sewer, and that cleaned the gore off of it, if not all the blood. Putting that away, she picked up stones littering the ground from the decrepit bricks, having slowly broken over however long ago this sewer was built. It clearly was poorly maintained. Taking a pitcher's stance, Lamorie focused her strength into her limbs and core. She began throwing the stones. An audible crack could be heard each time one left her grasp. It took 4 throws, but she struck one of the fleeing bats square in its body, and it fell into the water in a central gutter, and then the other one only had its wing clipped. It was still flying, but with difficulty, and rounded a corner before Lamorie could try and throw yet another stone. She did not have the confidence to hit the rats without endangering her friends, so she just tried to keep up as they took care of the last of this swarm. "Thank you, Lamorie," Akai said, and Kid just turned back to give a thumbs up. They stopped running and heard the bat that rounded the corner still flying desperately down one of the tunnels. That was until it suddenly let out extremely loud wails of panic before suddenly and abruptly being silenced. This made the trio look at each other and the thought that something else did that crossed their minds. "Now, do you think it's someone else trying to do this job?" Kid asked, and Akai said, "I don't know, probably, but we'd be able to hear them too, wouldn't we?" Curiosity crept, and their imaginations began to run a little wild. They turned the corner and walked, Akai dimming his flames back down to just a wisp overhead to preserve his energy. They walked for another minute when suddenly a gust of fire appeared above Akai. It went out fairly quickly, but when they looked up, they saw why. There was a mess of tangled cobwebs around the ceiling, and as they moved further forwards, they saw it grow thicker. A clear path where the bat had been flying to was visible. Then they saw a glinting reflection of 8 distinct spheres dancing in the light of Akai's flame. The 3 stopped their advance immediately upon seeing it. A sweat dripped down Kid's face, and Lamorie suddenly became very pale behind them. The reflections began to move silently closer and change orientation slightly, and Akai immediately flared the fire around him, shedding brighter light as he brought his golden fire close to its limit within him to make it brighter. Much more of the webs had caught fire and began burning, revealing more. The webs further ahead were a complete random mess, and the answer became apparent. Before them, now blinding by the sudden brightness, was a horrendous sight. 8 long and spindly black legs, covered in a thick chitin, was attached to a small body. 2 smaller appendages close to its head, where 2 fangs, each as long as one of their arms, lay curled underneath 8 glaring eyes. Behind it was a bulbous abdomen of smooth black chitin. On both its underside and top side lay a pattern in crimson red, a pattern similar to a jawless skull. Behind it, before it began moving forwards, lay the previously wounded bat, that had two clear puncture wounds in it. It was half wrapped in a silken web. The gigantic spider let out a wild, screeching cry as it backed away into its web, then swiftly moving out of sight behind the thick, nearly senseless weave of mildly sticky silk. Just as it was before, it moved completely and utterly silently. "Guys, I think we should head back," Lamorie said weakly when Akai and Kid hesitated to turn but eventually did look at Lamorie. She was shaking in place and clearly didn't want anything to do with that spider. She was visibly terrified and thought they should just let the guild know and let someone else handle this. Chapter 28. Arachnophobia. The three were discussing heading out when they heard the whining of another rat down a different hall. Unlike the bat before, they could hear it still moving. Then it came running from the tunnel they were just in front of, and Kid, out of reflex from it rushing past them, slashed out, cutting open its side, mortally wounding it, and the rat, covered in webs, fell into the gross water in the center. The little gutter carried its blood down in the opposite direction of the webs. Water still flowed through it. Akai looked through the new break in the webs, and his face took a serious turn. That was clearly a man wrapped in silk just past where they could see previously. Spilled on the ground was a metal tray with a bread that had yet to sprout mold and a corked and still full water skin. Akai felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, and an instinct pushed him to investigate. "You two can turn back if you want. I understand that spider is probably more than we should handle, but I can't just leave things like this," he said, increasing the size of the light he conjured and moved in, letting it burn away at the webs. There was an almost nonsensical pattern to the way the web was weaved through the tunnel. It reminded him of the cellar spiders around the village and the little widow spiders that he was told to stay away from. The spider could still traverse through this tangled mess almost effortlessly, but it was meant to be near impassable for other creatures without disrupting the web and alerting the spider. Burning it away was a good way to dispose of it without making a mess. It went up in flames fast and burned away without so much as any ash or soot left behind. The fire didn't spread easily, though. When Akai burned away the silken tomb of the body, he saw a man, dead from 2 punctures to his back. He wore blackened leathers and had various tattoos on him. He took a moment to inspect as Kid and Lamorie watched with a mild revulsion. "That group of bandits that tried to ambush us in the caravan. This man's wearing stuff with the same symbol as them." That piqued Kid's interest a little, and he walked closer, Lamorie hurriedly following, as to not be by herself. Looking, there were various crests visible on different parts of his outfit. A wilted black rose. "Why is there bread?" Kid asked as he noticed the stuff on the floor. He reached down and touched the bread. It was hardened and stale, but not so old as to have grown mold. It was no more than 3 days old. Akai stood up. He didn't say anything, but he felt the need to stop this spider. The tray was curious, and it led to Akai thinking there might have been someone else down here. He wasn't sure why. He couldn't figure out why they'd be bringing food and water down here, unless maybe someone they didn't want leaving were down here too. He burned away more of the webs as he walked deeper into the spider's nest. As they reached another corner, they saw movement through the web, and Akai jumped back. Kid and Lamorie hung behind him, and Lamorie shrieked when the black form of the spider had lunged, trying to ambush and attack Akai, who was in the lead. It failed, but it was quick too. Akai tried to slash out with his sword, but the spider had darted away before it could make contact. Only a faint rustling could be heard for a few moments before it became dead silent in the tunnels yet again. This spider wasn't going to fight them head-on. It wanted them dead, and was going to try and ambush or trap them to get what it wanted. This much was obvious for the man. "Akai, I really don't think we should stay down here," Lamorie said. Akai told her, "If not us, who else? We can leave and send word for help, but what would stop this spider from killing again before then? If you want to leave, I'll lead you out, but I'm not leaving while this thing remains a threat." He stepped forwards and sent forth a few of his flames to burn away more of the spider's tangled web, revealing a scattering of bones on the ground, bones that belonged to the rats, to the bats, but there were a distinct few human skulls among them, including smaller ones that undoubtedly were once children living in the slums above. Seeing that made Akai grip his sword tightly as he felt an indignant anger burn within him. He felt the heat rise without any input from himself at the sight. Lamorie followed and saw the same. Kid was getting quite scared too now, but he kept his complaints to himself. They didn't want to be here, but they didn't want to leave their friend by himself either. And weighing the two feelings, they decided to stick with Akai, who continued to burn the web. A few moments later, they heard the clacking noises of spider legs on brick. Within a second, it was upon them from behind. Lamorie shrieked as Kid held up his shield in front of her. Kid buckled under the weight of the spider as its fangs pierced the shield and were mere inches from piercing his flesh. Kid channeled his lightning to its strongest and struck forth. Unfortunately, his sword failed to do more than scratch the spider's chitin. Kid felt himself being picked up off the ground as its two pedipalps grasped Kid and held him. He channeled more lightning and tried to surge it through the spider, but it merely skittered across its exoskeleton. A short-range bolt of fire shot forth from Akai's hands, and it landed squarely on this massive spider's face. The sound of sizzling was heard as he hit directly on one of its 8 eyes. It shrieked and let go of Kid, but its fangs were stuck in his shield. In order to not be dragged back with it, Kid let go and pulled his arm out of the strap. The spider backed off quickly. Akai tried to fire another bolt of his flame, but more than 15 feet it sputtered out. He cursed, unable to throw his flame any further than that. As it left the light, it soon became silent once more. Until a few moments later in the distance, they heard the sound of wood crunching and something hard hitting the brick floor of the sewer. It freed itself from Kid's shield. Kid was freaked out. He ran closer and was checking his arm, but he was thankfully fine. Akai asked, "Do you still want to stay?" And Kid looked at him, shocked at what he implied. That happened, yet Akai was still going to stay down here, though he was still at least offering to lead them away. Kid took a moment to breathe and said, "I'm not leaving you alone down here." And Lamorie nodded behind him. "If something happens to you, we'd never forgive ourselves." "Then keep a close eye and ear out," Akai said, turning and resuming the burning of the webs as they marched deeper into the spider's nest. They continued for another few minutes, finding more bones. They could hear the spider lurking and occasionally spot it staring. But when they looked back at it, it scurried away. It was cautious of them, but was not going to continue to just let them destroy its web. And eventually, as they feared, it made another attack. It came from another intersection of these tunnels, this time clinging to the ceiling when it lunged. Akai was not expecting that when it tried to tackle and bite him. His reflexive slash did save him from the worst fate. His arm was outstretched, and while the blade of his sword merely slid across the chitin, the crossguard was enough to catch one of its fangs and let Akai shift so its bite did not dig into him. But Akai was brought down to the ground. The spide moved to bite again, but this time Akai had the second he needed to understand the situation. He dropped the sword and both hands moved, grasping the fangs before the spider's weight could drive it into him. A toxic venom dripped as Akai flared his fire suddenly, filling the area with a mix of golden yellow and mundane orange fire. "Hit it," he called, gripping the fangs tightly to try and hold down the spider as it began trying to retreat again. Kid was quick on the draw and lunged, stabbing his sword forwards to the black arachnid menace. The first strike made sparks, but the sword failed to pierce as the spider began dragging Akai back up onto his feet with the force it was backing away. Kid lunged again, and his sword was able to take out another one of its eyes. The spider's shriek was loud enough to make Akai loosen his grip as he reflexively tried to cover his ears. It backed away suddenly, and its weight crashed into a wall, cracking the brick and causing it to partially crumble. The spider backed into the darkness once more, but not retreating peacefully. It turned and attempted to shoot viscous, sticky fluid that made up its webbing. It did stick to Akai and make him stumble back, but did not survive the flames surrounding him for more than a second. Akai cooled himself a little and reduced the level of fire he was using again, returning it to just a bright light again. But his and the others' attention was brought to the cracked wall now. There was a hint of light coming from inside. Cautiously, Akai, followed by Lamorie, then Kid, approached the break in the wall. Finding this section of bricks were merely stacked and shoved into place, the cracks and breaks caused by the impact doubled with no mortar holding them together nor any dirt behind them. It was a hidden false wall. Inside was a small magical lantern giving a dim pale blue glow. "What is this?" Lamorie asked, as, still scared for an ambush from the spider, they seemingly found a secret in the tunnels. "You check it out, kid. Protect her if anything is in there. I'll stay here in case the spider decides to come back," Akai said, and the other two nodded. Kid stood close as Lamorie began pulling away the bricks that weren't damaged, revealing more of a room behind the wall, and said, "There are a few barrels and crates in here." When they stacked aside enough bricks, Kid stepped in first with his sword drawn. He looked around for a moment before saying, "What? Oh shit." Lamorie followed in behind, and she made a loud gasp as well. Akai was curious, and what pulled his attention away from keeping out an eye for that spider was not anything either Kid or Lamorie said. It was a different voice, weak, soft, and higher pitched than either of theirs. Feminine and young, this voice only said one word: "Water." Akai's attention was caught, and taking a moment to look around, then at the small hole in the wall made by Lamorie. He figured if the spider showed up, it would take a moment to try and get through, and then he would have time to fight back and stop it. So he quickly made his way inside and was caught by an unusual sight which made him clench his fists tightly, the wood of the sword handle creaking under his grip. There was a girl, young, no older than 10, with one hand bound in a shackle which was chained to the wall. She was sitting in rags and looked half dead from dehydration. Once pristine, fine blonde hair has become dirtied and messy. She had no hope left in those pale blue eyes either. Utterly defeated, and one detail that Akai noticed were her ears. One ear was half-pointed, a clear sign of her sharing both human and elven ancestry. But her right ear, the tip of the point, was clipped off. Senseless mutilation to mark a slave in parts of the world where such practices were legal. Slavery was illegal within Lagonia, and for good reason. It was one of the concessions forced upon the kingdom by the Ryneveld dynasty when Lagonia achieved sovereignty many centuries ago. Looking around, the crates and barrels all held the symbol of a wilting black rose. Akai felt an intense, almost painful level of heat well up in his chest instinctively at the thought of such a horrible thing happening. Golden fire began to grow around him as the mere idea of someone chaining up a kid down in these sewers, regardless of reason, filled him with an indignant, burning rage. It did spook the girl. She cowered back, but the fire escaping from Akai did not feel hot, only a pleasant warmth to the others in the room. This was only towards them, however. The wood of the barrels and the crates became charred black from the heat as Akai found a new, much more important goal to complete after this quest was done. He would free this girl and find who would dare to do such an evil thing to a kid and turn them in to the authorities so they may pay for their crimes. Then, as Akai thought about it, a scowl formed on his face as he looked out of the broken wall of the sewer. His flames grew more golden as the room was filled with a swirling inferno. The wood of the boxes had caught light and were burning as Akai realized that while this gang was the reason she was down here in the first place, that spider is why she's dying of thirst. The thought of it angered him on a very deep level. He hadn't even realized what he was doing until Lamorie placed a hand on his shoulder and gently shook him. This display reminded Kid and Lamorie about their best friend. While they themselves were pretty strong, Kid even being tutored in how to fight in his dreams by one of the gods themselves. Akai here was the one with the much more powerful blessing. He was the one that could take out an entire bandit raid on their village in mere moments when he first awakened, and then exploded and killed a Greylock they were struggling against with a single kick. He had grown angry about this situation and was letting a lot of his power out, which was scaring the girl. Akai regained some of his control, but their friend, who was always calm, still retained an angered look on his face. He took a deep breath, and the two thought they could distinctly see a faint glowing coming from within his chest, faintly visible around his shirt collar. The glowing quickly faded as Akai regained control of himself and brought his own flames under control, and in turn extinguishing the ignited wood around them. That bandit had a water skin. I'm going to go get it for the girl. Kid, Lamorie, you two stay here to protect her. But what about the spider? What if it sneaks up on you? Lamorie asked and stepped back as Akai said with an intimidating growl to his voice. If it has any survival instinct, it won't. as the flames briefly encircled his feet before he took control and subdued it yet again. Akai reached out and grabbed one of the boards of the storage crate he had previously set alight. It was extinguished now, but he gripped hard and the wood splintered under his grip. He pulled the board out and saw the contents of the crate. It was star powder, something his parents briefly warned him about heading to the city. A highly illegal, highly addictive, and fatally dangerous drug, made from the powdered resin of a specific plant. Inhalation of star powder would make you hallucinate for hours, and too much would kill you. Akai set the board alight and tossed it to the far end of the apparent smuggler's den they were in, leaving behind a light source for Kid and Lamorie before he walked out. The two didn't stop him, admittedly intimidated by that previous display of power. Backtracking to where the bandit was, Akai hadn't seen the spider, but he had heard it skulking around where he burnt the webs away. It was still stalking him. He stopped by the bandit and looked up, seeing reflections of 6 eyes at the edge of his vision with the overhead flame light. Akai frowned as he stared at the eyes, his anger about it causing the death of innocence, and also why the girl chained to the wall was half dead. The spider, seemingly sensing his intense feelings, didn't approach even after he bent down to grab the still full water skin. It still stalked him from within the darkness, however. Following him back to the break in the wall, Akai stepped back in and extinguished the burning plank. It was smoking some, and smoke was starting to fill the top few inches of the room and leaking out into the main sewers. "Everything okay?" he asked and looked to see a sight. Lamorie was kneeling next to the girl and covering her ears. Kid was holding Lamorie's smithing hammer and then struck the wall. A loud clang was heard, and sparks flew as he struck the anchor connecting the chain to the wall. Kid struck it a few more times before the bricks cracked and the anchor fell out, finally letting this kid lower her arm, which was previously permanently stuck half raised. Akai did give a small smile to his friends, seeing them helping the girl's situation. She did flinch at the sight of that guy who filled the room with fire a few minutes ago, but he knelt down and opened the water skin for her before saying, "Here, drink, it's still clean." The girl did weakly reach out and grab the water skin before bringing it to her lips. She greedily drank the water, gulping it quickly. Akai put a hand on hers and made her slow down, saying, "Don't drink it so fast, you'll make yourself sick. Okay?" And the girl did resist his attempt at first, but after hearing him, did slow down. For the first time in ages, longer than Akai or his friends could guess, she had a glimmer of hope in her eyes, hope to finally get out of these sewers. Hope that became very fleeting when everyone heard the spider moving directly outside the break in the wall, and then more of the bricks falling away. Chapter 29. Razor Rose. "Kid with me, Lamorie. Protect the girl," Akai said as he moved to the exit. The spider was currently trying to seal them in the room. Sticky wet webs covered the entrance as the spider was weaving a barrier to lock them away. It didn't feel like it could hunt them, so instead it wanted to lock them away, where they wouldn't continue to be a threat. The webs didn't survive Akai's fire, however. A few seconds of concentrated flames dried and burnt it away. Akai thrust his sword through the hole and the spider moved away. He did feel his sword dig into something, though, before it left. Akai didn't bother carefully climbing through the break in the wall. This time he just burst through it, sending most of the bricks crashing to the ground now, and Kid was behind him. They made chase and saw one of the spider's legs was wounded. A pale blue-colored blood oozed out, and even though the spider was quick, they had a trail to follow now, following down a path and soon away from its own nest as the webs thinned and disappeared. The spider was fleeing deeper into the sewers. The winding tunnels felt labyrinthian in scale as they followed until it opened up on the edge of the slum district. A sheer drop changed from sewer tunnels to an open R where multiple different tunnels ran into, and combined into one larger tunnel heading to where the sewer's runoff drains to, essentially combining into an underground river of stormwater and waste both. With metal grates to block debris, however, the grates leading to the drain area had been crudely removed at some point in the past. This room had the ground floor with walkways for workers above where the water runs, and an elevated platform with ladders to reach the different inlet tunnels, such as the one Akai and Kid were on the edge of. They saw the spider making its way down the wall. It was almost at the lower floor walkway. Kid was going to suggest something, but as he tried to speak up, Akai had already jumped down. The silver-haired boy landed with a crash on the damp brick as he fell nearly 50 feet to land in front of the monstrously large spider. The spider reflexively lunged to bite again. It was still merely a spider and not very intelligent. Akai expected this, however. Flames flared around him as he once again caught onto and held the spider by its fangs. He wouldn't survive letting its venom dig into him, so this was the only safe way to stop it. "Kid!" he yelled, and Kid was just now on the upper platform from the ladder. He rushed but wasn't confident in just jumping down. It took him around 6 seconds to make it from the elevated platform to the ground floor, but by now the spider was trying to pull away. Akai's feet was dragging as it was sidestepping to get around him, but Akai refused to let it go this time. "Its legs!" he yelled, and Kid readied his sword. He focused his power and took a stance, ready to strike. Electricity crackled around him and his sword, and Kid let out a long single exhale. He saw a path, and it would be a straight shot in a moment if the spider continued moving as it is. Kid held his sword with both hands and lowered himself as if he was preparing to sprint. This was something he had been practicing by himself, and would be the first time using it in a fight and with his actual power behind it. Kid let the skill and strength of his blessing fill him with the surety of what to do, and pushed his lightning into his arms, his legs, and his sword to give it the power he needed. He was pushing both at the same time, the power of the god of war and the power of lightning. It was a crude melding of both together at the same time, but it was what he needed. In a flash of lightning and a deafening boom, lightning filled the sewers. Kid, in an instant, was from the center of the room to a step away from the wall behind Akai. His sword slashed out, and the spider soon had 3 of its legs falling limply to the floor. The 4th was cut into but not cleanly severed. Kid, however, was not okay. He had never truly melded the power of his blessing and the power of his element together like this before. It was too much, and he collapsed to his knees, gasping for air as it felt like his blood pressure spiked. His vision was blurry, and his ears were ringing. But this was enough from him. The spider had fallen over, now missing 3 out of 4 legs on one side. Akai wrenched at its fangs to push it over before driving a knee into the underside of its carapace, cracking it slightly, then cracking it more with a second hit. The spider was screeching again, and by the gods it was loud, but Akai was temporarily deafened by what Kid had done, so he didn't care. He could hear it through the ringing in his ears, which said a lot, but he cared more about dealing with this man-eater of a spider. The fangs under his grip cracked before breaking off. The spider tried to scurry away, but it was uncoordinated and flopping on the ground, giving Akai time to let go of the broken fangs, dripping a sickly green venom before drawing his sword. Akai pushed his fire into the sword. Normally the sword would have a faint resistance to letting Akai push his fire through it. This resistance caused the sword to heat up, with the more power pushed through it. But Akai could feel this new sword he helped forge. The problem was lesser. Not by a great margin, but noticeably easier to push his fire into the sword and have it channel through. With a shout, he lunged forward and drove his sword into the cracked chitin carapace of the giant spider, the sword breaking through the weak point and plunging into the spider's sternum. The hiss of liquids against heated metal rang out as he drove the sword deeper and let his fire flare more around him and into the sword. The spider began flailing on the ground as Akai was pinning it down. He frowned. He felt killing this spider was still the correct thing to do. It had already killed people before and was a threat to the innocent people living in the slums above. It would be a threat to the city workers when they come to repair the sewers. But he didn't find any joy in its suffering. It was not evil, it was just a monstrously large animal. Akai focused the flow of his power and pushed more of his golden flame into it than was comfortable, moving more and more through the sword until the wood handle was smoking and the blade was glowing a soft, dark cherry red. With a sudden burst of fire from the inside he released suddenly, the spider twitched one more time before finally expiring, going still. As more of its blood leaked from its wounds, the remaining legs did naturally curl into themselves. Akai withdrew his sword and swung it sharply, causing whatever spider bits were left on it to fly off onto the floor beneath him. Then he returned it to its scabbard at his side and turned to check on Kid. Kid wasn't doing well after his first proper attempt at melding his blessing and element together. He was weak, his head was spinning, and was suffering from a nosebleed. Akai thought back to what he had been able to do before, pushing his fire into his father's wounded leg to stem the bleeding, then remembered the dream where the Phoenix King did the same to his own arm. Akai focused on how that felt different than letting out his fire to attack. He let his hand become coated in golden phoenix fire before gently pressing his hand on Kid's upper back, letting the fire push into Kid's body. It did not mend any of the wounds, but it stopped further damage and was little more than a temporary bandage to get Kid back on his feet. The blood dripping from Kid's nose suddenly burned away in golden light, and Kid felt the pain, discomfort, and nausea vanish as he took calmer, deeper breaths. Inside, he felt a pleasant warmth spread throughout his body and concentrated around his chest and head. Thanks. Kid huffed before pushing himself back onto his feet, looking over at the dead spider before back up at the tunnel they came from. Akai didn't have to focus much on the fire stabilizing Kid, but it was a slow drain on his energy. Thankfully, he was confident they could get back before he had to stop. I hope you remember the way back, Akai, because I sure don't. After spending a few minutes to actually find their way back, they eventually found the break in the wall again. When they approached, Lamorie shouted, "Great job leaving us in total darkness," once she noticed the light. When Kid and Akai approached the now much wider break, there was a crumpled-up giant rat against the far wall opposite of Lamorie and the half-elf girl. An imprint of Lamorie's boot firmly indented on its face. "Sorry," Akai said softly as he looked them over. He asked, "Are you all right?" as he approached them. Akai noticed the metal shackle that had been around the half-elven girl's wrist was on the ground a few feet away, looking as if it had been pulled apart like a stiff clay ring instead of its actual iron construction. Clearly Lamorie's doing. He looked them over for injuries, and the girl did flinch away from Akai's gaze. Lamorie said, "We're both fine," as she tried to reassuringly push Akai away a bit. "Let's leave. We can tell the guild about the spider and her once we get her somewhere safer," he said, backing up and standing straight again. "What's your name?" he asked. She looked up and looked at him. Akai tried to give a disarming smile. Her first impression of him was of frightening power, but he seemed to be genuine, unlike the people who put her down here. After a moment, the girl said quietly, "Thalia. Estieron," as she began trying to rise to her feet. She was a little wobbly, but Lamorie helped her steady herself. Akai looked at her feet and said, "It wouldn't be safe for you to walk barefoot out here," before thinking for a moment. Soon they were heading out. Thalia was clung to Akai's back. He held his arms around her legs as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Kid was in front of him, and Lamorie was following behind, so if anything did show up, nothing would have a direct way of hurting Thalia. However, their trip was rather uneventful. A bat made itself known, and Kid took care of it quickly. But no other animal was heard, and eventually they were back at the maintenance entrance and heading upstairs to finally get back under direct sunlight. When they walked out, they all shielded their eyes for a moment to adjust to the bright light. When they were fine, they realized just how awfully pale Thalia was. She must have been underground for a while to be this pale. They had gotten a few looks, especially because of the girl's poor clothes. But the three would remedy that. First, they bought some food from a street vendor to feed her a proper meal, then brought her to a clothes shop. Thalia really didn't want them spending money on her, but she couldn't talk any of the three out of it. Thalia was given a simple but properly made set of clothes this time. Leather shoes, linen pants and shirt. Lastly, Thalia wanted to go home to the orphanage she was living at previously. The group walked her there, but Akai stopped when they were approaching. His eyes scoured the front of the building, and they saw the look on his face and didn't ask. Instead, Kid and Lamorie started looking for why as well, and they saw it. It wasn't overt, but the front door of the orphanage was clearly marked with a black wilting rose. This place was associated with that gang, and before Thalia could try and approach, Akai was gently leading her elsewhere. He said, "That place is no good." To her, and Thalia didn't understand. To her, it was where she had always called home. She said, "But why?" And Akai had to say, "They're working with the people who took you to the sewers." Thalia did lower her head, and her ears cutely lowered some as well. She softly mumbled an, "Oh, okay," as she did look back at it. After about 20 more minutes of searching, they found a different orphanage in a different part of the city. This one was being operated by the Church of the Divine, as shown clearly by the symbols adorning the place. Thalia didn't seem too happy about it, but Akai said, "I'll sort out the issue with the other place, I promise. You can go back there, but just stay here for the time being, okay?" Kid and Lamorie didn't like the sound of what he just said, but they weren't going to bring up their concerns here. To them, it sounded like Akai was going to get himself involved in gang stuff and get himself in trouble. Lamorie looked at Kid, and they silently agreed to wait to bring this up later. Afterwards, they met with one of the people who were running this orphanage. The first thing they noticed were the 3 students in Royal Academy uniform, followed by the much younger-looking half-elf. "Oh my, is everything okay?" they asked, leaning over and obviously noticing the clip on Thalia's ear. Akai spoke up to say, "I was wondering if Thalia could stay here for a little bit. She was previously being cared for at a different orphanage. But due to circumstances, she can't go back there yet." The worker looked contemplative for a moment before thinking out loud, saying, "The only other orphanage I can think of is the one on Mulberry Road. Privately funded, they do good work." The worker's eyes drifted back to the clip in Thalia's ears as she was looking up at him. The worker tenses for a moment before saying, "Are you aware of the rules we have for orphanages run by the Church of the Divine?" Thalia shook her head, and the man said, "They're fairly simple. You join us for church service and volunteer your work to help other projects and charities. If you remain faithful and remain a hard worker, we'll keep you fed, clothed, and sheltered until you come of age. Then you may either leave or join the church more formally." Thalia swayed on her feet for a moment, but her thoughts were interrupted by Akai gently placing a hand on her head. He said, "Don't worry about it too much. I'll let you know when it's safe, and you can choose to stay if you like it here, or somewhere else." A moment later, Thalia softly nodded and said, "Okay," before the worker smiled. He did look at the group, and Akai said, "I'll help explain the situation a little more clearly, but Thalia needs a place to rest. She's earned that much." Thalia was brought in and given a room and was beginning to be showed around as Akai, Kid, and Lamorie began to explain the situation to the church member who was running the orphanage. This place was a fairly small operation, smaller than the other orphanage, but upon hearing why they were bringing Thalia here, especially upon hearing where they first found her, the church worker was understandably pretty outraged at the other place. He knew they had dealings with the shady side of the city, but not like this. The worker said, "I promise I'll do everything I can to keep her safe." Elsewhere, in a large, fancily decorated room, polished hardwood floors covered with hand-woven carpets, stood a woman wearing a luxurious dress worth more than a commoner's annual wage. Before her is a pedestal covered in inscribed enchantments. Atop the pedestal, within a silver setting, is a perfectly clear crystal sphere. Within the sphere is a single complex rune that was lighting up. The woman, who had chestnut-brown hair, fair skin, and most strikingly eyes that are a hazel mix of bright green and dark brown lines within her iris. She schooled her face and took a deep breath as the crystal connected to another end. Mist filled the sphere from the rune that obscured the inside entirely. Then soon the mist parted, and within was an image of an elven man. Long dark hair tied back neatly, 2 long pointed ears clearly visible on either side of his head. His face was sharp. He was the definition of a handsome noble. He looked no older than 20, despite being well over a century, close to his 2nd century. His eyes were a pale silver in color, and he was glaring into the orb with an intense and serious look. "It is so wonderful to finally get to have a dialogue with you, Baron Alosrin." The woman spoke with a sickeningly sweet voice. She leaned in a little to take in the look on his face, and he furrowed his brows in mild anger. "These claims you make," he said. "Yes, all true. Thanks to yours truly, we have found a solution to your problem with siring an heir. You have a daughter here in Thedaphell, did you know?" He only stared silently, and the woman continued. Don't worry. We are 100% sure she is your daughter, and she is perfectly safe in our care right now." "Explain," he said shortly. "If you insist," the woman said with an overly dramatic shrug. 11 years and 3 months ago, you visited Thedaphell as part of the negotiations for peace after the last border skirmish between the Ryneveld dynasty and the Kingdom of Lagonia. Seeing as your land was the one where the conflict happened after all, you were given lodging within the Gloomshade estate. You were assigned a personal maid for the house you were given. The man's face seemed to go through a few differing emotions as he was remembering these events. It just so happened that after you left, that maid had become pregnant, she said cheerfully before swapping to a sad tone and said, unfortunately, she did not survive childbirth. It was a troubling moment, but her daughter lived and was given to the orphanage that I personally sponsor. Oh, and the girl is half elven, half human. You were the only elven man that the maid had ever come into personal contact with. The woman leaned in and said, I do see the family resemblance. She has the maid's eyes and hair, but she definitely has your face. Enough with the games, Razor Rose, he said coldly, and the woman flinched. She had never given her name to this man, let alone her alias she used for the gang she ran within the city. Yes, I'll get to the point, Baron, she said in a forced sweet tone, one that did little to hide her true emotion of displeasure. We have kept your daughter safe for a long time, and we will continue to keep her safe. We will happily reunite her with her long-lost father, a kindness that merits a monetary reward. You want money, he said, and she smiled brightly. Yes, a simple finder's fee and a token of appreciation for what we've been doing. For such an esteemed noble of the famous Ryneveld dynasty, surely a measly 50,000 Lagonian gold would be but pocket change for you. He scowled and said, I expect to be able to see the girl. If you cannot let me see her face, we have nothing further to talk about. Before the image in the ball abruptly distorted and returned to mist that began slowly diminishing back to clarity. The rune within the sphere had turned red. Rose cursed under her breath, fucking pissant upstart, as she kicked the pedestal. It'll take a week for this shit to work again. Ugh, she said, quickly unbuttoning the very uncomfortable corset she wore beneath the dress. I hate dressing up like a doll for people like him. Maruk, Rose shouted. A tall, tanned woman opened the door, wearing a more decorative set of padded armor with a large great axe lifted over her shoulder. The armor was purely for the look of being an actual guard and less of a gang member when in the rich part of town. Maruk didn't personally need it, and often refused to wear it unless ordered. Go fetch the bitch in the sewers, or have someone else. I don't care who does it, I need her here in time to get cleaned up for next week. The brutish, tanned woman with arms thicker than some men's legs nodded and turned away, leaving. She walked off, heading to their smuggling den in the sewers for the boss. Akai, Kid and Lamorie had returned to the academy later in the evening. Lamorie gave a gentle hug to Akai before heading to the girls' dorm, and Akai walked with Kid to the infirmary. They walked in, and Akai spoke up and asked, Doctor, are you here? And from a side room in walked the usual healer. He squinted at Akai and Kid and asked, You're conscious this time, so what is it? Kid needs your help, Akai said, and Kid walked over to one of the cots. The doctor walked over and brought a pale light to his hands and gently laid his hands on Kid's head and chest. After a moment, his eyes began twitching and asked quietly, What in the name of the divine is this? Kid said, I did something in a fight, and well, I wouldn't be able to walk if it wasn't for Akai and his pal. Of course it involved him, the healer shouted and said, Your soul is stressed, the edges are frayed and pulled to its limit. You have numerous ruptures inside you, but none of them are bleeding. You have fire inside of you. Part of what my fire can do is, I'm not sure how to describe it, but it helps stall wounds. I've been keeping Kid's wounds from hurting, but I can't heal him if you keep that up. Whatever you're doing, stop it. Akai hesitated for a moment, but relaxed, letting the fire vanish harmlessly from within Kid, and Kid gasped and grunted, doubling over and heaving for breath as blood began to drip from his nose. It hurt a lot, but Kid was trying to stay awake now as his vision began to blur and his hearing sounded like he was in a deep tunnel. The healer began his work, pushing light into Kid to heal the damage. He said, You'll be staying here for the night. Akai, you go get dinner. It will be ready in a few minutes. Akai nodded and left Kid in the healer's care. He felt a bit bad about it, but his thoughts shifted to the girl he rescued. He needed to help with that. Akai made it to the mess hall in time for the bells to ring, so he was the first to show up. Soon the other students arrived, including Lamorie, and he gathered his food and took a seat. During lunch, Akai was grabbed on the shoulder by Lamorie, and she said, "Akai, you're planning something, aren't you?" Akai looked at her and sighed. He knew he should probably tell her what he was thinking, but he dragged her and Kid into danger once, and felt he shouldn't do that again. He solidified his resolve and said, "I'm just thinking, but I promise I won't get involved further. I'll let the teachers know about Thalia." Akai lied, but Lamorie seemed to believe him. She softly nodded and said, "Okay." She gave him a look before going back to eating her food, trusting Akai not to get into trouble he shouldn't involve himself with. Come night, Akai was alone in the dorm room. He sat on the bed and had a thought. He could feel the power within the other students and other awakened. If he focused, he could even feel where they were without having to see them either. It took quite a bit of concentration, but he choked it up to just being inexperienced compared to the adults. He knew if he went through this plan of his, he would easily be discovered. To assume there were no awakened amongst those criminals would just be foolish. But he had an idea. If he could push his power up and express it further, could he do the opposite? He could try and suppress it, try and become harder or impossible to detect. Akai spent the night practicing until he soon couldn't stay awake further and fell asleep sitting up. Over the next few days, even after Kid came back and he was unfortunately forced to lie to his best friend the same as he had Lamorie, Akai was training extra hard. He approached Sigur for more rigorous combat training. After his combat lessons and other classes, he came in the evening to spar with Sigur directly. Sigurd's only concern was for him to not push too hard with this training, and Akai agreed. Akai did not go all out, but pushed his power to his current limit. Focusing on technique and not raw power, he only used his strength for reinforcing his defense. After the third day, he decided to head to the quest board again. Taking a simple solo quest, something fairly mundane, just a construction job needing a physically strong, awakened to move heavy stuff. It was an excuse to head into the city. Akai did his work, had his papers signed, and went into the slums again. Akai focused on suppressing his power as he walked around, trying to hang around the orphanage with the symbol of the wilting flower. Today he learned nothing, so he went back to the academy. He spent the night training to suppress himself. He spent the day picking another quest. He sought a spar with Sigur before heading out again, doing mundane work, then walking around trying to find other buildings marked with the same symbol. He found a warehouse, a winery, and a few normal-seeming houses. He spent what time he could hanging around and found nothing on the second try, nor the third. However, on the fourth day, a week after finding Thalia, he heard something. By one of the houses he saw an oddly tall and burly tanned woman walk into. He heard a conversation inside. He could feel power coming from the tall woman, but he didn't focus on it, not wanting to lose concentration on his own suppression. He only knew she was awakened, nothing more. "The boss is going to kill us," a panicked man said, sitting down on a chair and putting his head in his hands. The city workers said they found a dead giant spider down in the sewers. Bill was a victim of it. "Do you think the spider got to that girl?" another man said, and the tall woman said, "Don't be stupid. You saw the manacle. It was broken. A spider wouldn't have done that, you dumbass." The woman tossed a few papers down onto the table between them and said, "The adventuring guild had a job heading into the sewers. Some brats from the academy had taken it." "Shit, you don't think?" the man started to say, but was cut off by the tall woman crashing her fist onto the table, cracking the wood. "We start simple. We have 2 more days to find her before Rose decides we'll be another spider victim found in the sewers. Scour the slums. Try and find any rumors of a half-elf girl being seen. Check that church orphanage. Anything. Pay people off if you need to," she said with a growl in her voice. Akai, leaning against the outside wall, frowned deeply as he heard that. He needed to head back soon, but he needed to make sure Thalia was safe. He sighed and would accept whatever punishment he gets if he gets back too late. This was more important. Akai moved quickly to the church orphanage. He found a quiet spot to sit and wait, and within about 30 minutes he saw one of the clear gangoons heading inside. Akai got up and followed behind him. Thankfully, the church member wasn't in the front. Akai had to work fast. Before he made it through the door, Akai saw the coast was clear to do this. He kicked out the man's knee before wrapping his arms around his neck and putting him in a headlock. Akai squeezed gently to keep him from making noise and began dragging him to the alley beside the orphanage. "I have a few questions for you, and you're going to answer them," he said, deepening his voice in an attempt to try and sound older than just 14. This man wasn't awakened, so he couldn't use too much force, or else he'd accidentally kill him. In the dark, Akai said, "Scream and you'll find out something very unpleasant," as he briefly flared his fire, just in intimidation to let this man know Akai wasn't a normal person. "Why are you going into the orphanage?" He loosened his arms a little, and the man gasped for air. He took a few moments to breathe, and Akai gave him a firm shake to remind him he isn't in a position to fight. The man said briefly, "The boss needs a girl. They made a deal, and the girl isn't where she's supposed to be." "What's the deal?" Akai asked, unaware of the man's hand moving towards his own belt. "The girl is valuable. That's all I know." Suddenly, the man had a knife in his hands and tried to stab it backwards into Akai. Akai had to let go and grab the man's wrist with one hand, and the other hand pushed onto the man's back, twisting his arm around him and pushing him into the wall with a little too much force. The man's face was bleeding as the brick scraped the skin on his face, and Akai said angrily, "Are you an idiot?" Akai pushed his fire into his hands, and the sound of meat sizzling briefly was heard. As the man began to shout in pain, Akai pulled him back and pressed his forearm into the man's mouth. His jacket muffled the scream as his wrist was being burned until he dropped the knife. "If you don't have the info I need, you know who does. Tell me." Akai growled, easing up on the burning of his wrist, but did not let go of his strong grip. Pain still shooting up the man's arm, and Akai didn't move his own until he stopped trying to yell out. "The lieutenant! You want to talk to the lieutenant? Please, I'm just doing this for the money." Akai nodded and said, "Good, who is the lieutenant?" The man didn't speak, and Akai twisted his burned wrist and covered his mouth again. "I'm going to break it next time," he said with a low tone. Maruk. Her name is Maruk. She's tall, muscular, tan skin, can't miss her." Akai smiled and said, "Thank you," before letting go of the guy, only to carefully pull him back into a headlock. Akai applied pressure to his neck, and within a few seconds of struggling, the man fell limp and unconscious. A blood choke, much quicker than an air choke. He learned it in his combat lessons. Akai lifted the man onto his shoulder and carried him away from the orphanage as the sun began to set. He didn't have much time left. "Shit," he muttered to himself. As he walked, a man did see Akai. He wasn't a guard, but just an ornery old man. He shouted, "Oi, what are you doing?" Akai hesitated for a heartbeat before saying, "Oh, my friend got drunk and hurt himself. I'm carrying him home." And the old man just scoffed and said something about lousy youths these days. Akai dumped the guy somewhere far away from the church before heading back to the house he heard the conversation at. It was empty and the sun was starting to dip behind the city wall, casting the slums into shade. Akai frowned deeply. He wanted to stay, but as he thought, trouble at the academy would only impede him. Then an idea struck him and Akai smiled. He checked the front door and it was locked, but one of the windows was open. Akai stepped in and found the table still cracked from when that burly woman hit it. He needed to lure her out, and he needed answers. He didn't want them going after Thalia. His plan would solve all of these issues, pull attention away from the orphanage, bring Maruk somewhere quiet, and he would be able to interrogate for answers. Akai held out a hand and focused, releasing his suppression and concentrating very hot fire on the tip of his finger. He wrote a message in char on the surface of this table. "Maruk, if you want to learn where the girl is, come to the sewers tomorrow before sundown, the open collection area at the end." After scribing his message, Akai hurriedly left out the window and closed it behind him, before making his way back to the academy before curfew was in order. Students weren't allowed outside of academy grounds after dark, and the city's gates would shut for the night. Later that evening, Maruk would arrive back to the safe house and step in. Another one of her men was sitting on a chair and bandaging the wounded one's head. Maruk stopped and glared at them. Before she had to ask, the guy said, still in a slight daze from the ordeal, "I was jumped by someone. They know about the girl." And Maruk's eyes were drawn to the table. She saw the message as the man added, "He had fire magic. He was strong too." "Easy," the man doing the bandaging said as Maruk's fists and jaw both clenched with enough force to make her displeasure very visible. He was from the academy. The old man saw him carrying Bill. Said Bill was drunk and hurt. Idiot was wearing an academy jacket. Maruk frowned and said, "What did the kid look like? Anything identifiable?" And the man just gave a stupid grin. "I don't know about you, but I don't think there are that many teenagers, especially human teenagers, with bright silver hair." Maruk took a moment and returned with a devilish smile. She said, "You boys interested in a little ambush?" And the man replied, "Not sure if Bill is up to it, but I can round up a few others, and we can set up close to where he wants to meet." "You said it was a kid, right? He's probably trying to play hero and working alone." The dazed man, Bill, said, "I don't think an academy brat could take you on Maruk." That night, Maruk gathered 8 of their gang's street thugs and brought them down to the sewers. Heading to the large room before the outlet where the city workers had begun reconstruction efforts. The grate they broke for smuggling operations was repaired, and their little den for storage of hot items had been seized and being filled in. This was going to cut into their money, but the money from the girl was worth far more than smuggling was making them. She had her men scope out the area first before making efforts to prepare a proper ambush, taking the building supplies left down here to give the men cover before arming them with crossbows. With the plan made, now they had to wait for the kid. It'd be a day in the stinking sewers, but Maruk could not risk failure. If she did, she was worried it was her head that was going to roll. Chapter 30. The Black Thorns. Akai awoke in the morning anxious about his plan. He first went to eat breakfast with his friends and had to struggle to not show his worry on his face. Lamorie was a bit concerned with his quest-taking, but he unfortunately had to lie yet again to appease her. He said he was saving up to get her a gift. She needed to wait for it. Lying to his best friends stung Akai's core, but he did not want to bring them into the trouble he was brewing. Akai headed to his fitness class and worked hard. Then after showering, he caught up on his schoolwork as much as he could. During lunch, he went to the quest board and found the perfect cover story for why he'd need to stay in the city. It was a solo quest, one he was surprised made it to the academy. One that paid very little, but would let him stay and hopefully not get in trouble if he missed the window for curfew. "Find a lost cat," he read. On it was a drawing of a kitten wearing a little bow around its neck. After accepting the quest, Akai hurriedly ate his food and made it to his combat lesson. Sigur was staring down at Akai, studying the boy. He said, "Something is driving you," and Akai nodded. "Yes, I need to get stronger to protect people." Sigur didn't argue as he made the other students begin their drills. He brought Akai aside, tossing the boy a training sword, and the two prepared another hands-on lesson of technical combat. Akai cleaned himself up before heading to the city. He jogged the entire way and wasn't held up by the guards who recognized him and figured his coming and going would be a regular thing. Akai read up on the quest he took and knew he had a few hours to kill. So he began searching through the wealthier housing district. With a combination of his heightened perception, speed, and a touch of lady luck, Akai found the kitten just before sundown when he was about to give up. The cat, a little orange thing, was stuck in a neighbor's roof drain gutter. After getting a few scratches pulling it out, Akai returned it to the home and had his quest signed by the mother of a now very happy little boy. Akai smiled at the sight, but when he turned to leave, his face hardened as he thought about what he needed to do. Down in the sewers, Akai walked slowly. He had his sword on his side, but did not rest a hand on it. He wanted to talk first, try and get information out, but he knew a fight was pretty much inevitable. As he made it halfway there, he felt eyes on him. Akai focused on his senses as he stepped down the brick corridor of the sewer and felt there were at least one of them now following him quietly. He could feel Maruk, the tall woman ahead. She felt like she had such incredible strength that it was actually a little intimidating. But he pushed forwards anyway. It was too late to back out now, and if he did, he'd never forgive himself if something happens to Thalia. Akai found himself on the edge of the drop-down as he looked into the room. He could see at least 4 other men on the sides of the room, but figured there were more hiding in the other tunnels that dropped down. In the back, leaning against the grate, was the woman, Maruk. The tanned woman stood with arms crossed, a large 2-handed battle axe leaning against the wall beside her. Her hair was dangling in multiple braids as she was glaring daggers at him. He could feel the malice. Akai didn't want to waste time, so instead of climbing the ladder, he did the same thing he did last time he was in this position. He hopped past the ledge and fell straight down until his feet landed on the brick below. They cracked as he reinforced himself to not stumble from the long fall. Akai began stepping forwards, but before he could try and speak, the woman loudly said, "You're just a fucking kid. Do you know what you've gotten yourself into?" As she pushed off the wall to begin walking towards the center of the place, the central channel, usually holding wastewater, was thankfully dry, and there were many boards of wood scattered to make crossing easier for the city workers who were down here. "Give us the kid, and we won't have to torture it out of you," she said, hefting her axe over her shoulder as she stopped walking and stood intimidatingly before him. Akai was not intimidated. He clenched his fist and said, "I have a few questions I need answered first." "First," Akai began to say, but Maruk sneered and swung her axe, causing a large gust of wind to push back against Akai as he was still many yards away. He was forced to take a single step back as his flames made themselves known as he sturdied himself. "You don't know what situation you're in, kid. Give us the girl before you make us do something you'll regret." Akai frowned and looked at the woman. He now saw a couple of other people, including the one that had been following him. 8 in total, all aiming crossbows at him, the bolts having an odd blue sheen to them. "Dipped in something." "All right, talking isn't going to work then," he said. Akai took off his jacket and tossed it to the side, letting it land on a dry corner. He took a step forward and all of the men released their crossbows at once. Akai couldn't let himself fall here. He needed to protect Thalia and get rid of the threat against her. His heat seared to incredible heights as he pushed himself to an even 50% regular fire and Phoenix fire. It hurt, but he could manage for a while at this level. He dashed forwards and avoided the bolts and quickly brought himself upon Maruk, who only had a toothy grin. A deep, dark green aura surrounded her body closely, with a hint of red following behind the green. It was an aura that was difficult to fully perceive, but she moved swiftly. Akai didn't want to kill, he wanted to get information. So his sword stayed in its sheath. And Maruk wanted the same thing. She needed his information, not his life, but she still happily used her axe, bringing it to bear as she twisted her body for a horizontal attack. She had no qualms of wounding this kid so cocky he came to make demands by himself, as long as she didn't kill him before getting the info. Afterwards, the boss would probably enjoy making him squeal. Akai ducked low, pulling his body down as the axe blade traveled above him. A few strands of his hair were cut short, but he was in position. He pushed up from the ground and drove his fist forwards with as much strength as he could muster. Akai wasn't fighting an amateur. Maruk did not need both hands to wield her battle axe. Her dominant hand was closer, so it was the one that was moving since her axe missed Akai. The impact was hard, but Akai saw his fist impact her palm. His instincts began yelling at him to pull back, and Akai did not hesitate. He pulled his fist back, not driving it through full force. Maruk was pushed back a foot, and Akai saw her hand clenched into a fist with a strong aura of her power around it. He didn't want to think about how bad it had hurt his hands to be crushed with such physical strength. Her whole arm was tensed from the force. "Looks like this kid might actually be a little fun," Maruk murmured, spinning her axe around to a readied position. Akai clearly heard the sound of the other men recocking their crossbows. He put up his hands in a fighting stance, and Maruk chimed in, going to regret not using that sword, as she dashed in quicker than expected. She was tall, had a lot of mass, and she was moving about as quick as Kid could. Her foot planted and broke the brick beneath her to stop her momentum as Akai had to sidestep to avoid a crushing blow. He pushed in and landed a hit on her bicep, wanting to slow her swings down, but it felt like he was punching solid steel. He had to step back to avoid being bashed by the bottom of the handle as she spun the axe again, and stepped back to avoid a swing trying to lop off his own arm. Maruk internally was laughing. This kid is quick, and that hit almost felt like something. But he's such a cocky idiot. He's a fire type, but he isn't even trying to burn me. He must think this fight is the same as a spar. Akai was forced to defend, taking steps back, ducking, and moving to dodge the axe she was moving around as if it was a weightless toy, despite it being made of steel. Maruk suddenly took a hop back, and Akai heard the crossbows release again. He was forced to roll back and evade, taking a few careful steps as bolts thunked against the brick. As soon as the volley ended, Maruk rushed in again, and Akai was off balance. He was mid-step and trying not to fall into the water channel. He couldn't dodge. A loud clang was heard as Akai was forced to block. His sword was in his hands, and Akai was in an awkward stance. His flames had to briefly flare beyond comfort to not be knocked back as he redirected the axe away from his core. Maruk was a little surprised as her axe was forced away. She spun it in her hand to ready another strike as a smirk was growing on her face. Akai jumped back across the channel and regained his footing in time for Maruk to rush towards him. Akai deflected the axe and sent it down, the axe cutting deep into the brick beneath. Akai defended a handful of further attacks before Maruk backed up to give her men another chance to shoot. Akai dodged, but this time also blocked a couple of the bolts with his sword. The metal gets scratched by the harder steel of the bolt tips. Akai frowned, and Lamorie's sword was damaged because of this. Maruk was rushing in again, but Akai figured out what she was doing, forcing him to never get a break while she was getting to attack at her pace and breathe when he was forced to protect himself from the bolts. He wasn't going to figure out what the bolts were dipped in. Maruk opened with another vertical attack. This was a pattern. Next attack was going to be horizontal, and she was going to spin to keep him away, otherwise that axe haft was going to strike him. Then rapid attacks to make him dodge and block before pressing in to get close to make him step back. Then she was going to attack where he was unable to quickly defend, forcing him to step back, and she would do the same so the men sent another volley without risking shooting her. She opened with another vertical strike, horizontal, spin the axe. As she moved into rapid strike again, Akai rushed in. Pushing his fire through his body and into his sword, he caught the haft of her axe on his sword guard. The sword creaked under the force of her swing, and Akai had to use effort to not stumble. But he wasn't going to let this keep going until he was exhausted and either get mortally wounded by her axe or mortally wounded by crossbow bolts. Akai brought his knee in, crashing it into her chiseled abs. It felt like he kneed a boulder, but Maruk was pushed back a bit. Her eyes widened, and Akai could not surrender this advantage. He stepped in and moved his sword, forcing her axe down and getting him in position. He crouched under her arm and risked his sword arm being overpowered by taking one hand off it. But his elbow dug deep into her abs, and he drove it through her properly this time. Maruk was sent back with intense force, crashing into the wall behind her and further cracking the bricks. The crack spread up the wall, and Maruk groaned, saying, "Damn, that actually hurt," as she stumbled forwards, barely keeping on her feet after bouncing off the wall. Akai was panting, but finally had a break for a moment to breathe. He had 4 more seconds before the next volley. He needed a few more than just 4 seconds, though. He shouted, "What do you even want with the girl anyways?" Maruk blinked and said, "Wait, you don't know?" As she held up a hand, finding this idea amusing enough to tell her men to hold their fire a second. "She's just a kid. Why lock her in the sewers? What do you want with her?" "It's pretty fucking simple, kid," Maruk said, unamused, lowering her axe and leaning on the haft, tauntingly casual in her movement. "It's to sell her." Akai heard those words and his brows furrowed. He glared at Maruk, and he felt the heat rising within his chest at the thought. "Sell her?" he said, angrily disbelieving. "I don't know to who, that's the boss's business. But we're selling her to some noble," Maruk said. "Biggest price by a wide margin, too. Normally nobles don't pay that much for a kid, but she is a half-elf. Makes a little sense. She'll look younger for longer." Maruk saw the anger growing in Akai's eyes, as he apparently didn't even know their plans with Thalia when he started trying to mess with them. Maruk wasn't new to fighting, and knew getting the opponent angry was almost always a good thing. She could feel he didn't have a blessing of Svendar, so it was safe to assume he wouldn't fly into a berserker rage and overpower her. "Not like she's even the first kid we've sold. Slum rats don't have much of a future, so they usually behave well when they're sold to a rich creep. Akai was gritting his teeth as the fire around him was growing hotter and brighter. He wasn't consciously raising his power, but he was now at 60% Phoenix fire to his regular fire, and the Phoenix fire was growing stronger as heat swelled within his chest. Akai growled, "Where is your boss?" as Maruk smirked at him. She wanted to goad him more, but prepared for when he'd lose control and attack recklessly. Kicking her axe back up onto her shoulder, Maruk said, "Boss is having the rest of the gang search for her, combing the city. You really made her mad. I just hope she doesn't get too mad and end up killing the girl before we get paid. Boss has a temper and likes to take it out by breaking things." Akai's flame grew even hotter, the hottest it had ever been without pain before. Maruk's tan skin began to sweat from the growing heat in the sewer as she said, "Finally starting to let out a little bit of that heat?" In a mockingly sweet voice. The only words that escaped Akai's mouth was "shut up" before he rushed forwards in a plume of flame, the brick beneath his feet glowing red where he was standing as the fire roared around his form. Maruk raised her axe to cut through the obvious hole in his defense, but damn, the fire was getting hot now. She needed to end it quickly. "What?" she said as her large double-edged axe, when it met his sword, was the one being overpowered. Her muscles rippled as she resisted. But shit, this doesn't feel like a blessing of Svendar. Why is he so much stronger now? Akai's lead foot crashed into the ground as he pushed away Maruk's axe entirely. He took a hand off the hilt and his fist crashed into Maruk's ribs. The tanned woman screamed as she was sent flying from another hit, flying to the adjacent wall before crashing into that again. This time Akai saw why she was so durable. On impact, her tanned skin was turning to steel. That must be her element. The gangsters fired their crossbows, and Akai dashed forwards, dodging them. Maruk stumbled back onto her feet, and Akai was upon her before she was completely steady. He grabbed the haft of her axe and pulled it closer as he pushed his sword arm's elbow into her chest. While Maruk did have sizable cushioning to help tank this hit, the pain of getting hit in the tit wasn't completely ignorable. She wheezed bastard as her grip held onto the axe, at least until Akai pulled back and another hit to the same spot happened. Maruk was pushed back against the wall again as her grip faltered. Akai threw the axe away into the water, leaving her unarmed. Maruk growled as her own aura intensified to her maximum power. Akai stepped back and sheathed his sword again, giving Maruk a chance to recover as he said again, "Where is your boss?" "For fuck you," she said, "right in the gods be damned tits," she said under her breath before raising both her fists into a fist-fighting stance. Maruk moved in, throwing fast and controlled jabs and hooks. Akai backed and dodged before countering her by uppercutting her elbow as she overcommitted on a hook to his head. Maruk cursed before another strike hit her in the same spot Akai elbowed her. Maruk stepped back and roared, "Stop hitting my damn tit!" Maruk rushed with another flurry of punches, but seemed to entirely neglect attacking with her legs. Akai made note of it, but was still wary of a surprise kick, but she seemed to not be very proficient in unarmed fighting. He and Kid sparred unarmed almost as often as they did with training weapons. She was about as fast as him, but not faster. She was no faster now than she was with that axe either. Without that axe, giving her both lethality and reach, she was much easier to deal with. Akai sometimes had to put his arms up and block a punch, and damn, those hits were hard enough it felt like it was close to breaking his bones. But he did not relent, dodging, blocking, throwing counters and quick jabs in the openings between. The fight turned, and Akai was the one pushing her now, slipping past her guard more often than not, and landing hits to her core. He intentionally was trying to avoid knocking her out. And to avoid getting a crossbow bolt in his back, he made sure he and Maruk were always moving and changing direction. The men could not shoot without serious risk of hurting their boss. Maruk, growing enraged, threw a haymaker, and Akai stepped and leaned back. He saw the fist fly over where his head was, and he was growing more angry as his mind was wandering in their fight. How could this woman be so okay with selling another person? And the way she made it sound. The thought made Akai's blood boil, and his fire flared even higher in the moment as he thought about what he feared would be Thalia's fate if they got what they wanted. Akai stepped and spun, performing an upward spinning back kick to the extended arm with incredible speed, with the brief increase in power. Crunch. Maruk stepped back, stunned for a moment, as she looked at her own arm. The arm that was bending in a way it was not supposed to be bending. The elbow is a hinge joint. It can't suddenly go 90 degrees down like it currently was. As she stared, the pain began to settle in. Akai moved in behind Maruk quickly and drew his sword, bringing it to her neck as he kicked out a knee from behind her to make her kneel. The men perched around them all aimed their freshly loaded crossbows, but hesitated to shoot. "I will say this one more time," Akai growled, bringing the edge of the sword to her skin so she could feel the hot metal. "Where is your boss?" What did you?" Maruk said, shock and surprise on her face as she raised her arm and past the elbow her forearm hung limply. Her skin was trying to turn to steel, but every time it did, a new surge of pain filled her and she made it stop. It's never broken before. Answer me and nothing else will break," Akai said, his heat growing higher and Maruk wincing at the burning heat right upon her back and neck. It was too hot. After being given the information, Akai left Maruk and the men down there. They did try to shoot him when he tried to leave, but that was expected and obvious. Akai knew where the boss was, where their hideout was. But as he left the sewers, he saw he still had time to make it out of the city before curfew. Even if they did catch Thalia before tomorrow, he knew where the boss was and could take her back. Akai's arms were pretty badly bruised under his jacket, so he should probably check in with the healer. That woman hit like a speeding wagon. That night, Razor Rose returned to the primary hideout for their gang. Inside, she saw 8 street thugs, looking sheepish as her Lieutenant Maruk was laid across a table. There were a half-dozen empty bottles of hard liquor on the floor next to them, and Maruk was strapped down. The doctor was removing small bone fragments from her elbow, which had been cut open for the surgery. Potions could regrow the bones, but fragments would leave issues. Rose turned to one of the men and sneered at them. "What is going on?" Well, you see, ma'am." The thug began to recount what had happened. By the end of the story, a black aura was seeping from Rose's form as she stared at Maruk, who only just now noticed Rose. Maruk briefly struggled against the restraints to raise an arm before giving up and said in a pout, "Booze. I feel like shit. Some kid kicked my ass," before muttering, "Wait. No, he didn't. He hit me in the tits, not the ass." Like 3 times. To herself, Rose walked over and crouched by the edge of the table, staring down at Maruk's upside-down face. The doctor began shaking, but she ignored him entirely. So he carefully went back to pulling out the shattered bone. In his bag beside him were a number of deeply colored healing potions. Rose glared and Maruk began to have her face pale as she was sobering quickly. He was too strong for a brat. He actually overpowered me for a moment, ma'am." Rose grabbed Maruk's cheeks and said in a disturbingly calm voice, "You know I hate excuses. If the next words aren't something I want to hear, the doctor would have wasted his time here." Maruk gulped and said, "The boy who beat me, he knows where the girl is. He's trying to protect her. He's a kid just playing hero, but he's not weak." Rose stood up and took a deep breath before grabbing one of the empty chairs around the table and throwing it against the wall. Everyone flinched and Rose shouted, "For fuck's sake, are we really losing so much money because of a gods-be-damned kid's meddling?" Rose stormed off as she shouted further curses before stopping to turn back and face them. "Find out who that kid is. I don't care what you have to do. Get our contacts in the academy moving, fucking break into the Adventuring Guild archives if you must. Get me everything you can on him. If the next time I walk in here, I don't have everything, you're going to really, really, really fucking regret it." Rose turned and stomped away. "Boss, wait a second," Maruk called out. Rose stopped only to turn partially, just enough for one eye to look back at her. "I did tell the boy the location of this hideout." And Maruk saw anger and a glint of genuine madness in Rose's eye, but she continued without pause. "I wanted to put up an ambush. A proper one this time." And Rose continued to stare for a moment before turning, not responding as she walked away. Maruk gulped a little, but she didn't fly off the handle this time, so at least that was a good sign. That evening, Akai returned to his dorm. He would climb into bed, seeing Kid already was resting. Akai closed his eyes and tried to subtly continue to practice suppression of his power. He needed it to be better if he was going to do what he was planning to do. However, Kid was not unaware. Kid did sit up a little, looking at Akai, and squinted. He didn't say anything, but he could feel what his friend was doing. Kid stared at Akai and concentrated for a moment. It took him effort, even while looking directly at Akai, for him to feel a small ember of Akai's power. When normally Akai's power, to Kid, felt like a crackling fire, burning hot but ready to be stoked to greater power. Kid thought to himself for a moment before lying back down. The following day, Akai's thoughts were stuck in his plan. He ate breakfast, but was quieter than usual, having to be roused by the others to participate in a conversation during breakfast. Akai worked silently through his morning exercises. He performed his schoolwork dutifully. However, in his afternoon combat lessons, when he approached Sigur, the man shook his head. Sigur said, "You may be driven, but you should not do too much. You have friends. You can rely on them. You are not a guardian for them." Akai was upset. He needed more experience, but Sigur put Akai back into the drills with the others, not giving him further special treatment today. Akai was put through his paces with sword drills and put in a spar against another after his drills. Sigur kept an eye on Akai the entire lesson, though. Sigur was keenly aware of this change in the boy's behavior. Today, there were no solo quests available for him. The only quests on the board were ones that either didn't take him into the city or ones that needed a group of allies. Akai sighed at the lack of useful missions and would return back to his evening classes. Today was another enchanting class. Him and Lamorie learned more about imbuement, pushing their power into an object to make it retain an aspect of their own choosing. Today was a practical lesson. Each of them were given a patch of leather and were told to imbue it with their elemental affinity. Doing so with leather would reinforce it against that ability, allowing it to withstand it and general wear to a much higher degree than normal. Useful for equipment when in the field, as awakened are stronger than mundane men and women, they needed their tools to be more durable even when they couldn't procure equipment made from more durable material. Akai did struggle. Him and most of the class could not perform the imbuement during their slotted time for the class. Lamorie, however, was able to. She was so excited when she finally got it a few minutes before class and was given a passing grade by their professor. That evening, after dinner, Akai returned to his room. He sat on his bed and had to think. He needed to head out. But could he? He didn't want to wait an unknown number of days for another quest to give him an excuse. He couldn't. Every day that passed was another day where the Black Thorn gang could find Thalia and take her. The thought filled Akai's chest with the familiar heat he usually felt when something deeply upset him. Around midnight, he could not wait any longer. He sat up and saw Kid was laying in his bed asleep. Akai quietly got out of his bed and put on his jacket. He wore a long-sleeve shirt today, so nobody noticed the purple welts on his arms from his fight the prior night. It was winter, so it was not unusual. The jacket helped stave off the cold as well. Akai suppressed his power as best he could and slowly made his way downstairs and out of the building. While it wasn't expressly forbidden to wander the grounds at night, it was heavily discouraged without a proper reason, and if a staff member saw him, he would be told to head back to bed. He would be in trouble if then refused. So Akai was careful to try and stay out of sight of anyone as he made his way close to the front gate. He did not approach it directly, instead taking to the large fence a few dozen yards down. He briefly pushed his power into his legs and jumped over it, landing on the other side. He had to find a way into the city, but there was the obvious entrance through the sewers. The workers had only just fixed the grate, but he should be able to heat and bend the bars out of and then back into place if he was careful. With a plan, Akai began to jog off, unaware that his exfiltration did not go without witness. It was around 2 a.m. when Akai finally stepped out of the sewer maintenance entrance in the slums. Guards didn't often patrol the slums, so he needn't worry too much of the curfew in the city, and began to make his way to an abandoned building on the far side. A few people were still out, a few thugs and urchins. But when they met eyes with Akai, he needed only to briefly make it known he was an awakened to ensure they wouldn't bother him. Conjuring a small amount of flame was enough. Finally, at that abandoned building, he knew the actual hideout was in the basement that was locked. Akai prepared himself and grabbed the lock on the cellar-style doors and, with an exercise of strength, broke the iron bar that held the lock closed. Pulling the doors open, he began to descend the stairs. Inside, Maruk was rubbing her arm, which was still in a bandage. It had been healed with the potions, but still going to be weak for a few more days. She was able to fight, but not as well. Beside her, leaning on a cushioned chair, was the boss. Rose was tapping on the handrest of the chair as she was reading a handful of documents that had been hastily procured. Not as extensive as she wanted them to be, but it was a start. Akai Ryneveld, no-name kid from bumfuck nowhere. But the worm has a blessing of the immortal hero, she murmured, and Maruk suddenly straightened. She thought back and realized that, yeah, that did change things a little. Those blessings were really rare and almost always unique. She actually felt a bit proud, though. She stood her own against someone like that, and all she got was a broken elbow out of the ordeal. She remembered bedtime stories when she was a kid of a hero from the past, with a blessing from the same god. That warrior was indomitable in battle and brought an end to the wars in the north, uniting the northern countries' territories into what is now known as the Northern Empire. With herself, the boss, and one of their enforcers that is awakened, who she could not remember the name of, and the bastard won't tell her again. They shouldn't have any serious risk, however. They're still young and their power isn't fully developed. A man walked in and gave a nervous bow to the three powerful people standing in the room and said, "Thee," before having a small cough due to nervousness. He cleared his throat and said, "The kid with silver hair was seen in the slums. He was headed this way." "Good," the enforcer said. He was a completely average-looking man. Little remarkable about his appearance. He had ungroomed but orderly short dark hair, brown eyes, and was wearing completely casual clothes. But looking at him, he had the feel of a savage beast held back only by a thin leash. Rose set the papers aside and closed her eyes. She was opening her own power like a beacon while focusing on sensing the power within others, wanting to find when this kid arrives and lure him to their trap. He wanted to meet the boss. She'll give him exactly what he wanted. Akai walked through the basement, or rather, a collection of various buildings' basements. Walls had been knocked down and new corridors had been dug out and reinforced with lumber. Akai was focusing on suppressing his own power so he would not be discovered easily. He walked through carefully, keeping an ear out for any commotion or noise. After a minute, he did hear hurried footsteps and slipped into a room without a door to hide. The man that he saw watching him earlier that ran off was going by. He must have reported to the boss. Hopefully, he could remain unnoticed. As Akai was about to slip out, he realized the contents of this room. It had a bunch of cabinets and one of them was left open. Inside were different files and documents. He frowned and decided he could give them a brief look. If he could get some dirt on them, maybe he could make sure the guards can properly try them for crimes. Akai opened the cabinet and began looking through a few of the files. The first few were inventory reports for one of their rackets. He didn't care much about that. So he moved to a different section and began pulling reports. These were reports of people on their payroll. Pay histories. There's a lot of guards on the payroll, damn, even one of the guard sergeants. He took a moment to remember the name before moving on. Another section, and it was arrest records, each one stamped with bailed and an amount of money written under. They were paying to keep their people out of the jails. Further down, there was a record of how much money the person had been able to repay. They were charging them double the amount it took to bail for them to pay back. Akai looked to another cabinet and saw it was locked. But the cabinet wasn't that sturdy, less so than the lock, so Akai gripped part of it and pried it open enough that the lock didn't matter anymore. He looked through these files, and what he saw almost made him stop his suppression. These were records of sales and deals, shipments of illegal goods sent to people, procurements of other contraband and black market dealings with wealthy people. Even a few nobles were in here buying things Akai knew the kingdom outlawed. Then there was in the back records of slave deals, slaves' purchases, slaves sold. Some of these slaves were as young as 6. Akai was struggling to control himself as the heat within his chest swelled. Some of his power did slip out, despite his attempts to keep it contained, and the papers he had in his hands began smoking before slowly being enveloped in fire. Akai dropped the papers and took a few deep breaths. He couldn't let these people keep getting away with such heinous things. Even if he was here only for Thalia's sake, so many other people had been hurt and will be hurt by these criminals. Rose looked up and said, "I can feel something. They're getting close." As Maruk readied her axe, and Enforcer rolled his head, cracking his neck. Akai walked out and felt like something was wrong. He could feel their boss, and the straight path there was devoid of any of the mooks or thugs he expected. There was sounds of laughter and partying coming in from the distance down one of the corridors, but that was in the opposite direction as the boss. Akai marched forwards and soon found himself standing before a thick wooden door heading into another room. Just on the other side would be the boss, and he could feel two other people's power inside. This wasn't going to be easy by any measure. But as he stepped forwards and held out a hand to open the door, a voice called out from behind him, "Ryneveld!" The voice was strong and sturdy, deep, masculine, and very familiar. Akai turned and saw who he was expecting to be standing there. Akai couldn't feel his power even as he looked at him, but it was Sigur Hjalsson. Arms crossed, and he had a severe expression. "You don't need to do this," Sigurd said, and Akai quickly responded, "Yes, I do, I have to. If I don't, how many more people are going to be hurt by them? How many more innocent people will be robbed, kidnapped, locked in the sewers, or sold as slaves? I need to." Akai was cut off by Sigurd growling out a, "Do not interrupt me, boy." Sigurd continued, "I was not finished speaking. You do not need to do this. Not alone. I told you before. You have friends you can rely on." From behind the corner, out walked Kid and Lamorie both. They were giving Akai an odd look, as he seemed shocked to see them. He could not feel their powers either, and the answer why was pretty clear. On their wrists, each were an enchanted bracelet, a band of shiny metal looping around 3 times, which were keeping their energies contained within to not easily be felt by others. It was only an imbuement, but was masterfully done. "What are you doing here?" Akai asked, and Lamorie shouted in a hushed tone, "What are we doing here? Akai, what the hell are you doing here? You've been acting strange for days, and you've been out here trying to take matters into your own hand." Lamorie had a look on her face that she was genuinely hurt when she asked him, "Don't you trust us?" Kid followed with, "I've seen you practicing making yourself hard to feel out. You know we have your back. Why didn't you tell us?" Akai frowned and sighed, saying, "I didn't want either of you to get hurt," and Kid chimed in, "But it's okay for you two?" They stood there in silence for a moment before Sigurd spoke up. "Your heart is in the right place, boy. But your methods are entirely wrong. You should have come to me or any of the other professors. Our first duty is to you students, but our second duty is still to Lagonia." Sigurd approached and put a hand on Akai's shoulder. He said, "I can feel the danger in there far more clearly than you can, but I've felt just how dangerous you yourself can be. You wanted special training. Letting you go in and fight is a gift just for that purpose. Go in there, take them down, and I'll make sure the city cleans up this mess after." Akai felt a tightness in his chest at the words as he looked up at Sigurd before over at Lamorie and Kid, seeing their resolve on their faces to join him. Akai's eyes became a little watery for a moment before he wiped his face on his sleeve and said, "Yes, sir." Akai turned and released his suppression. The warmth within him swelled even greater with pride in his friends than it did with indignant rage against the Black Thorns. Akai reached forwards and opened the door to where 3 strong awakened criminals were waiting specifically for him. Lamorie and Kid followed behind, taking off their bracelets and giving them back to Sigurd, who stayed back. He put the bracelets in a pocket of his uniform and turned. He promised to have the city help clean things up after. He was going to get the ball rolling on that now, trusting his students to be able to handle themselves in this fight. Chapter 31, Venom. Akai had just left the dorm room, and Kid slowly sat up. He looked at the door for a bit before frowning. He began to silently get out of bed and was trying to imitate what Akai did. Push his power down, but Kid seemed to be unable to do so. He only tried for about 5 minutes before giving up with an annoyed sigh. Kid got up and began to get dressed. Putting on his uniform and then his shoes, Kid stepped out and began to walk. He was not following Akai, though. Kid began to walk towards the teachers' houses. Then he picked up into a jog to make it there faster. Kid was knocking on the door to one of the larger houses and stood back and waited. A few minutes later, a suspiciously awake and alert Sigur was standing there in his usual uniform and crossed his arms whilst looking down at Kid. "Sir," Kid muttered. "I know." Sigur would tell Kid, "Fetch your other friend. We have work to do." Minutes later, Lamorie was walking out of the dorm, freshly dressed and had her hair tied back. Lamorie was awoken by a female aide that Kid and Sigur had awoken on their way to the girls' dorm. Kid wasn't allowed inside the girls' dorm, and it would be improper for Sigur to enter outside of an emergency. "It's Akai, isn't it?" she asked, and Kid nodded. "Damn it," Lamorie said, putting a hand to her head. "That boy has a savior complex," Sigur said before turning to head to the gate. He said, "Let's go," and began moving. Kid and Lamorie followed by. Sigur would head to the gate and unlock it himself, then locked it behind once they were all out before taking a walk. Lamorie asked, "Shouldn't we move quicker?" And Sigur shook his head. "City gates lock at night. He won't have a way in through there. We'll make better time making them open it for us." They approached the gate and Sigur need only tell them his name, and they are on official business, and needed to be let inside immediately. The guards didn't waste time before opening the gate enough to let the three of them in. Lamorie and Kid told Sigur about their entire run-in with Thalia, and Sigur didn't need more information before heading to the slums. As they walked, he gave Kid and Lamorie a bit of information. The Blackthorn gang. They're scum of the city, but haven't been enough of a nuisance to rile up the powers that be to run them out. They're a branch of a larger syndicate of brigands that exist within Lagonia and the surrounding territories. Normally a pain, and normally does not do enough to make the kingdom bleed. "Haven't been enough of a nuisance to run them out?" Lamorie asked, and Sigur replied, "Yes. They have a number of awakened amongst them, and to run them out would require the king to send in the army to raid their locations. It would cost a large amount of damage to the city, if not also to soldiers' lives. We take in who we catch, but can't spare the effort to eradicate them all." Sigur looked in a direction and said, "At least now we have the justification of them messing with one of the Academy's up-and-coming prodigies. If they aren't dealt with tonight, I can petition to have it done by the books." "I feel something," Kid said, looking in the same direction as Sigur, and he nodded. "Yes, someone is pushing their power to be a beacon to lure him in. That's exactly where we need to go." The three of them began to speed walk towards one of the old abandoned buildings where they felt the power concentrate from. Finding the cellar doors that had its lock broken, Kid and Lamorie looked at each other as Sigur pulled 2 bracelets out of his pocket. They saw his hands glow briefly before the glow seeped into the bracelets. He handed them to the kids and said, "Put these on." Kid and Lamorie looked at them before slipping them on and following down the stairs. They walked through the suspiciously empty underground. Hearing commotion, but it was down a hall leading away from where the power was. It was sounds of merriment, so there was no reason to think Akai would be that way. The three of them moved before eventually finding their friend. Seeing Akai reaching for a large door, Sigur motioned for them to stand back and they stepped back behind the corner. Sigur stepped out and said, "Ryneveld." After their discussion, Lamorie and Kid proudly walked behind Akai's flanks as they pushed open the door and stepped inside. It was a large room already cleared of furniture. Having planned on there being a fight inside, Rose rose to her feet, the papers she had falling to the floor as she glared. She was caught off guard because she couldn't feel them approaching the door. She wasn't 100% ready, and there were 3 of them walking in now, not 1. And there was a 4th man she couldn't sense out, even when staring at him. He was a large man, but he was walking away. She figured he was mundane and dismissed him entirely before saying, "I was told he was coming alone," as she glanced at Maruk. "I was," Akai interrupted, stopping a good 50 feet away as the door swung shut gently on its own behind him. "Now, I was just as surprised at you to see my best friends decide to join me." Akai looked back and gave a smile to Kid and Lamorie. Lamorie said, "We know who you are, Rose. We know what you do. We aren't going to let you keep doing this." as she cracked her knuckles and Kid drew his sword. Maruk laid eyes on Lamorie and smirked, saying, "Leave the girl to me," as she let her own aura build up around her. Lamorie locked eyes with Maruk as her own green aura began to form. They were both blessed by Mio, both had incredible strength. The question now is who's stronger? Kid looked up at the enforcer who was standing with hands in his pockets now, looking as casual could be. Kid could feel the man's power. To him, it felt like savagery, yet unleashed. Kid's body soon slowly began to crackle with lightning as he prepared himself for the inevitable fight. The tension was broken a little as Razor Rose, the ringleader, had her scowl vanish as she began laughing. At first it was a small giggle, then a full-on belly laugh, but it slowly devolved into maniacal cackling as the dregs of madness within her exposed themselves. The enforcer and Maruk began to look worried as they unconsciously took a step away from their boss. Rose was dressed in a form-fitting suit of dark fabric, reinforced with thick black leather, looking to be the stereotypical rogue. From behind the small of her back she drew two enchanted daggers. One was a short and straight blade, with various inscriptions written on the blade. It gave the impression of unworldly sharpness. The other dagger, though, was one that put a bit of genuine worry in their hearts. It was curved, asymmetrical in blade geometry, with a jagged look. The hilt was designed to look like a snake's head, and embossed on the blade was a single complex rune that appeared to be of a venomous serpent. As the dagger filled her hands, a black drop of liquid dripped once from the tip as magical energy formed around it and took form of a toxic venom. "You think a couple of kids scare me," she said in a disturbingly sweet voice. The runic dagger flipped in her hand to a reverse grip as the inscribed dagger remained forward. "I know who you are," she said. "Once you three are dead, I should pay your hometown a little visit. To think you are the bastards that had killed my Kell." Heat flared within Akai's chest as his flames rapidly flared up around him. His face took a serious look as he glared at Rose. He remembered Kell, the man who disfigured Lacy so terribly and tried to raid their village, the first person Akai had ever killed. "Ha, I knew it. You really did kill him," she said, having wanted to bait a reaction for confirmation. Rose's face shifted and she began exploding in anger whilst violent torrents of arcane energy erupted from her and whipping the ground beneath her and the chair she was previously sat in, destroying it. "You fucking monster! He was mine. I was the only one allowed to hurt him." Akai pushed a wave of fire in front of him as a barrage of arcane bolts shot from Rose. The two collided and an explosive burst of energy between them, pushing back Akai. Lamorie moved to the side and Maruk launched herself forwards. Kid dashed to the other end and prepared himself. Enforcer only began to casually step towards him as Kid sensed the binds holding back his power slowly loosening. As he stepped, his body began to grow beneath his clothes. His height grew to 7 feet as his muscles rippled, bulking up, and shirt strained until the seams ripped. His pants barely held together as his legs increased in thickness, then finally gave way to show he was thankfully wearing shorts made of an elastic material that let him grow without exposing himself. A volatile aura emanate from Enforcer, growing and shifting as he transformed into a hulking figure of a man. His jaw grew broader and orcish tusks became visible, his skin shifted to a faint greenish hue. Whatever his power was, it was emphasizing an orcish lineage, otherwise not made obvious in his prior completely unremarkable visage. When his aura settled down, Kid was taking a few steps back and looking up in a bit of fear as Enforcer's intimidating new form was looming over him. Lamorie ducked back and dodged the first swipe from Maruk, but Lamorie isn't as well trained as either of her friends. She was unprepared when she felt Maruk's boot landing on her chest, and next thing Lamorie knew, she was falling back through a wall of planks separating part of the basement, crashing down into another room, rolling on the floor before coming to a stop with a piece of furniture breaking against her. Lamorie got onto her hands and knees and saw Maruk stepping through, resting her axe on her shoulder and said, "Let's see who's stronger." Akai stepped back and drew his sword, pushing his fire into it and barely moving it in time to parry Rose's sudden appearance before him. Sparks flew as the straight dagger slid down his blade, and he pushed it away, moving and doing the same for the venomous dagger. Akai pushed his ability to keep the flurry of two daggers at bay as Rose assaulted him with maddened fervor. Her eyes showed joy and hatred both, with a complete lack of sanity which put him at unease. Why was this crazy woman even the boss of this gang? It didn't make sense yet for Akai, other than she'd happily orchestrate horrific things as long as it turned a profit. Why were these two people loyal to her? Akai had to reel in his thoughts as the razor edge of the straight dagger nearly plunged into his neck. Akai was able to dip and only suffered a shallow cut to his cheek, but the ease of which that dagger cut into him was scary. Akai went for a sweep of Rose's legs, and the woman with the grace of an acrobat backflipped, Akai having to lean back to avoid a kick as she made a few feet of distance. Akai took this moment to glance at his friends. Kid's sword was struggling to do more than make shallow cuts on the hulking man as a berserk fury overtook them. Kid was dodging well, but was only able to give paper cuts. Kid was doing his best to avoid any lethal strikes, but he felt even if he was going for those, he'd be having just as hard of a time hurting the larger, greener figure as unrestrained flurries of wickedly fast and strong strikes continued to keep Kid on his toes. Lamorie was doing worse. Maruk was deftly moving her axe, but notably refraining from using her bandaged arm too much, giving Lamorie reprieve to keep dodging to that side, but every attempt she made to counterattack, she had to give up on at risk of Maruk pushing to overwhelm her. Lamorie wasn't untrained, but she hadn't been hyper-focused on fighting like Kid and Akai had been. Akai's thoughts of coming to their aid were interrupted by searing pain as vicious whips of arcane struck him. Akai's arms had the jacket and shirt sleeves torn away from the ferocity of those attacks. Rose had these whips extending from her arms and said, "Keep your eyes on the prize," before sending another torrent towards him. With his sword and his fire, he beat back most, but a number still hit his arms and shoulder, tearing away fabric and harming his skin. The magical energy tried to linger, and what felt like chemical burns formed on his arms until Akai's fire burned the arcane away. He frowned and moved in, taking the offensive. Akai knew even if he mortally wounded Rose, he could stall her demise long enough for the wounds to be healed, and she could face proper justice. The two returned to their dance of narrow dodges, spark-flying parries, and Akai taking superficial damage, while Rose continued to evade his attempts to bring her down. Kid's fight continued, with it feeling like a battle of attrition. Would he become exhausted first, or would the mounting minor wounds eventually take down this brute? The fight had moved to the other side of the room, and Kid saw the situation Lamorie was in, and it wasn't great. Lamorie had managed a jab to Maruk's gut, but the skin turned to steel, and Maruk was only pushed back before rushing in again. Axe swinging quickly, and the speed which Maruk recovered and rebounded was faster than Lamorie was hoping for. A downward attack was aiming straight for Lamorie's head, and she was unprepared to dodge and did not have any weapon to try and block. Kid brought his sword close to his side and readied it for a downward arcing slash. He ducked down under a heavy fist and pushed lightning through his limbs. He had hurt himself badly last time he did this. He had been thoroughly chewed out by the healer after Akai left them alone by pushing his power beyond what his body could handle. So he only needed to keep it below that threshold. Less than half a second had passed since he readied himself. Kid pushed his lightning further and used his blessing to hone his control over it. Control over his body, filter the raw energy his elemental affinity commanded, and began to move. Briefly, he became surrounded by high-voltage arcs of power. He focused on the path he had to move and where his dash would stop. He toned it down but did not go so low he would be too late. A deafening boom filled the underground as Kid appeared to teleport to a step beyond Maruk. Blinding pale blue light flashed as a bolt of electricity was the only connection between where he was before and where he stood now. Kid's vision blurred and pain filled his body, but it was manageable this time. He grabbed Lamorie's arm and moved back as Maruk was caught off guard entirely. Her arms turned to steel, but it wasn't fast enough against Kid's lightning-fast attack. A single clean cut down to the bone caused gushes of blood from the tricep of Maruk's leading arm. The muscle had been severed, and Maruk lost all strength in her attack, giving Kid the time needed to move Lamorie just before the axe head came crashing down. The axe bounced off the floor with sparks instead of burying into it. "Fuck," Maruk cried, and Lamorie looked shocked. She froze up for a second as Kid moved in and threw slices towards Maruk's knees. She growled, and Kid's sword only skittered off the steel skin as she began to intentionally harden all of her body, all of her tanned skin turning to a steel grey. Maruk was down to using her weaker arm now, with the axe one-handed, which she was still fully capable of, but wasn't as fast as she needed to be for the red-headed Kid. Lamorie heard an enraged roar come from the orcish brute and realized that they needed to swap who was fighting who. She'd do better against this guy since he was unarmed, and Kid could handle Maruk's axe better than she could with just empty hands. Lamorie ran forth, and both her and the enforcer drew back arms for a devastating punch. Green energy wrapped over Lamorie's body as a reddish, wrathful aura enveloped the other. Their fists collided, and a shockwave rang out from the impact. Lamorie was pushed back a dozen feet, but managed to stay upright as the brute had a different, worse time of it. Unlike Lamorie's, his own knuckles had cut open and began bleeding. Lamorie was smaller, so she had the floor to brace against. The brute wasn't as lucky and had been pushed up and into the ceiling before flying back a couple dozen more feet and landing in a roll. He got to his feet quickly, and Lamorie was running to him. Back into the main room, where she saw the fight between Akai and Rose. Akai's sword was not doing well. It had numerous nicks and gouges in the metal, as both of Rose's daggers remained as pristine as the day she first acquired them. Akai's fire was pushed to only 50%, which did cause some pain. He was unable to push it higher right now without risk. The burning in his chest was only from the strain of the fight, not from his own emotions. Despite his efforts, Akai just couldn't go further as he did in that brief moment fighting Maruk yesterday. His thrust was parried by both daggers, but the sharp dagger cut deep into the metal of Akai's sword. He moved to throw a kick at Rose, but a whip of arcane met his knee and stopped him. Another moved around him and struck his back, and he saw more whips forming, so he had to pull back. Sparks flew as he had to pull his blade away, and more damage to the sword was mounting. He was growling in pain as his arms, shoulders, and now knee were stinging. As he took a step back, he was forced to push out more of his flames to block a bolt of arcane that Rose shot forwards as she began slowly walking towards him. Then fired another bolt, and Akai had to block it again and again. Before Rose dove into a full sprint, and Akai's attempt to dodge the obvious lunge was met with her own maneuver. Rose held out the daggers but let her slide on her feet to a stop and allowed a sudden spell shield to block Akai's attempt to counter, his foot crashing into the shield and only lightly cracking it. Akai cursed, and he raised his sword to block the straight dagger. Further sparks flew before a clang was heard as his sword finally gave way, snapping at the halfway point along the blade. The top half of the sword flying off, unknown to Akai, on a path that nearly hit Lamorie. Lamorie was briefly distracted seeing the flying blade and having to pull back a second to not get hit by it, which opened up an opportunity for the orcish enforcer. Akai was ready to keep using it, but his attention was cut by a cry from behind a moment later. "Akai," a female voice called out. Akai turned to look at his friends. In the far room, Kid had Maruk on the ropes. Her steel skin made his sword unable to hurt her further, but made his lightning significantly more effective. She was purely on the defensive, trying to dodge Kid's lightning-covered hands, blood still dripping from her wounded arm. And it was not a small amount either. Maruk would grow too weak to fight if the fight continued to drag on. But Lamorie, that was where the concern was. The enforcer was missing teeth, having deep violet bruises from Lamorie's punches, as Lamorie had bruises on her arms and cheek from taking a couple herself. But right now, Lamorie was pulled into a headlock by the enforcer. She was throwing her elbow back to hit his ribs, but she was held above the ground and being choked out. Lamorie looked pleadingly at Akai for help, as despite her struggles, the enforcer's large arms only tightened around her neck. Then horrific pain spread through Akai's body, starting with a severe burning within his stomach, and a deep sense of dread filled him. Rose shouted at the enforcer, "Don't knock her out." As Akai looked down, the jagged blade of the curved dagger was not visible. The snakehead hilt was pressed into his abdomen, and a devilish smile appeared on Rose's face. She tore it out of him with a not-so-clean exit, and blood began flowing fast. The blood was discolored with an unnatural blackness as the skin around the wound quickly began shifting colors to a deep violet. Pain spread fast through Akai's body as weakness overtook him, falling onto his knees and putting his hands over his wound. Golden fire burned in his palm, and it did burn away the blood that seeped from the wound, but was not stopping the bleeding like it should. "I want her to watch," Rose said sadistically. "Akai," Lamorie screamed as the arm squeezing her throat was loosened just enough for her to breathe normally again. Rose moved and a deafening boom was heard again. Akai lifted his head to see Rose had blocked Kid's lightning-fast slash, sparks flying as the straight dagger completely stopped Kid's own sword. Kid's nose began to bleed after pushing his body through another use of the strain from that specific move. Rose sent a swift knee to his stomach as she moved in towards him. It would knock Kid back a few steps, allowing arcane whips to attack out. "Stop it," Akai said, before a sickening feeling filled him and he began to vomit onto the floor as his vision became blurry and everything felt dizzying. An unhealthy amount of blood was expelled from his mouth. Kid was whipped in the leg, and he cursed before sets of conjured chains wrapped around Kid and followed by more sprouting to ensnare the restrained Lamorie. They were brought to their knees as they watched Akai coughing. The veins under his skin became visible and slowly turning in color. Black lines ran beneath his skin and were spreading. His eyes became bloodshot with black vessels. Akai still could not stop the bleeding and only held pressure on the wound. "Poor baby," Rose said with her sickeningly sweet voice again, idly twirling the curved dagger, showing off the runic symbol on it to Kid and Lamorie. "This dagger is very special. Your friend will die within an hour, and it is going to be one very painful hour for him," she said, sheathing the straight dagger behind the small of her back before grabbing a fistful of Akai's silver hair and lifting his head. Akai gritted his teeth, and despite what was happening, he still had fire within his eyes. "Yes, try and fight it. Show me the anger in those eyes, the hatred you have for me. Because after you die, so are your friends." Her smile was that of a predator, savoring the struggle of its prey as she continued. "That little village of yours too, wasn't its name Rowan?" Akai, despite the pain radiating through his body, the insides of his veins felt like they were on fire. A different kind of heat began to rise in his chest again. He tried to speak, but only fell into another coughing fit as the breaths began to burn as well. But the heat he felt welling up within him was an entirely different beast. It was not painful like the venom was making him feel. It barely felt like it was even part of his body, though his hands and feet did begin to go numb, so he wasn't sure if that was playing a role in it. Akai glared up at Rose, who had crouched down in front of him mockingly. "Don't worry about it. I'm not going to kill the people there. No, but I hear the slave market in the Kesha Empire is very profitable," Rose said, patting his cheek. Akai began fighting his own weakness as he tried to push himself up onto his feet, but only collapsed onto his hands and knees again before falling onto his side. The wound inflicted was not a small stab wound. She had cut him open on the pull, and Lamorie and Kid watched in horror as they could see some of Akai's innards trying to push out of his body. They struggled further against the arcane chains, but the binding spell only tightened further with their struggles. Lamorie's tightening immensely as she refused to sit idly and watch the person she loved suffer. Despite her strength, however, these chains would not break. "Good, you're already in the perfect position to get to watch," Rose said, patting Akai's head softly as he lay on his side. The venom continued to spread within him, reaching his heart and being pumped throughout his body quickly. "Little insignificant pieces of shit, like you really make me mad," Rose said with an ugly scowl on her face before quickly returning back to a soft and sweet appearance. "But now you get to witness what I do with people who mess with my plans." Rose walked over to Kid and Lamorie, Akai struggling to move and falling into more coughing as his body refused to cooperate or let him speak. He wheezed as Rose said, "Thalia was going to be my little golden ticket. Make over a year's income in just a couple of weeks, selling her back to her father, some nobody baron in bumfuck country of the Ryneveld dynasty." Rose brought the venom dagger to Kid's face, but only gently drugged the blunt spine of the knife across his cheek, leaving behind a thin trail of a black liquid on his undamaged skin. Then the plan was to take the cash, kill the elf, frame the kid, and barter a ransom with the dynasty as an offering, so there isn't another little war. Nobody wants another war, so having them hang the kid as an excuse to prevent it is a win-win for everyone. Except the kid, but she doesn't matter. She's just a dumb slum rat orphan. With every word Rose spoke, Akai began to feel more and more fury. Heat swelled within him like never before as he glared with his slowly blackening eyes. His vision blurred and he couldn't clearly make out Rose's details, but he could see her standing by Kid and the glow of the runic symbol on that dagger. "Hey, redhead," Rose said, leaning over Kid. "Which one of your fingers is your favorite? I want to know which one to cut off last," she said cutely with hints of her madness coming through. Maruk, behind the group, was now leaning against the wall, taking the bandage off her elbow, which she didn't really need, and tightly re-wrapping it around her bleeding arm wound. The enforcer was standing on shaky legs, multiple of his ribs visibly broken from Lamorie's attempt to escape the headlock, but it was fear of Rose that kept him standing still and not furthering his blind rage he was still in. He only redirected the fury to keeping his wounds out of the way. Akai coughed up black blood and said in a low growl, "Don't you fucking touch him," as orange flames began to spread around him. It caused the pain to grow exponentially worse, but he didn't care about pain. To Akai, pain was just pain. It could be tolerated. What he could not tolerate is watching her torture his friends and make him watch in his last hour. If he was going to die anyways, Akai didn't care what happened to him. But he would be damned if he let Rose hurt his friends or his family, as she promised to do earlier. Rose said, all amusement leaving her voice as she stood straight. Watching as Akai, despite his weakened state and wounds, began to get back onto his hands and knees. Fire circling around him and beginning to spin and grow. "You're a tenacious one, aren't you?" she asked, walking closer and arcane shields visibly glowing around her now to protect from the growing heat. "Tenacity like that really pisses me off." Akai pushed himself to sit just on his knees. Lamorie and Kid's eyes were widening as they could feel the power within Akai changing slightly. What normally felt like a fire, sometimes elevating to a massive bonfire, felt barely restrained. The fire was spreading inside of him. Rose approached and spun the venomous dagger in her hand before plunging it into him again, avoiding his heart but stabbing through his ribs to puncture a lung. That's when she noticed through the handful of rips in his now sleeveless jacket and shirt. "The fuck? Why is your chest glowing?" as she tried to twist the dagger. Akai coughed up blood, and when she pulled out the dagger after a few twists, was back onto his hands and knees. A substantial amount more of black rune-powered venom spread through him as he felt weaker and weaker. Blood flowed from the wound, and Akai's vision struggled to stay still, despite him not moving. His ears were ringing. It felt like the ground was the waves on an ocean. But the fire burning within him only grew. He wheezed, I won't let you hurt anyone," as the awful sound of air moving in and out of his chest from the wound was audible with every breath. His chest continued to glow and only became brighter as the heat around him grew more intense. The enforcer had to take a few step backs from the heat as Rose's arcane shield struggled to keep it at bay. "So this is what an immortal hero's blessing is like," Rose muttered quietly. "Annoying," she scoffed, standing above him, ready to plunge the dagger into him again to give him yet another dose of the exceedingly potent venom. Akai felt like he began to hallucinate. The ground beneath him began to shift to that of a stone-tiled floor of an entirely different make. He could still see the normal ground beneath him, as if both sites were overlaid one another with transparency. Both the floor of the basement was visible, but so was something much nicer and disturbingly familiar. He pulled at his power for strength, but couldn't even lift his head to look around. All he could do is stare at the floor and focus on the agony his body was in. Then he began to hear things. He heard heavy footsteps, and the clink of metal ringing with the steps. Fuck, he must really be dying if he's having hallucinations like this. It sounded like someone in heavy armor was walking towards him, but nobody around him was wearing anything like that. Akai couldn't raise his head, but he saw two sabatons stop before him just within his field of vision. It took all of his strength and will to not collapse now as the sight of gleaming blue metal barely registered. Akai tried to dismiss the hallucination. He needed to get back onto his feet and fight even if his body was screaming to stop trying. Akai barely reacted when a terrifyingly familiar voice spoke. One he only ever heard before, spoken as if he said the words. But this time it was distinctly separate from himself. Strong, authoritative, and with a hint of trying to give comfort. 3 words were spoken. 3 words echoed in his ears. 3 words nobody else in this world could hear. Burn it away.